Welcome back, everyone. It's been a long time. Haven't seen everyone in a while, but we're back here for another episode of the Heresy Hangout. It's me, your machine cult Omnissiah, Jason, and with me here is the Storm Lord, Princeps RJ.
What's going on?
And we're excited to bring you the next story in the Horus Heresy. In this episode, we'll be covering Book 9, titled Mechanicum. Less muscle and more brains as the cult Mechanicus goes to war. Before we dive in, we got the standard hat in hand, asking for handouts. Come check us out on YouTube, Instagram, your podcast app of choice. And if you want to hit us up on Gmail, the Heresy Hangout at Gmail. So let's dive in. Okay, so this book published in December of 2008, just right around chugging along with all these Horus Heresy books. 416 pages, which is like pretty much par for the series. I don't know if they get told they have to write a certain length, but I think they're mostly are around 400 and some pages. Authored by legendary author Graham McNeil. There he is, looking cool with his shades. He also wrote False Gods, Fulgrim, those ones we've read, but he's also wrote 1,000 Suns, which we'll cover soon, Outcast Dead, and Angel Exterminatus. And side note, I think I mentioned before, but I was listening to another podcast and they mentioned, so the 1,000 Suns book is the book that actually hit on the New York Times bestseller list. Like they, all these books, a lot of them on the cover will say, New York Times best-selling series.
Yeah.
But I think so far what I've seen, the only one that actually hit it is actually 1,000 Suns.
Number one didn't.
I don't know. I don't know if it was number one, but I think it was actually on the list. You know what I mean, of best-selling books. I mean, so you can claim that title. I don't know if it was number one or not. I mean, I don't know.
I doubt. We made it.
I like the book. I like these books, but I don't know about that. Also, so Graham McNeil also wrote the Iron Warriors Omnibus, which includes stories, Storm of Iron, Iron Warrior, and the Iron Without. So I just bring that up because I just finished reading those probably like a year ago, and they're super cool. It's fun. It's like they have they'll take all these stories that are written by various authors or single author and put it in a big fat 1,000-page book of and it covers a certain chapter, legion, whatever you call it, but it's pretty cool because it's like a deep dive into all the nooks and crannies of this legion, that legion, whatever. But all right, so let's get our standard the cover.
Yeah.
So once again, Neil Roberts did this one. What do you think?
I love it. I mean, just right off the rip. So on the book itself, it's just
yeah.
You don't see the big fucking shindig, but holy cow, you're used to these just yoked out Terminator big hosses, and now I'm seeing the cyborg thing.
Yeah.
Again, very, very unversed in the depths of the lore, and then the Mechanicum especially, because I like my big meaty fucking Space Marines. These guys really just right off the rip, love the art, love what it's showing me. It looks like a big techno cyborg person, and I'm sold. I'm interested.
Yeah, so this is one of the covers that they cropped it or whatever properly, I'd say, you know what I mean, because you have the main focus. This would be probably a tech adept, as they call them, but as we'll see, they're all like people at one point, but then they get indoctrinated into the machine cult, and then over time they slowly become more and more like robotic, some more than others. Some kind of retain their humanity a little bit, others go full bore. This guy looks like he's got this badass Gatling gun where his arm used to be, and then he's got and it's also cool because it has that very Warhammer 30k 40k. It's it's technology, but it looks also archaic, you know what I mean? He's got
that retro futurism is too clean for this kind of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously grimdark. I think it's grimdark futurism because he's rocking this super complex machinery, but he's wearing a fucking monk robe. Like, I think that's so sick. It's just, again, kudos to the artist again.
Even the tech, I see here there's like a leather belt holding it on.
Yeah,
and it's got like dials and stuff. Like I've always loved that about this whole universe. It's like the tech is high tech, but like it's not like an iPad. It's like dials and MS-DOS screens.
Yeah.
And everything's like super, even like, yeah, and they follow that all the way. Like, you watch like the more current animations and all. It's like when they had their little war rooms and the holograms, or like they look like a hologram that they made in the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was
like
just, Windows XP fucking.
Yeah, it's super cool. But then as you go across the screen and you see, it looks like in the background, it's like this building, which I would say is probably one of the forges. They had these giant forges, and it's just like, a massive war, but you don't see any space marines, you don't see any of that. So this book really focuses, obviously it's Mechanicum, but like most of these books, somehow the focus, they steal the spotlight. But really this book is like all about, this cult Mechanicus and their war with each other. So background here, you have like robots fighting and there's explosions, and it's a great, it's an eye grabber. If you saw this, you'd be like, man, what's that? That looks crazy. You know what I mean? And you got the fire and the explosion. So I like it. I think it's like one of my faves. I don't know if it beats my fave with the monster on it, the Nerval monster, but it's good. I like it. I like it a lot.
Hey, tip of the hat, moment of silence, John Blanche.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. R.I.P. dude. So yes, as we go, I have some of his art in here because so John Blanche, if for those who don't know, is I'd say world-renowned artist who like really, like if you see anything, if you're into this stuff and you don't know anything about anything, but you see, you Google pictures, whatever, like you are going to run into John Blanche's artwork, or everything you see has been inspired by John Blanche's artwork. He was like an early artist back in the heyday of Games Workshop, just like with the nerds making stuff, and his art's so like it's like it's so iconic looking, and it's very unique, and it's not like the most perfect, Leonardo da Vinci style, but it has its own look, and like it's so cool. I mean, like, and so he passed away, I think it was a couple weeks ago. It was so weird because I was just watching there's a documentary by the dude from Napoleon Dynamite called The Grimdark, and it's about him trying to get into games with his son, and he makes a documentary about getting into the world of Grimdark, and it obviously covers Warhammer, but it covers other games. But he goes and interviews John Blanche, and I was watching that, and then like probably 3 days later, it said that he passed away. So R.I.P. to the legend John Blanche. His artwork will be missed, but we have it forever at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so that's
for
good.
real.
So, all right. So a couple things before we start. So here's something I thought was super cool. All right, let me pull this up. That is so cool. Okay. So what you're looking at here, if you haven't read the book, you just listen to us. So like a lot of sci-fi and many fantasy books, this book comes with a map. So it's kind of daunting, I think, if you're not into this stuff, but if you're a seasoned like sci-fi reader, you're used to this stuff. This is very Tolkien-esque, you know what I mean? Like the book comes with a map that tell you what's going on, and you don't have to look at this thing to understand the book. But I found myself being like a fan of this stuff, like when they would say things, I would go back. So so this is pretty much like this is the whole setting of the book, and it's vast, it's huge. This is a section of Mars and all these things with goofy kind of names that you can get, but like these are different forge complexes and different like refineries and all this stuff. But so far, it's the only book I've seen in this series that does this. And I thought it was really cool. I thought it was like a tip of the hat to like your Tolkien-esque. I don't know if you've ever seen, when I was a kid, I read these books called the Shannara series, Sword of Shannara, Elfstone of Shannara. It's like that, but they would have that too. In the beginning, they'd have like this whole like, here's the map. So if you want to know what's going on and where, you can refer to the map. But I thought that was super cool that they threw a big old map in there. Let me get rid of that. Okay.
Because there's a lot of logistics in this one. A lot of walking, a lot of moving.
Yeah. So that definitely, I feel like a lot of people, a lot of times I'll go on Reddit and see about complaints and stuff, or, just get people's ideas, but I didn't do that this time. But a lot of times you will get that. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'll be done in a little bit. Okay. Intruder.
Heretic.
Yeah. But so, because of that, like, we mentioned off recording that, like, the terminology and all can get you a little bit, but I think if you stick with it, it's a really good read, and it'll come to you. You know what I mean? But all right, a couple more things before we start. So, what is the Mechanicum,
dude,
or the cult mechanics? Do you know what that is? Like, I know you're more newer than me to this, but I'm just going to get your look at it.
Yeah, so coming in again, when I first went into the series, I was very new. It's been a year or so plus of me, hyper fixating on this series, so I know now. But holy cow, when I went into this, I didn't know the Mechanicum was its own little basically branch of the military. Like there's Imperial and there's Space Marines and then there's Mechanicum. I thought Mechanicum was just tech support, legitimately just supplemental because of how they're used in the games and how I've seen them in the lore videos. But then I'm like, wait, whoa, they are almost totally independent of the Imperium of Man, which was which was made it really fun as a reader getting into this and getting the nitty gritty of the politics of we kind of hey Emperor, what's up, dude? We're gonna acknowledge you, but we're gonna definitely worship the machine god.
Well, yeah. So so to just throw it out there, they're from it's Mars, right? Mars. That's where they come from. Mars is their home planet, and they're people though. They're not lizard people, whatever. They're humans who probably in the past have migrated to Mars. But yeah, it's a whole nother culture. You know what I mean? It's not like you said, it's not like, hey, on Earth, we have this place that does our IT. It's they are IT in a sense, but it's a whole nother world, a whole nother culture that in the past, before the events in this book take place, interacted with the Emperor and kind of made a loose alliance with Terra. And as the book you'll see, and it's great, and because it gives you that duality where you can figure out what you believe is real, because some people see it as, oh, this is how it should be. We are bringing our brothers, cousins of humanity back. But other people feel that it's more of a mafia situation where it's hey, do this, because if you don't, I'm going to do what I want to anyway. You know what I mean? So, and it's so cool to see how the politics collide. And similar to the heresy, it's people believe this, and then that's why they go with Horus. People believe that, and that's why they go with the Big E. But there is no clear good and bad. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can see it from any angle in a sense. But yeah, so they're pretty much a bunch of people who love machines, obviously, but they worship this god called the Omnissiah, which is totally anathema to what the Emperor's about. But the Emperor knew that he needed these people to keep his war machine running, so they kind of loosely lets them okay. And most of them think that he is the Omnissiah. He is the physical representation of the Omnissiah, because he can do some cool shit. As we'll see, he'll do some cool shit with machines. So I'd be I might buy it, you know what I mean? But other people don't feel he is. Other people feel he's a tyrant who locked them into a bad deal, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So, and we'll see that as we go. And that kind of makes the rift of what happens here in this book and how those people take their sides. So with that, we talk about the Treaty of Olympus, all right? Mm-hmm. And that's the big thing. So I just want to go over that before we start, because I'll mention it, but they don't really go deep into it. So the Emperor comes on the Mars on his big ship, and all, as we'll see, and he displays some supernatural powers over the machines. And this made many of them believe that he was the Omnissiah, which is their god of machines, right? So the deal he made with Mars was Mars is going to give them cool gear, and the Mechanicum could lay claim to any technology found during the Crusade, which that's what they want. They're they get boners when they find a new microwave and all, you know what I mean? So
toaster? Is that a fucking toaster?
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it allowed them to be spiritual, which defies the imperial truth, but he was cool to that because he knew he got a good deal. So using his leverage as their god, the Emperor banned certain tech. So no AI, no warp, goofy stuff, and no manipulation of the gene code. So in this world, years ago, there was a war with machines that were AI. So they were called the Men of Iron. So this is, thousands of years ago. But guess who was around back then? The Emperor. So he knows he don't want no AI in his new kingdom. So he bans AI. He bans them messing with warp stuff because he don't want them looking into warp because it's bad. But also they might find out that he's been doing dealings with the warp. So that's all banned. So that's their deal. It's you give us stuff as we go out and we find cool things, mainly STCs and stuff like that. We'll give them to you, but you can't delve into this area. and other people feel that as like, like a libertarian, but like freedom, I want to look into everything, and knowledge is power and all. So some people don't believe in that, and that's where you see this rift happening. You know what I mean? So okay, that's all the notes I have, so we can get rolling. All right, so another cool thing, like there are always little things in this book. So instead of chapters being like chapter 1, it starts out like here. The first chapter name is 0.01. So like, just so little, just little like nuggets of like funny text stuff. You know what I mean? Like it can't just be chapter 1. It's got to be like binary like stuff. So, all right. So the book opens up. You don't know a time frame at all, but you're watching this guy named Verticorda, who's in a knight. So we kind of know what knights are. They're just titans, but they're not that big. They're I got a picture one here. So he's big, but it's a one-man titan. So he's inside his knight. They call him mounts. Him and his boys are kind of patrolling, whatever you want to say. But they're walking around this area, and they notice that it starts raining, right? Which is like crazy. It hasn't rained. I think it said it hasn't rained there in living memory, right? So they're walking down this slope and all, and there's a bunch of like these tech people like hulling around and walking all over. He looks up and he sees them like go on the ridge, and then all of a sudden a golden light bursts from the sky, and pretty much they describe it like a floating city, and he's amazed. So he's a knight. He's not tech priest, but they're all into this stuff. So he's like amazed that this thing could be even floating, right? It's the biggest thing he's ever seen. It's kind of similar to the Dark Angels book where we have like, this floating city. They describe it your standard, he mentions like, everything looked like it was made by an artisan, you know what I mean? It's not just like pumped out of a machine, a factory, whatever. It's like, it's amazing. And it's so huge, right? So it lands. The knights enter the caldera where it lands, kind of like a valley, you know what I mean? And they spread out into a combat spread in case some shit goes down, right? The scale of the thing dawned on him when he's like, it's larger than any of the forged temples. It's larger than any titans he's ever seen. It's the biggest thing you ever could possibly see. So a door opens, a golden figure,
Ramp.
blah, blah,
Golden
blah, blah.
figure.
Yeah, ramp, all that stuff, right? So before that they mentioned like, so this knight he's in, it's called Ares Lictor, you know what I mean? So it's got a bad knee, you know what I mean? Like over years of using, it's got this weird knee, and the tech priest can't WD-40 it enough. They can't lube it up, you know what I mean? It still works, you know what I mean? But he notices like I said, we've gone this before, like they're like plugged into the machine, but they're also over years of it, they kind of become like one. So it knows its aches, its pains, all this stuff, right? So as the golden figure approaches, the golden guy kind of like comes up to the knight and looks at him, and he like hones in on the knee, and he says, machine, heal thyself. And all of a sudden, the knee, it's good. You know what I mean? He's like, oh man, my knee thing, it's unfixable for years, but now it's repaired instantly, So the knights are blown away. All the onlookers are blown away. And he's like, who are you? And obviously he says, I'm the emperor. At that moment, Verticorda knew the truth, and all the knights knelt. So that's kind of like when obviously the emperor first came to Mars. It doesn't say that, but you can figure that out. And then that's where like this whole thing of like, this guy is the Omnissiah. He just magically healed the machine. You know what I mean? So they don't tell you this, but this is like 200 years before the events of the book, pretty much, when the emperor first came. So that's giving you a little glimpse of when he first came, and then all the wheeling and dealing starts, you know what I mean, of how how their Tree of Olympus kind of comes into fruition in a sense.
I appreciate the haste in the storytelling. So like this is like the prologue. We want to like, how do you create like this diehard fanatical like faction in a planet that's not even connected to Terra, that doesn't believe what Terra believes, but they still manage to be like, hey, how did they like, why are they so for Big E? And then you're like, oh, like no, he's literally God to them. Like he went like, you were healed, and then they were like, oh, saw that, that's real.
Yeah, so I mean, so And in one angle, he could be the Omnissiah. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like no one really knows for sure, but he's doing, I would say, Omnissiah-esque
Things.
stuff. You know, he's healing machines that they couldn't heal or whatever. You know, and healing's a weird word I feel for machines. You know what I mean? Like,
I know, right?
Heal thyself. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I go to my Corolla.
Heal, yeah. Your
Like,
flat tire, like heal.
Yeah, I will say though, like Mechanicum wise, I relate the most to in the sense of like dystopian fiction, like people who are like all they have are technology, because they explain like they're isolated, right? They're isolated from Terra because of like the Dark Age and whatever, and so they only had like science, and so they were like, I'm going to only worship science because this is all I got. And
yeah,
as like a dystopian society, that's pretty believable. Like you're like, hey, like we're gonna hail the machine god because if I don't start my diesel engine, I will literally die.
I'm dead. Yeah. So you might like what else would you do if you needed your generator run and you're like, well, you know, I put oil in it, but it's not working. But this one time I whispered a prayer to it and it started. So like, hey, because it's so cool how niche they get with it. Because like in art and other things, like I mean, like there was a video a while ago of a short video of arming of a space marine, and it was like and like they hold like the weapon in reverence, and they're like they got the little like Catholic like incense burner. It's like so cool. Like so there's these machine or these guns and armor. It's like sacred holy relics to these guys. You know what I mean? Like I love it. I mean, like
no, it's awesome storytelling.
I don't play the Mechanicum faction in the game, but I love the aesthetic. I love the look. I love the whole idea, like how like it's so fanatical about, you know, a toaster or and they'll do like jokes like that sometimes. That you know, like how they'll get fanatic over like, you know, like literally like, you know, a drill or whatever. They're like, you know, how it's got candles burning on it and incense and prayers to like turn the fucking drill on. It's so cool. All right, so let's move on. So I get section 1, book 1 is called Principia Mechanicum, and this chapter is 1.01. All right, so we meet Dahlia Cythera. That was a picture I found of her. She is like she's not in the Mechanicum yet per se, but she's kind of like a Mechanicum, like we'll say, what's the word when you work but you're not getting paid? What's it called?
Intern.
Intern, kind of like that. All right, so we see her being rescued or escorted in a sense by I hit the wrong button. By these people. So this is a protector, a Mechanicum protector. So here actually is some John Blanche art. This is John Blanche's idea of protector. So they're kind of like bodyguards in the Mechanicum. You're going to hear words like Scutari and protector, and we'll explain them all. But it's a G-enhanced, jacked up dude who has weapons for arms, and it's pretty much like the bodyguard. The big boss dudes on Mars, the adepts who were like in charge, have these people to protect them. Now they're not machines; they have like brains and all, but they're like, you know, machine like. They all wear face masks and stuff like that, and you know they're human but not fully human. You know what I mean? All right, so she was imprisoned by her Magos for enhancing the inner workings of her cogitator. So her cogitator, I think, is like kind of like her machine brain in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, so she was like punished for doing that, and some reason she's being escorted out of the cell, right, by these protectors that she has no idea who they are. You know what I mean? But they end up taking her out of this Librarium Technologica where she works, and this is on Earth or Terra. This is not on Mars. So she's in trouble. She was doing some things she couldn't do, as we'll see. Like they're all about tech, but they're not about advancing tech. It's like to stay the same, pray, fix the thing, but don't make the thing better, because that's what Dahlia was doing. She was making her cogitator better, and she got in prison for it. And we find out later that she was going to be killed for that. Magos Lug, her boss, would have killed her. But anyway, she's saved. She has no lie. She has no idea what's going on, but these big beefed up dudes come and take her away, and he protests, but they like, you know, tell him, hey, you know, someone higher than you says don't worry about it, right? So she's kind of chatting with these protectors, and there's a bunch of them, and they're all called Romu 31. That's what they say. They don't, you know, they all have masks. They all have like brass or metal, like skull looking faces with glowing eyes and all, but they can speak through their mask, and they're all called Romu 31, right? They were sent to rescue her from her imprisonment by the order of their master high adept, Corel Zeth. So She's called the Mistress of the Magma City, and for unknown reasons, she wants her alive, and they're going to take her with her to Mars. So that's the scene we see loading on the ship, and they start getting they leave the Earth, and then they're going to go to Mars. All right, so then we jump to 3 Knights of Tyrannus, or is it Tyrannus? Tyrannus. Okay, so that was the guy we saw in the beginning, Verticorda. That's his like crew, you know what I mean? So, and they're out patrolling. So a lot of what these things are on Mars, you have these Titan houses and knights, and it's kind of like old school, like feudal style. So the high adepts have, we'll say, the castle, which is the forge, and then they give power, like in the sense of like actual like power, like whatever nuclear power, fuel to these knight and Titan houses to protect them, because they're always quarreling and stuff like that. So these knights are out on a routine like patrol, and they're like taking out some, they call them feral servitors. So we all know what servitors are.
Crazy concept.
Yeah. So it turns out that sometimes the servitor process doesn't work. Like, oh man, like this guy's no good at making pancakes. So and they just like throw them out into the wastes of Mars, but they don't necessarily die, and they form these little bands, and they need like juice to live. So they're near your forge, and they're like, trying to like break into the forge so they can suck some electricity out of it. So these knights are out there like, like it's kind of like, like the homeless servitors of Mars, and they're like, they're clearing them out with, very little empathy. You know what I mean? They're just like,
well, like you gotta remember, you got pancake flipping John,
yeah.
And then you have super Mechanicum Knight who was touched by Space Jesus.
Yeah.
Like putting them down like they're dogs. It's just so funny. And he's like, "Oh, I'm on dog patrol again."
Yeah. They're not super excited about it, because like they have been used in other senses for the Great Crusade, but now they're back on their planet, and they're doing like, they're just like taking out the trash, like, oh, whatever. But all right, so the Knights of Tyrannus are described as they're in midnight blue. Their livery is midnight blue, and their crest is a wheel encircling a lightning bolt. So just to give you a little background on what. So we have Maven, Cronus, and Old Stater. That's the 3 knights, or the 3 knight pilots. And they're in different knights. I have their names here, but it's kind of like it starts getting convoluted with all these knights. They're all like Latin names.
There's a lot of names in this one.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when they do that world building thing, and they're like throwing a lot of like lieutenants and stuff at you.
Yeah.
And you don't know who's important. That was a little overwhelming.
But this one, I also found myself going back to the what they call it,
the glossary.
The cast of characters, you know what I mean? The dramatis personae. Yeah. So I found myself going back to that. But if you're listening to this, we'll let you know who the important people are. You know what I mean? But like,
don't worry about it.
Yeah. So okay. So all 3 of these knights have won honors during the Great Crusade, but now they are, like I said, cleaning up on servitor duty. So they are not too happy about it, but where are we at? Hold on. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, so they have a lustrous history during the Great Crusade, and they're bickering back and forth about how they used to be cool, and now the War Master is calling for the big Titans, and the Great Crusade is almost over, and all this stuff. But they're checking out their roving the waste, looking for their feral servitors, and they're British guarding this reactor facility of their vassal, who is a guy named Magos Pluvian Maximal. So like I said, it's a feudal kind of arrangement where they do work for him and as the knights, and then they can get power from their lord, which would be the adept in this case. All right. So everything seems normal, but then all of a sudden Maven picks up like this, like something big and like a spider like on his auspex. And he's going to go investigate that, but we don't see that right now. All right, so now we're back with Dahlia. She's staring in wonder through the windows. They're not windows. They're actually called photomalleable steel. So it's this like pretty much it's metal that if you give it a certain frequency, you can see through it. So she's looking through like the wall pretty much of the ship, and she is seeing what's called the Ring of Iron, and it's a giant shipyard that's above Mars. So now she's above Mars, and she's seeing like kind of like I have here the background of what an artist rendition of what Mars would look like at this time period, but. So this is the Ring of Iron, where like the OG fleets for the Great Crusade were built. Romeu drops a couple little Easter eggs, mentions that it used to be the biggest shipyard, but soon Jupiter. It used to be the build of ships, but then soon Jupiter is going to take that title because they're building a ship called the Furious Abyss, which it's cool. But then I thought I remember in the last book that it was secret. That's what I was like. I was like, wait, hold on. That doesn't sound very secret. If this bodyguard knows about it, like just some dude.
I get it though, because I feel like Mechanicum, they roll by different rules, and like what happens in Mechanicum world is like Mechanicum shit, but like they don't tell the Astartes that stuff. They don't tell like.
Yeah, I guess
the admin people, but it was weird. It was jarring because you're like,
because I was like, man, this is that was like one of the big parts of that book is like this is all built in secret. No one knows this ship even exists. You know what I mean? But yeah, maybe like on the Mars WhatsApp, they're all like, yo, dude, guess what? I'm building the biggest ship ever.
Gate guard over here. He's like, yeah, my buddy's stationed on the Furious Abyss. What's that? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, dude. It's secret. It's gonna be big though.
It's gonna be big.
Going to be huge. All right, so they start descending to Mars. I got a cool little thing of how like Mars is described. So Dahlia saw the surface of Mars in all its glory, vast cities of steel, larger and more magnificent than any of the hives of Terra, reared up from the surface, gargantuan behemoths that vomited fire and smoke into the sky. It was called the Red Planet, but precious little remained of the surface that could be identified as that hue. Mountains had been clad in metal and light, and cities and districts perched on the peaks and plateau of the world named for a long-forgotten god of war. Glittering streams of light twisted and snarked through the few areas of cratered wilderness between the unimaginably vast contributions. Transit routes and maglev lines and towering pyramids of glass and steel reared up like tombs of forgotten kings. So
beautiful.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's like, I had this picture here, and like that's how I think of it. It's like it's endless cities you can see from space, but not in cities because that's like more like Terra. It's like endless factories that you can see from space and billowing smoke, and the atmosphere is like, no, you cannot breathe the air. The atmosphere is toxic. I forgot to mention that they mentioned at the very beginning when the Emperor comes. That guy looks, he's like, this guy's not even wearing a fucking mask. Like, how's he fucking breathing this shitty air?
I love Space Jesus out here just huffing fumes.
Yeah. All right, so the ship takes her to a giant volcano. It's called Arsaia Mons. Another weird one. You can go back to the map if you want to see where we're at, but it's not that big a deal. You know what I mean? But all right, and they're moving towards the magma city. Twisting roadways, industrial complex, hives, landing fields. So you just got this picture of just like, endless urban sprawl. The ship lands, and door open, and she notices like how it's like insanely hot. Like, she's like, oh shit, she like just landed in fucking Florida in July. But the Romeu 31 guy kind of says, well, yeah, like you're lucky we have our fucking air exchangers on or heat exchangers on. You know what I mean? Like they'll throw these through this whole book, they throw these like little like snippets of like talking about how the technology, you know what I mean, like how it works and what it does and all this stuff. But so, and this is a little hint to Dahlia. So Dahlia, he says heat exchanger, and Dahlia is like, oh well, it must work like XYZ. And he's kind of taken back that she even knows that. He's like, how would you know that? And she's like, oh, I read it like, a fucking couple years ago. So we got to kind of hint into like what Dahlia is all about. So she was working at a library in a sense. And what they did there was they would just extrapolate information from ancient Terra, far off worlds. But she, the best way I kind of describe it is like she has like kind of like a photographic memory. Like she reads something and then she can like just recall it back.
Yeah, it was later. Like, but she has like a savantism of like she can deduce in a world that has no creativity. She has creativity, is what I kind of like.
Yeah, well, yeah. But this part I was thinking of her memory, but yeah, that's another thing. Like she like I think they say like she understands how machines work when everyone else in the Mechanicum is just like, open the instructions, follow the instructions, and then pray that it works. But she can she goes deeper. I mean, it's common knowledge for people, for us, that's what you do. Like if you have engineers to figure stuff out, but in this world, they're engineers not trying to figure stuff out. They're just making it work like it's always worked. And to figure it out to make it work better is heresy. Like you can't do that.
You're gonna die.
You're gonna die. So, all right. So the last thing on Dahlia here is so she doesn't know why she's there, and she starts to get this little ping of fear of what is her purpose here? Is it for nefarious reasons? Okay, then we jump back to Maven and the boys on their nights. So Maven saw something on his auspex, and then the transformer explodes. So you ain't got no power in your whole neighborhood for a while. And so it's super bright, but he's got the dimming and all. But just through the brightness, he sees the enemy. It's huge spherical and armored with many metallic tentacles, but it quickly vanishes. So he sees something big. And this is not something that the stupid servitors would have. You know what I mean? Something is up here. He gets hit by a bunch of servitors who take some of his shields out. So he's kind of dealing with that. He deals with them, and then he follows that explosion. He repairs the fire as the weapon tentacles turn to face Maven. Both weapons fire at the same time. Maven's weapon destroying an arm, but it took a shot straight to the chest. Hold on once. All right. Ease. All right. So anyway, he sees the enemy, but he's got to take care of some smaller guys. And then he eventually follows the enemy behind where it was. And then he sees it, and they're kind of fighting. You know what I mean? He's taking some laser hits. It's taking some laser hits. But before anything else, he's calling his buddies. Before anything else really happened, the reactor explodes. So I mean, I'm sure it's a big thing. I don't know. It doesn't say nuclear reactor, but that's what I think of when I think of reactor. So the reactor explodes, and then we jump back to Dahlia. All right. So Dahlia's amazed at the wondrous city they're driving through. So when she lands, they're picked up on this car that's they describe it like a centipede. You know what I mean? So in my head, I picture an old style, because it's Mechanicum and it's goofy, old style, Cadillac looking thing with no wheels. It's it's a bunch of legs, and then it's got the servitor welded into the front always. You know what I mean? But they go it goes into great detail what this thing looks like. You know what I mean? It's super cool. It rides on feet in a sense. You know what I mean? So it's it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? So the streets teem with people, menials, servitors, tech adepts, all with this number grid representing the symbol of Zeth. So obviously machines, binary, all these people who work for Zeth have this number grid on it that kind of like Sudoku, no matter which way you go, it adds up to, I think it was 34. It's not super important, but that's they're it's kind of like the logo, the logo of Coral Zeth. They move towards the forge, precisely machined blocks of silver steel etched with geometric patterns akin to a circuit board. The journey ends up on a ramp onto a marble plinth where the robed adepts wait, led by a tall, slender adept with a lithe, muscular physique in a cloak of golden red bronze. I have a picture of her from John. I think it was John Blanche. That's not John Blanche, but no. So there is what someone thinks of when they think of Coral Zeth. Her body sheathed in a flexible skin of bronze armor. Her face was hidden behind a mask and goggles with steam puffing from a rebreather. I wrote sexy Mechanicum because they talk about, she mentions what is it? That you couldn't tell if she was fully human, but you could definitely tell that she was female. Accentuate her thighs and the swell of her breasts and all. So it's weird because why would they care about that stuff? You know what I mean? I mean, I get it for a reader but they think of their thoughts. You know what I mean? What the hell?
It's all utility, except she needs a rack.
Yeah, yeah. And then also another thing is as she gets closer to Dahlia, little puffs of perfume come out. You know what I mean? So it's which is cool. I like it because the part of the coolness of Mechanicum is like that. As much as they are like linked to the machine, each one of them has their own varying level of humanity that they want to hang on to. You know what I mean? Some don't want it all. They don't want it, but others are like, oh, I'm not going to put my face into a metal mask. I want to look like a person. And this lady, obviously, like, I want to still look feminine. I want to, you know, puff perfume, and my golden or my bronze bodysuit needs to be, you know, accentuate my hot thighs and rack. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe that's how she wants to do it. You know what I mean? But so she walks up and she blurts out some binary. So this is the thing you'll see a lot. They, you know, they're machines. So like they talk to each other a lot of times in binary. But obviously for the story to progress, they have to switch over. So me and you can read what they're talking. But she blurts in binary. Dahlia's like, I don't understand, you know, any binary. So there's like it says she tilts her head and there's like a little whirring of clicks and she starts talking. So I thought that's cool. Like, you know, like she's like has to like, you know, calibrating.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
hello.
let me switch my Google Translate to human.
So it says her voice was raspy and like they were dredged from the little used linguistic memory. So it's like she speaks, but it's like rusty because she probably doesn't, you know, she's like, oh, okay, like we haven't done this in years, you know what I mean? So this is cool. So I guess I put her, see how smart she is, and she if what she's heard is real, she asked her about the ideal gas law. I found that hilarious. I know what that is.
I remember I was like, well, I could be in the Mechanicum. I know that.
I know. I could be in the Mechanicum because she said that right about the temperature and volume and all. I was like, holy shit.
Inversely proportional.
Oh, yeah. Everyone listening probably it's an inside joke.
They're like, why do you fucking
it's so funny that I was like, of all the things they can talk about, I was like, oh god, that's so funny. I know what that is. That's insane. All right, so and then she's like, you know, she's like, who are you? I'm Coral Zeth. How do you know me? And then Zeth is like, tells her, you know, who her parents were, blah blah blah, all this stuff. And she's like, man, like, how the hell do you know that? You know what I mean? And she's like, well, all these mechanic people have, they call it electu. It's like an electronic, we'll say, tattoo. So, yeah, whatever, in a hand, whatever like that. You know what I mean? But normally it's like for biometric scanning, like, you know, oh, I want to get into this room. But Coral Zeth mentions, like, she's like, I read all that through your electu, and she's like, how did you do that? And he's like, oh, I have this like cool new way. As I'll say later, I kind of call it like fucking like, it's like she makes Wi-Fi kind of.
Yeah.
I call it the new sphere. You know what I mean? But like, so Coral Zeth, as we see, is already different. She's doing things that, you know, advancing things, changing things, which, you know, could be seen as heresy. But this is what she wants Dahlia for. She wants to, you know, she has an idea to change some things. All right. She pretty much tells her that she brought her there because she knows how machines work. She understands that Dahlia can understand how machines work. She's curious and acts on that curiosity. And that can be a dangerous thing in Martian society. She tells her that you're going to help me perfect my greatest work, the Akashic Reader. That's what she's there for. So, and we jump to the next chapter. All right. So now we're like in a conference room in a sense, but on a grand scale. I think we're like in a hangar kind of with Titans because they're in the background. Yeah. But it's a conference of the Legios emissaries. It's taking place in the volcanic fortress of Legio Tempestus in Arceus Mons. So there we go. Go back to the if you want. Anyway, you're inside a volcano right now. You're inside a volcano.
it's the Incredibles. Volcano layer.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
So pretty much there's a lot of division growing on Mars between the different Legios because they're not all buddies, but they're not like straight out, you know, like enemies, but they squabble. You know what I mean? They go back and forth. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. So we see Lord Commander Verticorda. So now that's the guy who met the Emperor. Now it's been years. He's like he called the meeting. He's like a respected OG dude because he's been around and he met the fucking Emperor. You know what I mean? So he's flanked by Lord Commander Cotrix, who's the master of the Knights of Tyrannus. And he's kind of like his best buddy. So they call this meeting, right? The latest insult to an adept of Mars was bringing Legio houses close to open confrontation, which has not happened for uncounted centuries. So they're worried that, which I found funny because it's like they mentioned how they squabble and fight. So like they already fight, but I guess like they're seeing it come to a point where it's going to be like, yeah, your knights shoot at my knights and all, but like we're getting to a point where like the warlord is going to come out. You know what I mean? And like, these things are like, they can destroy cities, you know what I mean? Like, so we got to talk about this stuff. So, we meet, we also meet Lord Cavallero watching the others enter the assembly. He's tall and wiry, so thin his uniform falls from him. The results of years as princeps of Victorix Magma Warlord Titans. I have a picture here of the Warlord Titan.
Sweet.
And then I have this, actually. I think that's cool. So here, okay, so here's what we're looking at. See, this guy down here is a Space Marine. And then a Dreadnought. And then the Warlord Titan is right here, this big green one. So, like, the scale is, like, insane. And then the biggest boy is here. You don't really see too many of these. You know what I mean? But, so that's kind of cool. I thought I'd share the scale. But they mentioned that, so this guy, Caballero, he mentions how he used to fit in his uniform, but now he's like, because he's always plugged into the damn machine, he's like, withering away to nothing. His thoughts drift to being in command of Deus Tempest, which is the biggest Titan they have sitting up there watching over them all. And that's like, it hasn't moved in centuries and all, but like, he's like, hoping that, it'd be so cool because all these guys just like, they're like psychos. All they want to do is like get in their machines and like just fucking destroy. Like that's what they think about all day is like, I blow shit up, fucking, destroy everything. So he wants to be alongside his brothers fighting under the command of Lord Gilliman instead of being sitting here doing this BS. You know what I mean? His daydream's broken up by some movement. The last Legio to come to this meeting has finally arrived, and that's Legio Mortis. So I think we've seen them before, or at least we've seen their because are they the Deus Irae? Is that their thing?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
sure. We can do some homework, but yes, that Legio Mortis it definitely rings a bell, but they throw a lot of names at us, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, you see Mortis, you're like, oh, these guys are the bad guys. Like Mortis, death. You know what I mean? So. All right, so we meet Princess Camula, who is from Mortis, which I hate how they do this. Camula, Cavallero, it's like so like close, you know what I mean? Like, can't we just like Ted and Steve? So I get it's not as cool, but like it was hard, you know what I mean? To get like, a lot of times I'm like, who was that? Damn, go back.
Anyway. I write that one down. Yeah. All
right, so they enter and immediately he's grilled by Lord Commander Cautrix, insisting they conduct the attack on the reactor, damaging one of his knights. So he like, hey, what the fuck, calls him out. Big Dog Lord Cavallero admires Cautrix's nerve at dressing down the senior princeps because this guy is in command of a knight, but Kamalo's like the big boss dude in charge of the Warlord Titan. So he's like, man, this guy's got some balls, like calling him down. People have been killed for less, they say, actually. Both Mortis and Tempestus have been long rivals, and with the destruction of Adept Maximal's forge, it would leave Mortis the undisputed masters of the region. The region's called Tharsis. So they're not. He thinks there's no proof, but he thinks he did it because of that. Because if they take out the reactor, now they got more power. They're really in control of the whole area. So they're pretty much calling each other out. You know what I mean? The wise Verticorta steps in to quiet things down because it's getting out of hand, ensuring that this is not trial. We're just we're all friends here. We're trying to discuss the trouble of the Tharsis region. Verticus nods over to the sitting adept Maximal, who's like over there chilling. He's like the guy who got his damn reactor blown up, and he mentions on here about it. Adept Maximal, his complement machine frame breathed in icy puffs of air vented from the layers of thermal barrier fabrics that cooled the spinning data wheels that made up the bulk of his body. His head was an oblong helmet of gold fitted with a multitude of lenses upon telescopic armatures, and a morass of sheathed coolant cables emerged from beneath his robes like black tentacles, upon which sat hololithic plates streaming with glowing lines of data. I had to read that 3 times to understand what, like, so he's like a machine. You know what I mean? Like his body is made of like
tentacle coils and
dude, it was like crazy. You know what I mean? So So we have Coral Zeth, who looks like a model, and then we have other adepts who look like fucking a trash truck or something. And they all have everything's covered with their robes. You know what I mean? Like all right, so the Mortis guy saying, hey, they didn't do anything. Why would they attack an honorable adept like Adept Maximal? Aren't we all servants of the War Master? He says. So he says, servants of the War Master. Cavallero like stands up today. Like, what do you mean? He's like, you mean the Emperor, right? Like, what are you talking about? Cavallero's like, hey, come on, man, you're like splitting hairs here. You know what I mean? Like, like, yeah, of course. They're one and the same. You know what I mean? Like, But he does say some, he cuts him down. He's like, oh, well, the War Master's the one out there doing the work while the Emperor went back to his freaking palace. You know what I mean? So like, it's a little like, what's the word? Like overt for my taste. Like, like it's like, you just, I like him saying War Master, but like they went a little overboard when he started cutting down the Emperor, like saying, call him like, pussy. Right, and I'm just like, all right, dude. Yeah, we get it.
We're 9 books in. We know what you're about, son.
Yeah. All right, so Cavallero is seeing the growing divide between the adepts of Mars. So even the adepts here are like picking sides, and they don't necessarily fight. They want their knights and their titans to be like, hey man, like I don't like that guy, But he refuses to go to war for differences of opinion, which have always been above the squabbles and Mechanicum. So the adepts are always like bickering each other and try to undercut each other, but the knights and the titans have been like the bulwark. They're always been like, look, we're stable. We're not, he stole your new idea for a fucking Instapot. I'm not going to go fucking blow his forge up. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So all right, go. So Mortis Kamula guy claims that they are slaves to Terra. They're promised freedom, the chance to reclaim our Martian empire. He says a storm is coming where our neutrality will not stand. You all will need to choose a side. Choose right or be devoured. So, shit, man, it kind of puts it out there. You know what I mean? So he uses the word slave to Terra. You know what I mean? So that's where I think a lot of the schism here is coming from, is like, that's where, at least with the Martian people, like they feel like, the War Master is against, let's say the War Master is against the Emperor, and I've always thought of the Emperor as an asshole because he made us slaves, you know what I mean, like to pump out his machine guns and all, you know what I mean, and we can't go research what we want to research, you know what I mean? So, all right, so we go back to Dahlia. So Dahlia, she's frustrated trying to decipher some 1,000-year-old adept schematics, and she's got her like little crew now. We meet her crew. We have Melisyn, who's a middle-aged woman, pretty much. Zaush, who's like a little, like a dwarf, I guess. Like he's like, he's like a little swarthy, like robust kind of dude. Severine, who's a pale-skinned woman with a tight ponytail. She's like, like some kind of HR lady. And then you have Caxton, who's like he's young, but he's not. Dahlia's only like 13 or something, I think, in this, or something, 15 maybe, or something like that. So yeah. Caxton's another like youth. So that's like the crew that Zeth has assembled in a sense and says, hey, I need you to take this schematics for a prototype that we found in a fucking cave somewhere by some old ancient dude, and I want you to make this work. It's called the Theta Wave Enhancer. I give you 7 days to make it work. Like that's that's kind of like, it's like the interview for their job. You know what I mean? Like, hey, if you guys want to work here at this cool place and all this cool stuff, because they're all like low-level Mechanicum people. They're not even like, considered like adepts or anything. They're just like, they're not servitors, you know what I'm saying? They got brains and all and stuff, but they're like low-level, entry level, you know what I mean? So they want to come up in the world, and this is a great way for them to come up. All right, so they struggle to decipher the notes, but Dahlia is a whiz. She figures out the device's intention. It's allowed a person to tap into unused areas of the brain. She just figured this out, just like, like this is kind of her thing. Like she just like can see things differently and understand how machines work where someone else would not. All right. We jump to Adept Zeth and Adept Maximal, the guy who got his place blown up. They're kind of hanging out, talking. they're talking about Dahlia. They think that, do they really think Dahlia can create this device? And Zeth does believe so. She believes her brain is in tune to the Akasha. She unconsciously taps the wellspring of knowledge within the Akasha through the ether. So the ether is the warp, but I don't know what the Akasha is. Like I don't
is that like, so when I obviously like Dahlia's thrusted onto us, and you're like, all right, so she's special. She has protagonist energy, and you're like, what makes her special? These guys give us a little taste, and so what we call like savantism, they call like in touch with the mission. And then they said the ether, and then the kasha or whatever. It's like, to me, Mechanicum warp, or like that in touch with the Mechanicum, I don't know, god spirits. Like they whisper to her.
Like the Omnissiah talks to her somehow.
They like kind of like whisper to her, and so she's able to, and what we would call critical thinking, they would call like whispered to by the
that makes sense. I guess that's it. Yeah, you know what I mean. But just through the ether, and the guy's like, "What do you mean? Why are you saying ether? You mean warp?" And she's like, "Yeah, but you don't like." It's funny. It's like it's like PC knowledge or PC language. You're like, well, I don't want to say warp.
Warp. We're saying warp. Whoa, bro. We're at work.
That'll get us banned. You know what I mean? So the conversation turns to his facility. She's like, "Hey, man, I heard your shit got blown up. What's going on?" I heard Legio Mortis did it, and he doesn't think Legio Mortis did it. He thinks a guy named Lucas Crom, who's another bigwig adept. He's like, I think he's responsible. He's rumored to be building a sentient machine, and the rumors we see on the net whisper a name called Kaban. So that'll come, like, it's not huge, but that'll come into play later. But yeah, so the word is that he's making a which is bad. That's not allowed. Sentient machines are not allowed. No,
you think? Yeah, you think saying warp is bad?
Oof. Yeah, no AI. You know what I mean? All right, so they talk a little bit more about the Kaban word being linked to ancient Egypt and Horus, and it's like, I thought it was important, but I'm like, it's just, just they do this a lot to like talk about, and everything's like, it's not Egyptian, it's Egyptian. The one of her buddies, Dahlia's buddies, is not from America. She's from Mercia. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't know if they get sued or something or what, but it just find it's funny. You know what I mean? So, all right. So, but I do mention, he adds proof that they think something's up because he says Regulus, so is returning to the Sol system, but instead of heading to Terra like he normally would, like go report what's going on, he's coming to Mars first. So this guy Maximal thinks there's some shady shit going on because Regulus should be probably heading straight to Terra to go report what's going on, and he's like, nah, I'm gonna take a quick stop, Mars. And you remember who Regulus is, right?
Oh yeah,
Regulus is like, he's like Horus's Mechanicum rep.
Mechanicum, you know I mean? Yeah. He is the Erebus is comes to mind. He's like the Erebus of the Mechanicum.
Kind of, yeah. But like his title though is like all these legions have like a rep, you know what I mean? So it's like, this is my Del rep, you know what I mean? Like this is my Mechanicum rep for my legion, you know what I mean? So he normally probably makes trips back to the Sol system, but this guy finds it weird that he is going to Mars first before reporting straight to the council, and the Emperor, I guess you'd say, you know what I mean? But so,
all right. So I beef with Regulus though. I
mean, he's like, you'll see more about him. He's kind of a dirtbag, you know what I mean? So. All right, so 1.04. So this is a cool page 81 to 83. I'm not going to read it, obviously, but if you are reading the book, this is a cool description of Mars. It goes through a couple of pages of, we're kind of panning over this place, Olympus Mon, which is like the main forge, and it's a really good description. And then we meet Fabricator General Kelver Hall. So we've seen him before. I can't remember which books. They mentioned him a couple of times. He popped his head in anyway, but he's like, it's like he's the president king of Mars. He's the top fucking adept fabricator guy, right? And he's staring out at this vast forge complex, and he's totally unfazed. He sees towering factories, worker has machines, machine shops. Olympus Mon covers 1,000 times square kilometers of Mars surface. So they are saying this to show you like that he's so machine that he's just looking out at this cool, insane scape, and he's like, yeah, like he's like updating.
Yeah.
Just the wheel is spinning. All right, so they mentioned the grandest structure of all, the Temple of All Knowledge, the giant pyramid of pink and black marble. The forge was less of a building and more of a region. So it describes like, his forge is so huge that it's not like, one building or two. It's like, it's like a fucking state. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, my forge is fucking Delaware. My forge is fucking, whatever. It's like so gigantic. All right. Most people you think would be proud of that, but old Fabricator General is pretty much 80% augmetic. He's like, there's not much left of him that is human in any way. And he's happy for that. He hates being a human. He does not want to be a human. He watches the multitude of people below offering prayers to the machine god Messiah, who they believe was a real being, a golden figure that last stepped on Mars 200 years ago. So with this, bustling city of people working and all, it's kind of like that vision they had of Horus in the future. There's also, this dude's walking around like all day, just, praying to the machine god, because they believe that's what keeps everything rolling. If they don't do that, like if John, you didn't go out for your prayers today, the fucking plane's gonna fall out of the sky. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. So they mentioned about, all these people praying to the machine god. Well, Kelber Hall thinks that he's a false god who enslaved the Martian priesthood with his lies. And Kelber Hall was there, you know what I mean? Like he was there when this all happened. So it's not like he's hearing his second end. He was there when the Emperor came. So he's got like a genuine beef with this guy, because he wants to reach into he wants to research some dark shit, you know what I mean? And he's like, we're being shackled pretty much, you know what I mean? He also has a lifelike robot bodyguard, what they call it? Automaton. Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Automaton. Yeah. That's a gift from Lucas Crom. So we get little hints that Lucas Crom is doing some weird stuff. That the automaton itself is not bad, but it's like eerily human looking. You know what I mean? Most people on Mars, like, they don't like them. They think human shape is like sacred in a way that you don't like mess with it per se. Like you don't try to replicate it. You can augment it and beef it up, but you don't like try to make your own. And that's what this is saying. Is like he's got this weird like sex doll. You know what I mean?
That can kill people.
It's a bodyguard though, yeah. So he, she, it, whatever it is, alerts him that he's got 4 visitors, 3 adepts, and an ambassador, dark robe Martian ambassador. His name is Melgator. He's augmented, but he's not augmented enough for Kelber Hall's liking. He's like, this guy, he's not really in the fucking club, you know. But he's the ambassador of Mars to Terra. So they say is like he purposely doesn't augment himself too much, because when he goes to Terra, people fucking freak the fuck out. They're like, what the fuck is this thing walking around? You know what I mean? So he tries to find a nice little balance. You know what I mean? All right, with the group is Lucas Crom. He's the guy we've been talking about. He wide-shouldered, mostly machine, metal skull face. And then you have Ertzi Malevolus, red rubber robe. Rubber, I don't know why, whatever. But
Kinky.
Bronze mask with 3 green augmented eyes. He's not super important, but it's cool. I always go to description of what they look like. The last guess is our old friend Regulus. You know what I mean? So you got Regulus, these 2 guys who are pretty much cronies of Kelber Hall, and then you have the ambassador. He welcomes them all. Regulus responds, the other adepts don't, so there's no need. So like it's funny that they're trying to explain. So like they don't say like, hey, hi, I'm here. They are always emanating like electric fields that they can just read. It's like, yep, they're bowing to me. They're giving their right, you know what I mean? But they don't got to speak at all. It's just funny, you know what I mean? It says their acceptance can be read in the subtle fluctuations of their electrical fields. All right, Regulus informs Kelber Hall that new power is emerging from the shadows, offering aid. Horus is taking it. He is a friend of the Mechanicum. He's like, Kelber Hall's like, yeah. I've heard this before from someone else. You know what I mean? When Big E came to Mars and he forced us to bend the knee. He's like, well, how about this? He pulls out a little like metal disc. It's called an STC wafer. And Crom and the other dude are like, cream in their jeans. They're like, oh, STC. These guys go nuts for these things. I remember that one, the one where they talked about it, and Horus shot that dude in the head.
Yep.
The one dude was like, they mentioned STC, and he's like, he's like freaking out. Lights are blinking and all. They're excited. It's from an overthrown fro, the technocracy. That's pretty much the guys who we saw in the other books. You know what I mean? Regulus offers the gift and a promise of alliance of equals, not subservient. Coverhall likes the STC. He says, it says genocides have been fought for STC wafers. Millions have died searching for these. So every little disc, which tell you how to make a fucking microwave or a fucking whatever, an air fryer. And it's like, they'll genocide planets for these STCs.
And it's like a wafer. So like, it doesn't sound like it's the whole thing. It sounds like a Raspberry Pi. It sounds like a little chip.
The way I understand it is, so you have STC, we talked about this before, STC constructs, which were the machines. Those are the most valuable. But in order, so you have this machine that can make anything, or they would take it from Terra and they would plop it down, and then it would build a building. It would, but you have to give it these wafers to build things. Like, this is the wafer to build an oven, and you put it in, and then the ST machine shits out an oven. So these wafers are very important because these guys must have some of the constructs. So this is how they make things with the constructs. That's how I see it. You know what I mean? Like, not as important as the machine per se, but still, like you said, they genocide a whole planet to find,
which is wafer. Fucking hilarious. Because like, flashback, they go to like that one whole community and they're like, hey, nice to have you, by the way, this is our machine that shits out like Volkswagens, and they're like, fuck no, dude.
Like, we're taking that, thank you.
And they were like, what, we had the, like, you gave them to us, like,
like these, we brought these with us, like they came from your planet, and you're like, oh well, we need that shit now. You can't have it. All right, so he's no dummy though. Kelber Hall's like, all right, like what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, it's just not a free gift. You know what I mean? We struck out against our own friends, Maximal. So they're saying that they've been, fucking with their own people. Warmaster wants to know his side has control of Mars. No possible counter attack when he reaches the Sol system. So our buddy Regulus is here to be like, hey man, look, we want you on our side, but we need you to make sure that Mars is on our side when it comes down to the, when all the chips fall. Can't have Mars pumping out weapons and all for the Imperium. We need to know that you, as the boss of Mars, are going to get this place in shape, and you're going to be on our side when it comes down to it. You know what I mean? Ambassador Magador finally speaks. We are already doing much, increasing production for the War Master while delaying other forces. What else is he offering? So they're already, you'll see here, they'll talk about more. They're pretty much like, let's say a good guy. The Ultramarines put in a request, like, we need 1,000 guns. And then Sons of Horus is like, we need 1,000 guns. So instead of being like, all right, 500, or like, oh no, we'll give Sons of Horus 1,000 guns. You guys pay delayed shipping, whatever. You
Dude,
know what I mean?
Logistics, man, it's crazy.
Hey man, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
didn't pray on the printer.
Didn't pray hard enough, dude. The gun guy didn't pray hard enough. So sorry, Rabute, your guns are delayed 3 weeks until we can get a new guy in here to pray.
We ran out of incense, so we can't print shit. I don't know, man.
So the Martians are like, look, man, like, we're already, like, what else do you want us to do? Like, you want us to rebel against the whole planet? Like, we need more. So he tells Regulus, says, all right, how about this, man? We're going to open up this thing called the Vaults of Moravec. And that's like, whoa, dude. Full on boner for Kelber Hall, dude. He's like, whoa. And he agrees. But so the Vaults of Moravec is like a long dead adept who is delving into like dark warp stuff. When the Emperor came, he said, know this, know that, and he shut that door. He said, hey, that Moravec guy, no. We're shutting the door. I'm locking it with whatever cipher, blah, blah, blah. And no one's allowed in there. So to these ultimate freedom technology people, that's like, juicy. So he wants, he's a hell yeah, but he's like, how are you going to get in there? And Regulus is like, look, man, what the Emperor knows, the War Master knows. I can get you in there. You know what I mean? I'll get you into the vaults. So he agrees. So he agrees to do this. He pretty much signs up for the heresy now, like fully on. Before he's kind of like, an accomplice, like, oh, I'm diverting funds and I'm doing this and all. But now he's like, yeah, man, I will take over this planet if you get me into the vaults of Moravec, because that's some badass shit. All right, we jump back to Dahlia. Dahlia and crew are working on the device. It's kind of like it resembles they say a grav couch, so it's like a fucking, I don't know, a metal couch kind of thing. You know what I mean? They're working well as a team, but only 2 days remain until the deadline. So they had this part that's giving them a problem. If it's too small, it's going to melt. It's too big, it won't fit through like this little hole, whatever. They're going back and forth. They're going back and forth. They can't figure it out. Dahlia focuses on the drawing and has like some kind of like vision quest thing where she sees the parts like floating, and it, you know, through her savantness, whatever, you know, stuff like that. Like she figures out like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like I figure out what we need. 23 hours later, it's complete. The team are like, yeah, Dahlia, you did it. But Dahlia's cool. Dahlia's like, no, we're all a team. Dahlia's like Dahlia actually is like a good person in all of this. Like she's like actually a genuine good person. You know, very rarely seen in this stuff. You know what I mean? Coral Zeth, you know, pops in. And she's commending them on their work. She explains to them that they are kind of like scared because like, look, we had to like deviate from the plans because the plans didn't work, you know what I mean? And she looks at the new plans. She's like, yeah, old plans, and she rips the old plans up, and they're all like, oh, like what the hell? And she said, no, this is good. The old plans will never have worked. It's not possible. You guys went beyond the slavish Principum Mechanicum and created something new. So the Principum Mechanicum is kind of like their laws. And she's saying is, yes, you broke the Mechanicum's laws in a sense, but that's what I wanted you for. I wanted you guys to think outside the box. It sounds so weird, like that they don't want to do this, but it's just, that's just, they're archaic. It's how they are. But the device, she says, the device will lift the Imperium into a new golden age of science. And we jump to the next chapter. All right, so now we meet a guy named Fabricator Locum Kane. Don't worry about all that names. His name's Kane, right? And Locum just means that he's like a stand-in. You know what I mean? He wasn't elected or given the title, but someone else died and he's a stand-in. His name is Kane, all right? He's tired. He's tired of seeing his boss, Kelbert Hall, less. He never gets to see him anymore. He's tired dealing with Astartes. Straken we meet is a salamander. He's like meeting with him. He's like, and he's bitching. He's like, salamander's like, yo, dude, we need fucking ammo. What the hell's going on? All this stuff. So he's been hearing this stuff for a while, but this time that he meets with Straken is like kind of like, all right, I gotta go talk to Kelbert Hall. Like Straken's telling us that they're digging into the reserves out in the front lines, and this is getting out of hand. Like, you know, he sees the pattern emerging of like certain people are getting screwed and certain people are living the fat life. You know what I mean? So he's like, I got to bring this up to my boss. You know what I mean? Like there's no way around it. Right. So he's going to go take a little walk to meet Kelbert Hall. So in front of Kelbert Hall's like freaking palace, whatever, we meet a host of Skitarii. So we never talked about Skitarii before. The Skitarii, like the Protectors, are like beefed up, G enhanced, not to the part of Astartes, but like, you know, bulky. They're like their warrior class, you know what I mean? But they're like robot people, you know, they got metal faces and they talk through a little, you know, sphere and all, but when they speak, it sounds like a robot. But that's kind of, think of like their soldiers. That's what the Skitarii are.
They were the just recently added to the Warhammer video game, the one where you're like a 4-man squad and you like run around and run and gun with the ogre and all that. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, the Dark Tide.
Dark Tide. They were just putting a Dark Tide, whole new DLC. Yeah. You get a good look at them. Hit a Google, guys.
Yeah, it's cool. So, we get a cool description here of Kelbert Hall. I'm sorry, of the Skitarii. So it says hulking brutes in gleaming breastplates, cockaded helmets of bronze, and fur-lined cloaks. Taller and broader than Kane, these warriors were designed to intimidate. Their bearing that of men bred to kill and feel nothing beyond the need for combat. Strength enhancers, metabolic aggression spikes, and pain suppressors were worked into their flesh as augmented or glanded into their nervous system. So yeah, they're souped up warriors who don't feel pain. They probably, you know, they get friggin' testosterone pumped into them when they want to go fight, all this stuff, right? So they scan him, you know, biometric scan, stuff like that. He gets into an elevator, and he is seeing his face in the elevator, and it says that he's average height. He's very subtle augmented. His face is actually fully human, which is like totally not normal. Probably doesn't help him get jobs. You know what I mean? In this kind of world, you know what I mean? It's kind of like having like oh, you got too many tattoos, or you got like a fucking nose ring or something. But you're like, you're not robot enough. You know what I mean? But his hair is cropped, and he has a patrician face, so he's got like a Primarch face because they all have patrician faces. So he's a good looking guy, but he looks like a fucking idiot to these people because he ain't got the robot face.
He's too much of a guy.
Yeah. So, all right, we go back to Dahlia. Dahlia and their crew are so happy because Zeth is going to show them down into her inner forge, which is like, no one gets to see this stuff. An inner forge of an adept is like, it's like going to Willy Wonka's, you know what I mean? Like you're going to see all the cool stuff that they're working on, you know what I mean? They chat about what the Akashic Reader is and if how the device would be used in it. So they didn't build the Akashic Reader. They built like a part for the Akashic Reader. Yeah, the chair. They built like the chair for the Akashic Reader. Zeth leads them down into one of her inner forges, guarded by weapon servitors. So weapon servitors, I think I had a picture here kind of one. Where is it? Maybe I don't. Picture a servitor, right? So you have like a body, but like they have no legs. Their legs are a tank. You know what I mean? Like their arm is a rocket launcher. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So it's so weird because like, why not just have a tank or a turret? You know what I mean? Like, no.
We got enough of these guys laying around. We could just
something on this weapon system has to have a human feature. So it'd be like a rocket launcher turret with a head.
Yep.
Stuck on it. Or not a skull. You know what I mean? Like something is gonna be human.
So yeah, this guy failed his SAT, so he holds an M16 for the rest of his life.
Yeah. So we get a little thing here of Dahlia. Dahlia's like, so they're tracking them. And then they stop because like they like, okay, friend or foe. And she's like staring at one all like out in outer space, and she's like reimagining how she can make their like circuitry work better. Just out of nowhere, you know what I mean? It says she imagines evolving the wetware, building safeguards, lines of gold in the fog, just like with the device. So she's having these like, kind of like visions in a sense. And they're like, hey, you snap, hey, come on, man. Like she was standing there staring at this thing while they all like kept on walking down the street. You know what I mean? So they get onto an elevator carriage inside of a giant cylinder, and like the cylinder like descends and spins down into like the depths, into like the lake of magma. Remember that? So the magma city, we haven't talked about it, but like it's inside of a volcano. You know what I mean? Like they're like inside of a volcano. There's magma everywhere, but obviously like, they're good at building stuff. So I don't know, they make it work, whatever. As they're going down, Dahlia starts hearing whispers. She's like, hey, you guys hear that? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Right? She looks over at Zeth and Romu 31, who is the robot protector guy. And they're like looking at each other. They're not talking, but she sees like little bits of light, like going back and forth. But she can see like like she can see like the Wi-Fi waves, the radio waves. You know what I mean? Like she can see that stuff. The voices grow louder. She's hearing these voices like whispering, talking, and she asks Zeth, like, hey, do you got great fucking robot ears? Like, can you hear this stuff? She says, no, I cannot, but she knows what she's talking about. She's like, I can't hear it, but I mean, like, it's cool that you can. I know what the noise is, you know what I mean? Dahlia, she says, what the reason you can hear it is one of the reasons that like you're so special. So, you can hear, we'll get into what it is. It's like, I won't give it away yet, but you can hear these voices, and that's why you're so special. The lift stop, Dahlia is drawn to a silver archway, pulsing with light, the source of the voices. Zeth asks her to hold her questions until she can show them the wonders of her forge. We'll get back to that because now we got Kane. Kane gets into the office of his boss, Kelbert Hall. He wonders how much longer the Fabricator General will be human. Like he's like looking at this guy like, man, this guy's like super robot, dude. Like he's like crazy looking, you know what I mean? It's funny. So he walks up to Kane, and Kane is like, Kelbert Hall is like just staring off into the darkness, and he's like, oh, he's cogitating. He's updating. He's like, update. He's like, I'm not gonna bother yet. He's like, he's probably still the statue because he's a robot. And he's just standing there, and he's like, hey, boss. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh,
he's updating. Okay. Oh, wait a second. You know what I mean? All right, so Kane mentions he's talking about like the area beyond the mountains, the craggy land of maze-like caverns. He mentions a place called the Noctis Labyrinth, where no one goes there. It's like this craggy, shitty place that no one goes. And he mentions that. He mentions about geography in general, but it's not really important. But it doesn't mention the Noctis Labyrinth, which will come into play later. And just remember, it's a place that people don't go to because it's like spooky or it's like not a good place to build machines, I guess. All right. So, all right. So he's telling Kelber Hall about the impossible supply to the legions as they operate further from Mars. Kelbert Hall's pissed off. He's like, "What are you talking about? I made this supply line. You know what I mean? Like, it's perfect. I know it's perfect. You must be fucking something up. Like, what's going on? Remember, this guy's not a full blown forge master. You know what I mean? He's just a dude got put in place. So he's like, yeah, what are you doing? You're stuck up. And he's like, no, there's a pattern. Legions without supply issues are always the ones operating in support of the war master. Like, what's up with that? You know, like he's like pretty much telling himself. He don't know this though. You know what I mean? He doesn't know. He's just like, hey, I'm gonna get promotion, man. I found this problem, and the boss is gonna be so happy because we're gonna fix the problem. You know. All right, we jump back to Zeth and Dahlia. The inner sanctum, Zeth's inner sanctum was a silver-lined cavern of immense proportions, divided into hundreds of pockets with metal lattice. In each pocket was a human plugged with wires and cables. The glowing cables all route towards the center, where a figure sat on a golden throne. One of the guys, Zalsh, asserts that they must be servitors, of course. Dahlia is more perceptive. She knows they're not servitors, they're psychers. So that is what she was hearing. She can, like she mentioned before, Zeth mentioned before, she can tap into the Akashic Aether PC word for warp. So she is able to, you know, the Dahlian crew are unnerved by all the psychers. So psychers, you know, are they're not outlawed at this point, but like a normal person is scared of a psyker because there's stories of psychers doing crazy ass shit. So the one guy, I think he makes like the devil sign across his heart, you know, like, oh shit, like psycher. And they're kind of clowning on him and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But it gives to show how normal people view psychers. They're like, you know, outcasts. You know what I mean? Like they're not normal at all. She's freaked out by the obvious source of the voices. She knows that this is where it's coming from. They follow Zeth to the throne on the dais. Seated is a 30-year-old man. His eyes are closed. He's full of cables. And they recognize the throne. It's like, hey, this looks a lot like our fucking couch that we made. You know what I mean? Like, this is similar. Zeth explains that this is the Akashic Reader. With its power, I shall free the galaxy of the shackles that bind us to dogma, repetition, and blind devotion to tradition. She further explains she is a trailblazer, like her great-great-grand teacher who scoured Mars before the Union, discovering much, most noticeably the noosphere, which is like the Wi-Fi. That's what her old boss figured out, and she's perfected. Dahlia is amazed to understand that that's what the flashes of light were noticed before. So she understands that that's what she was seeing, but she doesn't understand how she could see it. Because of her connection to the Aether, with training, her gift will allow them to reach further into the realm of knowledge than ever before. The reader melts minds, but with a theta wave enhancer the team built, whoever is strapped to the throne can read it a little bit longer. So pretty much you power this thing up and it like melts people, but like because of what they did, it'll melt them slower.
Yeah, it's like we made a filter. It's still gonna kill you, but it filters it a little bit.
All right, so we go back. Now we're back with Maven. Maven's watching with sympathetic pain as his mount, Equius Bellum, is prepared for the enemy attack. Repaired for the enemy attack. So we see it's a knight who got hit by that unknown enemy, and it's showing this sympathetic reaction he has. He's watching his like fucking car get fixed, and he's like, "Oh man, this is terrible, dude! Like my baby, my baby." His physical wounds healed quickly, but the stigmatic damage healed at a rate his mount. So like his, you know, let's say I think he got messed up. He got shot in the eye or something or whatever, but that healed quickly. But like he has stigmatic wounds, and they only get healed as his fucking mount gets healed. Yeah, his machine gets healed. The damage to his mount was almost to the point of scrapping, but at the 11th hour, word came down that they would say how to fix it. So like this is how reverent these machines are. It's like this thing was almost to the point of being destroyed because it's so jacked up, but like somewhere high up, it's like, no, it says Equitus bellum will walk again. You know what I mean? Like, so it's all the reverence in this stuff. His boy Cronus joins him, assuring that they'll fight again soon. Don't worry about it. Maven is assured that enemy machine is still out there, surviving the reactor blast because of void shields, something only Titans have. So, we didn't mention that before. During that fight, he was shooting, and he noticed that they all have shields, but it's got better shields, void shields, which is like only the big boys have that. And this machine was big, but it wasn't that big. It wasn't like a Titan size big. He admits to Cronus the enemy felt dead, no pilot, but also not a robot. He said whatever it is, he was going to find it and kill it. So there was a moment where he looked at the machine and he felt like this like dead eyes recognition staring back at him. And he didn't feel a person in there like in his machine, but also didn't feel like a just a regular old machine. So it's kind of hitting at it's the AI kind of machine out there. So all right, so 3 figures now move in the deepest untouched tunnels beneath Olympus Mons towards the vault of Morvac. Regulus led the way, followed by Kelvert Hall and his automaton weirdo robot. Kelvert Hall was upset he needed to follow Regulus. He had been here 200 years prior, so he was there when he was led by to these vaults by the Emperor 200 years ago. So he's mad, like, how do I'm a machine? How do I not remember this stuff? It's where he stood in front of the doors for 16.15 minutes, then turned and led them away. And unbeknownst to him, the Emperor erased his memory coils, so he would never understand to come back here. But why didn't he just erase his memory coils of the word Vaults of Morvac?
Yeah, he's like, I can erase you walking down here, but I can't erase the fact that this happened.
So he was mad. So he's thinking about this time with the Big E. Big E demanded an oath to never open the vaults under risk of ending the alliance of Mars and Terra. They reach the door. This is a very ordinary door with a digital keypad. Regulus reminds Kelvert Hall this will bind the Mechanicum to the cause of Horus Lupercal. Kelvert Hall is all in. Regulus also schools on Kelvert Hall that Morvac was branded a witch, believing a technological singularity would create greater than human intelligence. To further his research, Morvac worked with ancient elemental powers. Made pacts with entities far older than man to create the most powerful machines. Regulus belts out some binary codes. Then at first seem normal, but then Kelvert Hall can see the irregularities, corruptions, the code changing, taking on new alarming shapes into a scrap code. So scrap code we'll hear about a lot in this book and all the books. So they're all talking in code. There's codes flying everywhere, back and forth, like for the scrap code. Pretty much the best way to describe it is like the scrap code is like chaos code. Yeah, pretty much what it is. All the bad guys use scrap code, have scrap code, and they'll use it to like pretty much like malware. Like like they'll send scrap code out to like break down this machine, that machine. But it's like the chaos version of Mechanicum. It's like it's like the evil code. You know what I mean? It's like bad. So as Regulus is yelling out the scrap code, Kelvert Hall feels it working into him, changing his almetics, causing pain to his few remaining organics. Regulus asks if he can feel it. Can you feel the power? And he has this little cool statement here. He says, freed from the last vestiges of human loyalty, Kelvert Hall knew the time for guile and subterfuge has passed. Since the War Master's agents had first come to Mars, a war of words and ideals had been waged on the planet. Debate, schism, and dissension had waxed and waned across the surface of the Red Planet for decades. The time for words was over. Now was time for action, and he knew what order he must give. Contact Princess Kamalas, said Kelvert Hall. It is time for Legio Mortis to walk. So he's ready to set it in motion. He's going to send his Titan boys, like into full-blown, war. Like it's time. Like we're going to use these guys to wipe out all of our enemies. All right, chapter 1.07. The work on the Akashic Reader progressed smoothly. Zeph supplied Dahlia with technical data to develop her etheric skills. The tomes were all absence of monitoring the Omnissiah. Very strange to Dahlia. So they're kind of like heretical ways of understanding technology. One day she asked Zeph about her belief in the machine god. Zeth laughed at the question, pleased with Dahlia's directness. She is a blur in truth, not superstition. She's a believer in truth, not superstition. Only a fool relies on faith alone. So what we're seeing here is like Zeth is not really like all in on this whole Omnissiah thing. She's not the one to be praying to the toaster and lighting incense over the printer. The team of workers, skills, and friendship grows. The team's getting better. Soon Zeth states they are ready to a full test, and she orders the empath to be awakened. So the guy on the throne, they're like, all right, we've been working, tinkering. You guys are working good. We're going to do a test here. An electric hum fills the chamber as the device is powered on, and the empath placed on the throne and slowly roused from unconsciousness. So he's like in a drug coma, and they start waking him up. You know what I mean? For the first time, Dahlia thought of him and the other psychers as people, and she felt an urge of protectiveness towards them. So she's starting to feel a little bad about like what's going to happen. Like, for the first time ever, she sees all these thousands of people chained to the walls as people. Oh my God!
Say, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
These are people. That's a guy,
dude.
That's a guy. All right. Zeth says, "Hey man, some of these people may die, but if the device works properly, the throne guy should live." So like they have a liking to the throne guy, and like, hey, a lot of these guys, they might not make it, but it should be okay for Bob here. He's all right. But Zeth says like it's a bit late for that. Like, you're bringing this up now. I just turned the fucking switch on. You know what I mean? Like, why are you saying this shit now?
They're riding the lightning, baby. Like,
yeah.
we're here.
Yeah, Dahlia is like generally concerned that her work will harm people, and I was like, wait, what? Like,
where have you been?
Yeah, where you been? These people are plugged into all this stuff and power, and
you see their Wi-Fi signal like pumping.
Yeah, and then Melisande, her buddy, adds to her anxiety by saying, like all this knowledge we're going to gain, they're supposedly, it's probably going to be made to make weapons, and it's like, yeah, what do you think? Where are you, dude? You're in Warhammer.
This is like Warhammer, like.
Yeah. Dahlia's hesitant. There's no turning back now. You know what I mean? The empath wakes up, and she's happy to finally test the device, relieving Dahlia's concerns that this was forced on him. So he wakes up, and he's like, oh, yeah, like I volunteered for this. Like, I want to be the conduit of all knowledge. And she's like, okay, well, I mean, if he's in, you know what I mean? Like, I guess she's cool with it, So we jump to Princeps Cavalleros patrolling the northern area with his engine Victorix Magna. And that is a warlord titan. So big boys out there walking around. It's an old machine that should be repaired more, but the attack on Adept Maximal's reactor had Legio Tempestus on high alert. So like, you're beyond your oil changes and the hydraulics are leaking, but like they're nervous about shit popping off. So they have their big boys out there walking around. He reclined in the contoured couch, arms and head sheathed in silver cables, an archaic style connection compared to the newer amniotic tanks that many princeps use. So this is a little cool part. So they're plugged in. They're in a throne, plugged in their neck, all this stuff and haptic stuff. But a cooler, newer technology is like just throw your ass in a fucking tank. You know what I mean? And you never come out. You're like, you never leave it.
You live in that little Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, it's like I think of the in the Matrix. You know what I mean? In those pods. You know what I mean? Like, and you just live in there. And I guess you like sleep, and then when the machine's ready to go, they turn you on, and like you like feel everything the machine feels. They say it's like faster, it's quicker, it's better, but people are hesitant, I imagine, because it's like they want to hold on to a little. Like I want to go to the fucking mall once in a while. You know what I mean?
To catch a game with the boys.
Yeah,
dude.
Something. All right, so he's patrolling the area with 3 other engines: Warlord Tharsis, Hastus, and Reaver Arcadia Fortis, and Warhound Vulpus Rex. So
that last name so sick. Vulpus Rex.
Yeah, they don't have it here. Okay, so we had what we say? We said a Reaver. So the Reaver's purple. There's a Reaver, and then the Warhound. Yeah, is this? So you got little guy, medium guy, big guy. Yes. So you got a couple of these guys. So like, they got a whole like contingent out here of major weapons walking around. You know what I mean? Cavalleros sees crazy lightning around Olympus Mons. So he's probably watching at the moment when they open the fucking doors to the Morvac fucking stronghold or whatever. You know what I mean? And he's wondering. He's like, man, what's the fabricated general up to? Like, what's he working on? Not in like a concerned way. He's like, oh, like what's he working on? That's pretty.
That's pretty
cool,
sick.
Right? His thoughts are interrupted by a message from another princeps back at Ascarios Mons, which is like their headquarters. You know what I mean? Princeps Sharak informs Cavallero that Legius Mortis walks, and they are headed towards them. All right, that's like a big deal. You know what I mean? Like we said, skirmishes happen and all and stuff like that. But like when they say Mortis walk, it's kind of like what they're doing, like a gang out there. You know what I mean? And they're heading their way. So like it's probably common for these guys to like, you know, take a little stroll around their area and patrol and all, but it's getting, you know, they're like a little worried, like, hey man, they're coming to us. They're coming towards us. You know what I mean? All right, we're back at the test site. A Pluvium Maximal comes to see the Theta Wave Enhancer test. He's mostly machine. He's the most machine-looking adept Dahlia's ever seen. So Dahlia is like, whoa, man, this guy's like super Mechanicum. He's like all about it. You know what I mean? And she's embarrassed when she's caught staring at him. She's like staring at his goofy machine robe-looking ass. You know what I mean? But all right, the room they're in is a dome. The dome opens up. The test begins. Zeth informs Dahlia the type of energy needed was not here on Mars. They needed psychic energy out there from the Astronomicon. So they're going to tap into the Astronomicon to get their etherical energy.
Not warp. Warp.
This alerts Dahlia because their calculations are all wrong. They concluded an average of the psychic power. This would be 1,000 times more powerful. So she realizes that they messed up. All right. They didn't take into account all this power. They were doing like just an average. Let's say, okay, this is how much, so that she's starting to get a little worried. She begs Seth to stop, but the machines are, already going, and alarms start sounding. So like, it's not going to go well.
Hit that on switch, man. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Louder than any alarm going is the screams of Bob on the throne. His name is Jonas Millis, the empath. Louder than any fire alarm going off, it's hit this guy screaming. All right, we jump back to the Titans. 2 Warhounds and a Reaver from Legios Templis walk the desolate area near the fortress. So you got 2 Warhounds and a Reaver. So the little guys, bigger than Knights. And these guys are like, Knights are separate. Knights can't fight Titans per se. The Warhounds are kind of like the Knights. They're fast. They do surprise attacks. And so like they're out stalking around. And the pilots of these are usually like very aggressive. And they're always, they want to fight, but they would get blown away by a big one. But they do like sneak attacks and they scout and all stuff. So they're out there walking around their fortress. With Stormlord Cavallero at Maximal's reactor, it was up to Princeps Sharak to confront Legio Mortis. So he calls his boy, the boss man Cavallero, and says, "Hey man, they're coming to us," but he's far away. So Sharak has to like get in his gear, and the boys, and they're the only ones there in case something pops off. They're the only ones there that can defend their fortress. The Sensorari, which is the fucking sensors, pick up 4 or 5 engines. Big warlords, maybe a Reaver, and they're moving fast. One heat bloom in the center seems too big. Maybe it's too close together. It's hard to tell. So they're picking up heat signatures, and they're seeing what they got, but one looks like huge, but they're like, oh, it's probably a bunch of them like close. You know what I mean? Like that's what he's guessing. You know what I mean? All right, so no comms from Mortis. They're like, they're not saying, hey, what's up? We're here. We're just passing through, or hey, we're here to fuck you up, but nothing. Just silence. No update on Cavallero returning. He's probably turning around, but these things are slow. You know what I mean? They're far away. You know what I mean? So Sharak's pressed forward into the dust, nervous with anticipation. He curses the sensors as the Martian network has been jammed for days. That's scrap code. Scrap code is interfering with everything.
No Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he said scrappy fragmentation code blurts, but he's able to order his Warhound Princeps on a search pattern to see what direction Mortis is going. All right, Dahlia runs down the stairs to the sealed door, intent on trying to free Bob on his throne. She begins typing the code, but is stopped by Caxton, who insists she can't go in. If he goes in, you're going to die. There's psychic fucking energy everywhere. You know what I mean? Overcome with regret, she ignores the warning and opens the metal door, plunging into the blizzard of psychic power. All right, now we see Princeps Kasim, who is one of the guys in the Warhounds. He's happy to be out hunting again in his Warhound Raptoria. I thought that was a cool name, Raptoria. Too much time in transit and repairs have made his engine uneasy, and he's itching to engage the enemy, even if Mortis wasn't classified as enemy just yet. So, like the Princeps pilots, we recall them, the robots themselves have like a soul and a mind. So the Warhound robots are like aggressive, like they want to. You'll see in some, yeah, you'll see sometimes like where they have to like fight to like turn left because it wants to turn right and go into battle or whatever, you know what I mean? So it's kind of cool, like that it itself is alive in some sense, and it can overtake. Like a princess has to have like really great mental fortitude to like rein in its. It's like, you know, thinking it's like a horse from, you know what I mean? Like they call it mount. It's like a horse, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it wants to go this way, that way. Like you have to rein it in to like, you know. All right, so where are they at? Okay. The storm, the network, everything's messing with is playing hell with his sensors and all. His Maserati yells an alarm as a giant engine boom appears on the sensor. All right. So these bigger ones have multiple people in them. You know what I mean? So he's the princeps. He's like overall in charge, but you have like other ones. You got guys who control the legs, the movement, guys control the weapons, and he is like the overall guy. So one of his guys who's monitoring the fucking the sonar or whatever is like, hey, something big, too big to be a Reaver. A warlord? No. The engine in front of Raptora dwarfed them like an adult to a baby. He had heard the rumors, seen the blueprints, but nothing prepared his eyes for this. Imperator. So this guy. This is the ones you see in pictures. This part is like a fucking cathedral. It's like a city on top of this fucking robot. So almost 60 meters. What's meters to that? What's that like?
It's a little less than a yard.
All right. So it's like almost 200 feet tall. Right? Like, so yeah. So, and this guy, he's in this thing here. So yeah, that's a little crazy. You know what I mean? All right. So Prince Caballero is getting no info from for all the scrap code. He's nervous. Is his boy Chirac okay? What's his play from Mortis? Do they want war? He's got a lot going through his mind. He remembers Kamalo's statement at the Council of Tharsis. He remembers him saying, hey, sides are going to be chosen, and you better be on the right side. He remembers him saying that. He's really nervous as he's like steaming back. They're like walking through the dust trying to get back to his boys. You know what I mean? He's pushing his engine as hard as he can to get back. Chasm's in shock. This is the Warhound guy, an Imperator, and two warlords. So the giant guy, and then two of the other fucking fairly giant guys, and a Reaver. A Reaver is the one still bigger than him. He knows attack on this thing would be suicide. But on their current path, they would cross the Tempest line. So the Tempest line is like this invisible line that they made up and saying, hey, Mortis, don't fucking do it. This is where our, you know, it's like a border. You know what I mean? Like, hey, don't cross the line. You know what I mean? But they're getting close and they're walking straight towards it. They'll be there in minutes. Then once they cross a line, it's on. They have to attack them. Like that's the rule. You know what I mean? Like you cross my line, it's on. You know what I mean? But they have no weapons that can even like fucking hurt this thing. The Imperator like it doesn't like they have nothing in their arsenal on this Warhound that can even scratch this thing. We jump back to Dahlia. Dahlia is hit with a gale of psychic energy, clouds of feelings, thunderheads of anger, zephyrs of regret, hailstorms of longing, hurricanes of love and betrayal. I love that. That was so cool. The way they like use, you know, physical descriptions of storms and then put it with the emotional words, because that's like kind of like what the warp is. It's like this never-ending swirl maelstrom of emotions. It was kind of cool. I thought that was really nice. All emotion and knowledge was her. She was in the ether. She crawls her way to the throne. It glowed with elemental power. Jonas, as we know Bob, eyes burned with light. His screams never abate as he rose from his throne. He tells her not to be sorry. He has seen the truth. The Emperor slaying the dragon of Mars, the grand lie of the red planet, and the truth that will shake the galaxy, all forgotten by man in the darkness of the labyrinth of night. So labyrinth of night, Nocturus Labyrinthia, you know. But like, what's this dragon of Mars? What's that? That's kind of crazy, right? Dragons. I haven't seen dragons yet in this like, you know, setting at all. You know what I mean?
We
like
see just about everything else, but no dragons.
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of weird because it's like this fantasy sci-fi mix. But yeah, like I haven't no one. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'll take it back. There are stories of like, what's the guy? Salamander guys. I think on their planet they have like dragons, but I haven't read many books of them. But anyway, yeah, Dragon of Mars. No one's heard of it. What is that? You know, being like, what's going on here? No one knows. All right. All right. So the machine winds down, but the light of the Astronomicon still fills the chamber. Dahlia looks into Jonas' face before his flesh fades into oblivion. So he's like not grossly killed, not like gore and splatter. It kind of reminds me of like when you play like a video game and you kill a bad guy, but they don't want to do blood. He kind of like, it's like, you know, it's like I think it's how they die in Stranger Things, like the monsters. They kind of like
they like sort of evaporate.
He says, "Look at me and know your destiny." She screams and takes refuge from the horrors in the blackness of unconsciousness. So she blacks out after seeing Jonas Bob get erased into oblivion. All right, we jump back to the Titan. Shirak followed the tracks made by the Imperator, gathering any and all knowledge. He had no chance with the 3 engines. At least if Cavallero was here, they could damage it. So he's just like it's like you know, he's just like following it because he can't do anything. He's like, I hope he doesn't cross this line because I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, we can't hurt this thing. He prays that they turn course. Only 3 minutes from the Tempest line, Cavallero and his crew arrive and hail Mortis, demanding they turn back to be in violation of the Council of Sidonia. That's not important. It's just when the line was made, whatever. With the full might of Legio Tempest standing guard, Cavallero issues a final warning. Mortis does not respond and crosses the Tempest line. And that ends that section. A lot of tension going on in all areas, you know. We jump into book 2, Systemea Mechanicum, chapter 2.01. Right back in it. Cavallero cannot believe it happened. Factions of the Mechanicum may fight each other, but Legios were above that. He honestly didn't know what to do. Both his and his engine's hearts raced. Very intently described how to get out of this without a firefight. So they cross the line. He's freaking out. He knows that he technically can't destroy this thing, but now they've crossed a line where he needs to, but he's still trying to think of ways to get out of this without a firefight, because obviously that would be like, you know, fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Inside Raptor, Princess Chasm's mind was flushed with the violent desires of his engine. So now his engine's like, you know, he wants to go. It wanted to hunt. The whole crew had to work to keep her in place. So as I was talking earlier, like everyone's trying to rein this thing in because it just wants to go. It doesn't care that it's going to lose. It just wants to go. Shirak wonders what Cavallero's thinking in his engine. Shirak could see Cavallero's warlord venting gas, leaking lubricant like sweat she was barely keeping together. The Imperator's horn blare, and a deafening squall shrilled against the Vox. Dirty code lines wormed their way through the networks. To the ears, it sounded like throaty laughter. So it's blasting its horns. It's blaring out scrap code. You know, it's like, you know, unleashing all this mess everywhere. Once they hear the throaty laughter of the scrap code, Shirak's sensori begins seizing at the scrap code, work through its implants. The Moderati disengages to unplug his sensori. At the same time, the Imperator and escorts turn their course east away from the domain of Tempestus. Shirak voxes the Cavallero, but no response. His engine head was bowed, its torso leaking fluid. So it looks like they snuck into the line to like flex on them, but also like blare out the scrap code, which it's showing it's like messing up their engines. This guy's able to like disconnect and like, you know, like, oh, fucking, you know, turn the power off, unplug the internet. You know what I mean? And then they're like, all right, we're out of here. It was kind of like a flex. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, here we go. But then they look over at their boss man, Stormlord, and his whole engine is like, just like this, like the robot itself. So he pushes to the max to get there. And maybe that and a combination of scrap code, something terrible's happening because he's not responding on the radio. And he looks like, you know, the way that the robot is like postured is kind of similar to how the guy probably is postured. So if he's like this, then the guy inside is probably like unconscious. You know,
like
that's
toasted. Yeah.
So a quick scan, the engine brings dread. Victorix Magma was dead. So the engine is like off.
Yep.
The power plant, whatever you want to call it, is totally dead. All right, so thousands of kilometers south in the irradiate waste of the Dadalia Planum, see the map, a scavenger named Quinks picked up something big on his auspex. So you got this guy, some wandering nomad guy out in the middle of the waste. He gears up and exits his crawler into the sandy gale of his with his shovel, and he covers 3 dome blisters of solid metal. But his search is interrupted by the roar of an engine and the stab of landing lights. A group of Skitarii approach him, led by Adept Lucas Crom. So this guy finds something cool. He's like, "This is probably cool," but then he's interrupted by a bigwig dude with his boys. The find is not salvage; it belongs to me. He's here to take her home, and it's called the Kaban machine. He's here to take the Kaban machine back to Mondas Gamma, which is his fucking forge. See the map. At the mention of his name, the machine awakens and rises from the sand, 10 meters tall, spherical with 2 weapon arms on top of a heavy gauge track unit that rolled right over Quinks. This poor guy just runs him open. And I thought I had a picture of this somewhere. I do have it. Give me 1 second, because I think this is, because when I read this, it was like really, not saying it was a bad description.
It was very vague. It's very
yeah. It was like very vague description of what it was. So I was like, I looked it up, and for some reason I didn't load it in. Not downloads. Come on, where are you? There you go. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, there you go. Okay, here we go. Boom. Okay, so that's just some guy's rendition, but I think that's pretty good. You know what I mean? I would say it's probably more spherical in shape, but that's what we're looking at. So 10 meters tall, about 30-ish feet, tracked robot with a bunch of fucking guns.
A lot of guns.
I like that because I couldn't really get a good look on, or I couldn't get a good idea on what it probably looked like. But this thing rises out, runs a dude over. The poor guy who found it runs him over, and it apparently belongs to this Lucas Crom guy. All right. Kelber Hall is at his spot, watches the parade of Praetorian battle servitors. So you got the battle servitors that we talked about with the weapons. Now Praetorian is like a more beefed up version. They're like more badass, right? He's watching them march from the labyrinths of Morvac, all ready to fight for Horus Lupercal. They were huge, muscular, and I wrote chaosy. So these guys, spikes and skulls, and there's a servitor skin's probably pallid already, but this is like extra pallid. They're chaosy.
It's so funny because who's the bad guy? Like, there are no good guys, right? But like, one side is like death skulls and musty and black, and you're like, all right, I could like not even pretend we're the good guys.
In the 30K, I feel it's more clear cut. But when you get in the 40K with all these chapters, there's plenty of like loyalist chapters that there's one pops in mind they're called the Flesh Terrors, and they're like, I can't remember if they're like from the Blood Angels or whatever, but like they like, I think their symbols are skulls and they kill people and all. I mean, like they all kill people, but they're like extra gory. There's a bunch. It's more nuanced than 40K, but yeah, like in these books, it's like like the overall scope is you believe what you want, who is good, who is bad. But as far as description wise, it's like always like it's like, okay, there's this guy who is a giant 10-foot guy in armor, and he will kill you, but he's regally dressed in blue and gold.
He's blue.
This guy who is in black armor, and he has spikes sticking out of his head, and he's got skulls affixed. But I mean, think about this. Prior to the heresy, like the World Eaters were wearing, they were good guys. They're wearing skulls and all, But even before that, like you understand, like that, it's obvious who's the bad guy's going to be. Like Death Guard. Oh, okay, Death Guard. I got you. Night Lords. Like, oh, okay. Like
Legio Mortis.
Yeah, it'd have been a little more nuanced if it's like, oh, the Ultramarines are bad. Like, oh shit, like they're bad. Like, not the Death Guard and the Night Lords And I mean, some are not so obvious. Alpha Legions, like, okay, whatever, you know what I mean? But like, some are so obvious. Like, World Eater, it's like, oh, if you said that name to me, I'm like, is that a bad person or a good person? Like, that sounds like a bad person. He eats the world, you know what I mean? Like,
but like these, like they were neutral, like Mechanicum neutral, and then they're like, all right, we're going out there, put the goth shit on, like, let's go.
Yeah. So like, yeah, it's and that's a fair critique of like all of this series is like they go like I'll talk about more at the end, but not just book, but in general, like a lot of people feel the villains are very cartoony villains. You know what I mean? Like yeah, you're bad. You hate this guy, the Emperor, and you rebel against him, but you jump from like a normal-ish looking thing to like we're going full chains and goth, and instead of wearing my purity seals, those little paper scraps, they're made of flesh now.
Yeah. It's like, you're like, damn, that was quick. Like we were this close the whole time, I guess.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's cool though. I mean, because it all ties into the fact that like that's how they make deals and appease with the chaos thing. The chaos.
Yeah, because they're letting in like quite literal like demon worship.
Yeah. I wish it was less like because a lot of that you'll see like in other books, like a lot of like the sacrifices and all, it's gory, it's bloody, but really I would feel like the chaos thing is like, yes, like you probably need to kill people, but they feed off the emotion. So like just surgically killing people or not surgically, but like like not like so gory, but like just making them fear is what feeds them. It's not necessarily the blood, maybe. I don't know, because you'll see in other books, there'll be blood rituals and all this stuff. And it's like, that's what gets the demons coming out of hell. And it's like, it's cool, but it's also very cliche. You know what I mean? Dude, like,
I'll tell you what, those servitors got it rough because
yeah,
he was like, I got a traffic ticket and now I'm a guy with a gun for a hand, and also my owner worships, I don't know, the sex demon. So it's like, God, this sucks, dude.
Yeah, you got a gun for a hand, and like, you get like. You get sodomized every day because like,
it's like, damn, dude,
your boss is like, yeah, he's got to make deals with the freaking sex demon, and it's like,
it's like, God, I should not have sped in the school zone. This
gonna get any worse. All right, so now we're seeing like a procession of like evil battle servitors, pretty much coming out. You know what I mean? Regulus is impressed. Kelber Hall tells him this is just the beginning. As the scrap code moves across Mars through all the conduits and wireless and fiber optic, those touched by it will be born anew. So the scrap code, it's already changed him. I mean, he said that he felt it change him, and as it spreads out, it's going to get everyone, and everyone's going to be goth. Goth all over the planet. All right, most of the Mars's Aegis protocols. That's kind of like their antivirus. That's what their Aegis protocols is, to protect them from bad code and all. He said it will fall, but there will be resistance. They mentioned the Magna City, Pluvia Maximal, and Fabricator Locan Kane have all resisted their loyalties will need to be determined. So they already zeroed these guys out. Like, hey, we've been tempting them with like some freaky stuff and seeing where they lie, and we feel like they're going to block the scrap code probably and not accept it at all, and we're going to have to deal with them more on a more physical nature. You know what I mean? Regulus already knows Zest Allegiance. He recently saw in the skies during her Astronomicon experiment. So they claim her as an enemy. So he saw that she was tapping into the Astronomicon. I don't know why that necessarily makes her a good person, but like he's like, nah, she's using. See, we have the creepy green light, and she's using the white light. So
yeah, I always was not like, I thought, because the whole time when I was reading it, I thought Zeth was going to be bad. I thought like,
well, she's defying the code of conduct of the Mechanicum.
The code of conduct.
Yeah. But she is, you know what I mean? She's totally defined, but it's not for her desires or her ends are good. She wants to get knowledge for man, but she's doing it in a way that goes against the Cult Mechanicus. So I can easily see her going the chaos route, be like, oh wait, these guys will let me get all the knowledge, and I want to help humanity, because at the core of it, that's what a lot of this is based on. Is like they think the Emperor is wrong, and they think that they can use these chaos people because remember when Horus talked to the chaos gods, was like, hey man, we don't want to mess with your world. Your guy's messing with our world, so we're going to help you get rid of him and then we'll leave you alone. You know what I mean? Like, so, but then you learn from Legion that they want to feed on everything. And the only way to extinguish that feed is to eradicate humanity. So it's like a hard decision.
They're like, all right, well.
So you want to kill the Chaos Gods, you have to kill everyone. So it's kind of weird. I don't know.
But yeah, it was a twist knowing Zeth, I guess, was not in on it. Because the way it played out so far, you're like, oh, yeah, she's fine.
Like she looks like she's going to be. I mean, she can fit into the chaos. Let's throw some spikes on her. Throw some bronze spikes on her.
She got like the sexy waist thing going
on. Yeah. She could be the Slanesh Mechanicum. You know what I
mean? There you go.
So, all right. So Return of Dahlia. She's having like this warp infused dream where she has no memory of herself as a self. She's just like a formless energy in the dark. She remembers a name, Dahlia. She realizes she's Dahlia, and then she wakes up. The scrap code has been moving with terrifying speed across all the networks of Mars, corrupting everything. Assembly lines stop. Ammo storages explode because of high temperature. The great Skipper Lowry repository, see the map, that housed 20,000 years of knowledge is rendered into howling nonsense. I don't know what that means exactly, but I was like, 6,000 astropaths died. Their death screams felt in the vaults beneath Terra. Then Mars goes silent. Boom. So there's more descriptions in the book, but it's cool. So what's happening is like Mars is eating itself. Scrap code's causing, temperature controls to stop, and things are blowing up. All the knowledge of this place is turning to mush. And then like to top it all off, so many astropaths that are communicating with Earth or Terra die, and then like on the probably like on the screen back at Terra, like, hey, what's up, Mars? Like Mars goes silent, so no one like, oh shit, what happened? You know what I mean? So by the end of the night, millions were dead. Pluvio Maximal was able to sever his connection and only lost 3 fusion reactors. Only 3 fucking reactors exploded.
Sick. Only 3 nuclear explosions.
Yeah. Coriel Zeth was the only one unscathed. The scrap code unable to travel the wires recently turned gold from Big E's light. So she got all her stuff, got a big upgrade when it touched the fucking light of the Emperor. And scrap code's like, shit. All right. So yeah, so the book described it better, but yeah, like, so I feel like this one, the destruction that happens in this book is the biggest scale I've ever seen. I don't know. You have Estevan, you know what I mean? But like the way they describe this one, it's like millions die in one night. But I don't know. I mean, I guess like when they virus bomb the whole planet, that's like, well, I can't remember the number, but whoever was on that planet, they're all dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is the Mechanicum planet. Like this.
Yeah. I would say like Impact. It's definitely more than a regular, just because Estevan was like a whatever planet who was worshiping fucking demons. So whatever. All right, so we got the gang sitting by Dahlia's bed, telling her of what a fright she gave them. Aval Severin took the death of the empath Jonas the worst. He and 2,037 psychers all died in that experiment. The gang held that grief around their necks. Caxton by her side, Dahlia was in a coma for 7 days and was questioned extensively by Seth upon her awakening, but she didn't have any wondrous information. He just died. So he didn't tell him that goofy shit about the dragon, or just she didn't tell her. She didn't tell Zeth. She's like, I don't know. He was just fucking screaming and he fucking died. You know what I mean? Like, cleared for work, the gang and Zeth go about rebuilding the Akashic Reader. They're not going to fail again. They're going to do it again, and we're going to do it right, and no one's going to die.
Only going to lose 1,000 psychers, not 2,000.
Yeah. Zeth's not around very much. She's leaving the gang supervised by her apprentice Polk and the protector Romu 31. When Zeth did speak with Dahlia, she would reaffirm that Jonas told her nothing. So I think Zeth thinks something's up. You know what I mean? Like, I saw your mouse moving. Like, what was he saying? He's like, he's not saying anything. Dahlia wasn't even sure why she was hiding that conversation from Zeth. Her intuition felt it would be dangerous. So this goes back to what you're saying, like, like Zeth could easily just be a bad person, or what we say in the book is a bad guy. Well, because obviously Dahlia is a good guy. There's no doubt about that. Dahlia is a good person, and she's hiding this information from Zeth. But I think it's just a fear in general of you're talking to a 6 foot tall robot lady who could probably, cut you up in 10 ways, and you're just like scared to death of her because she's super powerful. Knowledge is power. Guard it well. She intended to do just that. One day, Dahlia approaches Caxton and Zouch working on the laser lathe, which was very noisy. She insists they keep it on. She wants to talk with them without prying ears. So she's going to have a little conversation like mafia style, turn the CD on, turn the air conditioner on so they can't, the bug can't hear us. She asks if they can build a portable dampener like the permanent one in the Akashic Reader. She wants to discuss with the gang what Jonas told her without anyone interfering. Surprised Dahlia had a secret, they agree to build it. They gather after work in the Rectoria, which is like the fucking rec room, whatever. Filled with workers gossiping about all the weird calamities happening all over Mars. So they turn this little device on. I guess it's like kind of like blocks like signal, so like they can't pick up anything from microphones and all. And she discloses that Jonas spoke to her, but it didn't make much sense at the time. Melisande informs her the Labyrinth of Night is referring to the Noctis Labyrinthus, a region of Mars known for its deep, sheared walled valleys. It's relatively empty, with only person in there, Adept Lucas Chrome's forge, is to the south of it. Dahlia tells them she looked into Jonas's phrase about Big E slaying a dragon. She found myths and legends like Reverati Draconis and the Chronicles of Ursh. They mentioned the Chronicles of Ursh again. I always like how they do that. They always like throw those things. Like they always talk about what was that guy's name who died? The poet guy. Shit, man.
Oh, yes. This is a C. I don't remember.
They mention him all the time. Like some guys like, oh, I'm reading a book. I'm reading the writings of so and so. It's always cool. But okay, so what they all in common in the deeper meaning below the dragon and dragon slayer was the eternal struggle for good of all. Both sides need to have their powers expressed and the balance maintained. The slayer never kills the dragon. The slain is changed into a new form that life can benefit from. Dahlia then tells them about her coma dream where she felt linked to something ancient, older than Mars. She believes it was the dragon. It's still alive beneath the Noctis Labyrinthus, and she wants them to help her find it. That's kind of weird. I wouldn't do that. Like I wouldn't be like, sure, let's go look for a dragon
after
or whatever.
Homegirl just like fist bumped a literal like warp cyclone. He's like, guys, there's a dragon in the scariest part of the planet. And then there's like,
let's go.
It's a little strange. Again, hey, we're back. Stranger Things, except
So it's kind of like that. It's kind of like this is the new gang of Stranger Things.
Like, because this is Dan, right? This was Dan again. No, this is Graham.
No, this is Graham McNeil.
So I get it. You gotta. I don't know. The subplots are always interesting in these books, but at least this band of meddling kids is much more, I would say, mature and fleshed out. I don't know. I don't hate them as much as I hate like my reporters and writers. Yeah,
remembrancers.
I don't hate them as much as that. They're not.
Well, you got Dahlia. Dahlia is like obviously one of the main characters, and the other 4, right? 1, 2, 3. Is it 3? 4. I'm kind of glossing over. They don't go into great detail about them, you know what I mean? But they do describe them a little more and all. But they're not super important. They're side characters, you know what I mean? But yeah, they're not as like pain in the ass as the other ones were, like bitching and moaning so much, you know what I mean? Like, but all right, so we jump to the Stormlord Cavallero, and this is the guy whose Titan was like dead, whatever, it was like out of commission. He awakens in a vat of fluid, disoriented and in pain. He swims to the edge of his vat, and a young woman greets him. Her name's Agatha. Too much of his agony and surprise, she helps him recall his last memory. He remembers the Imperato bearing down on him, Victorious Magma's heart rupturing under the strain. A black abyss, pain surges through his chest, and he relives the death of his engine again.
Oof.
So he's in one of those things now where he wanted to be, or we talked about. I don't know if he wanted to be, but yeah. All right, chapter 2.303. Sorry, Mondus Oculum. See the map spans thousands of kilometers It's the most valued and industrious of the weapon forges. No other weapons forge matched its output. This and Monda's Gamma were specialized weapon forges. They made weapons for the Astartes. Okay, so these two places are very important. They make the guns. They need the guns to fucking kill the aliens. Monda's Oculum was even more special because it also trains Tech Marines. The Tech Marines, if anyone doesn't know, are Astartes who are, inclined to technology. They'll send them to Mars for X amount of time, and they'll get trained, indoctrinated a little bit, and then they come back and they can fix all the tanks and all the guns and all the stuff like that. It was home to the fabricator Loken of Mars, Kane, second only to Fabricator General Kelber Hall. It was one of the few forges to avoid collapse, so it's still operational. Kane fought to keep calm with all the devastation occurring outside his forge. He walks the assembly line where Astartes battle plate is being made in mass quantities, commenting to his menial Lachine how usually watching the creation of weapons brings him calm, but not this day. He's too freaked out. Beginning with the freak storm over Olympus Mons, Kane's facility broke out into riots and suicide killings. Thousands. It was followed by the infecting scrap code that Kane was able to stop by shutting down his internet highways. And his recent upgrade to Zeth's noosphere data transfer helped him. So you got the people who are on the side of Zeth and all have some new stuff that helped them avoid the scrap code pretty much. Okay, so they've been trying to remove the scrap code, trying to figure out where it came from, and they identified that it spread from Olympus Mons. They were the first to be infected. Kane had his suspicions on if Kelber Hall was infected or if he released it. So he's starting to think that his boss is not who his boss, claims to be. Most comms on Mars and off had been lost once he disconnected. He can only communicate with Zeth through their noosphere. So him, Zeth, and Maximo can still talk because they got the Wi-Fi upgrade that Zeth made, but he can't talk to anyone else on Mars or off Mars. Zeth and Maximo had problems too. Commented on the rumor of a catastrophe in the Istavan system. Details were sparse, but an incident occurred in the third planet. Now it was an ashen wasteland. So they're referring to the virus bombing. So this is taking place right around the same time that Horus is virus bombing Istavan 3. Kane only knew of one weapon capable of that. Did the War Master unleash the Life Eater to vanquish a desperate foe? Info was scarce, but all three adepts agreed the scrap code bore the hallmarks of a preemptive strike. So they're seeing this as this is the first step in something that's bigger is going to happen here on Mars with the scrap code. Pretty much it's like an enemy dropping an EMP on you before they come in.
I also goofy part of me was homie's walking his halls of production, and it's all just Sons of Horus shit ticking by.
He's man, it's a lot of green.
I feel like we're really only making one guy.
We're only making one thing here, dude. All this is painted green.
And the whole time he's like, something's wrong. He's
nothing not right here, dude.
There's not boss slapping him on the wrist and shit, and he's like. And it's the receipt from the code is an email, and it's from Cal, and you're like, I don't know, something's off.
All right, we jump to Cronus and Maven, the two guys from Knights of the House Tyrannus. They move their knights in a long trench in the Western Plains. The repaired Equus Bellum is being hard to control. Maven thinks it's being skittish because it knows the enemy that cracked it is still out there. He tells Cronus that it feels like the knight is pulling him towards something. Thanks to Zeth noosphere, the Knights of Tyrannus weren't jacked up, so they're linked up to the Wi-Fi as well. She petitioned them to walk in defense of Mars, and they obliged patrolling the area around Magma City. As they move east, the pull becomes more intense, and an Auspex flare flashes on Maven's screen, a familiar spider-like pattern. So his mount is sniffing out, the guy that jacked him up, and he's like, let's go. And he's like, damn, this thing is fucking acting weird. You know what I mean?
I struggled halfway through this book. I was like, because I didn't look it up. I didn't look up what these guys were. So it literally, I pictured a robot horse. And I was like,
a knight.
Because he's my knight. And I was like, okay, he's just in a big horse thing, like
He's on a
avatar
horse.
plugged in.
A dude on a horse.
And then like halfway through, I was like, I think right about now, I was like, what is this? Doesn't make sense. And then I looked it up. I was like, oh, okay, I've seen these guys on
They're
pictures.
robots.
But, like the way he describes it, especially if you're new to the Mechanicum like me.
Yeah.
I was like, this is just a dead ass horse. This is just a horse. And then he's like, yeah, he's really pulling one way, but like he's in a suit, and like he's physically getting pulled. And I was like, this makes it much more interesting.
It's got. I find it kind of cool because so they're knights, right? Knights, and then the writers and the lore masters, are gonna call them, like found ways to incorporate knightly things through all their aspects. They have heraldry. They operate in a feudal system. Their mounts are kind of alive, you know what I mean? Like a horse would be, you know what I mean? So it's kind of cool, you know what I mean?
No, it's silly.
He sends the screenshot of his like little auspex thing over to Cronus, and he reviews the log. Maven feels his horse, his mount's desire to walk south across the polluted wasteland, hunting for the enemy. Cronus sees nothing, but Maven is convinced that the thing is south somewhere. So after they go back and forth and all, he's like, all right, man, let's we'll break from our pattern. I'll go with you. Let's go take a walk and see. They abandon their patrol to head south. All right, Dahlia awakens with a scream. She hears the hiss of draconic breath and sees a hooded man with the mark of the dragon. She opens her eyes into her room. Caxton's there. He comforts her, asking what does she think these dreams are. She says it means we need to leave. Like they go right there and they wake everyone up. So I don't get I don't know, man. Like I get the story has to progress, but like if I'm the little dude, what's his name?
The
dwarf guy who seems practical. He's like a machinist and all. You know what I mean? I'm sleeping and this 13-year-old girl wakes me up. I had a dream of a dragon and we got to go now. I'm like, stop. Stop.
You literally just like took a swan dive into the warp. Let's just pause.
Yeah, like I agree to go with you. I will go with you, but like we got to plan this out. Like they're all being led by a 13-year-old girl and they're all just on board. Like they're described like the one lady's a middle-aged lady. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just seems like, it seems like
the plot must go on.
Yeah.
She's really smart. Okay.
All right, so they wake everyone up. The group gets together, and now they're making their way as inconspicuously as possible through like the crowded streets of the Magma City. They're all nervous. If they're caught leaving the forge without permission, they could be in trouble. So like these guys they're almost like indentured servants. You know what I mean? Like they can't just go out on their own. You know what I mean? Like they got to go clear it with some fucking servitor that they can leave.
Gotta get their permission slip.
Yeah. So Caxton, Zouch, and Severine all join. Only Melisande stayed behind. She said, hey, I'm too old. I'm too old for your fucking games here. You know what I mean? Like she said, I'm too old to be chasing dreams. Her place at the forge. That's kind of sad. I'm too old to be chasing dreams.
Like, damn, dude.
But she's probably just a grown woman. She's like, you guys go look for your fucking dragon.
Which, right? Okay. No.
And then I got work.
She was like, this isn't like, oh, we got to go like, run around the city, find this dragon. We need to go to the evil crackhead dungeon labyrinth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that no one goes to. That the literal
to find a dragon, which we don't know what it is, but dragon sounds scary. That the emperor, who's like the god, couldn't kill. Put there, like what? Like so, the emperor couldn't kill it. You're gonna go and do what? Make friends with it? I don't know. Like what is going on here? That's what I think she's thinking. She's like, yeah, you guys go. All right, so they make their way down the stairs. Under the magma, so they so it's kind of cool like how this whole city is like they have they're in the subway in a sense. It's called the maglev, you know what I mean? Like it's a subway under the fucking mag, you know what I mean? All right, one of the Vox things blurts out something they don't understand, and then because it's in binary because they're all robot people, and then a voice behind them says there's a delay for the next maglev. Says a voice from behind. They turn and it's fucking Jack Romeo 31, and they're like, oh shit, dude, like like we're caught, you know what I mean? All right, so we jump to Cavallero. Cavallero is battling a Reaver and a Warhound in his new fully immersed manifold. So the manifold is like what they interact with. So he's in his new one, his like fluid manifold. He's impressed with the speed that he drinks in the data. So he's like in this stuff. It's like, he's like swallows in data from all this juices and all. He drinks in the data and how fast he can respond to his Moderati and helmsman. His eagerness to kill the smaller warhound gets him flanked, and he's severely damaged. With his last breath, he fires his blast gun to the wounded Reaver as his world explodes in fire and light. So this guy just died? No, it's like a simulation. Agatha comments on his skill of Cavallero in the simulated battle. He's adjusting. So pretty much he's in this new tank, and they can't just throw him back out there. You know, he's had a severe injury, and he's trauma and all, but also he got to get used to how to operate his robot in the fluid. So he's doing like, you know, trial runs and all. And all the other princeps of his gang are like watching. You know, they're watching when tank. This is like the boss. This is like the Storm Lord. You know what I mean? Like they are leaderless right now until he can be recovered. And they got Mortis, who was just, you know, knocking on their door. You know what I mean?
Prancing around.
Yeah. So Sharak agrees, but insists that, you know, he's not ready to lead the Legios yet. The others agree that in the simulation he killed 3 engines. That's good. While true, he's too reckless. He died in the process. Until further notice, Sharak will lead Legio Tempesta. So they operate in like a council thing. So they're all watching him. They're like, all right, is he ready? And they're like, not yet. He's still too crazy. Like, yeah, he killed those things, but he also died. We don't want this guy going out there and just, you know, kill himself. So, all right, jump back to the gang. The gang is frozen in fright because the Romeus busted their ass. You know what I mean? Got him. Her friends stumble to fabricate a story. Like, they're like, oh, you know, we're just out to get fucking, you know,
Breeds or
yeah, go and get a burrito real quick. You know what I mean? Like, but Dahlia said she steps up and she just confesses everything. We're going to see the dragon. You know what I mean?
to the actual like T-1000.
Yeah. And Romeus is like he plainly just goes, why are you going to the labyrinth? Nothing's there but the cult of the dragon. And they're like, what? Like, cult of the dragon? You know what I mean? Like, they're like, who's that? He explains that they're like, when the adepts used to work there, they left the place long ago, and a few like, you know, deluded adepts stayed behind. He's not here to stop them. Zeth charged him with keeping Dahlia safe, not restricting her movements. So he's like, it's cool. He's like this, like, he's using his robotic programming to like help them. He's like, look, she never said I can't tell you where to go.
Yeah.
She told me to protect you. So if you're going to the labyrinth, I guess I'm going to the labyrinth. You know what I mean? Like, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of cool. He states Mars is in crisis, on the verge of slipping into chaos. He believes Dahlia may hold the key to their salvation. Dahlia denies being special, but Romeo 31 has faith in her. They board the subway. They get on the next thing. All right, so Zeth standing in her forge, going through Neospheric emails, messages from Kane, Maximal. So they're like in a group chat. They're like, yeah, what's going on? Because they're the only ones who can talk to each other. You know what I mean? Because they're on the Wi-Fi. Others, other things are reeling about the scrap code. They're looking for help. She tells Melisande not to worry. Romeo 31 is with Dahlia, and that that's the best they do. So Zeth knows that they left. And she's also kind of like in this faith agreement, like where it's like, hey, I mean, shit, man, look what's going on here. If
we're not doing much better.
Yeah, if there's a dragon that can help us, go look for it. I don't know, go look for a dragon, whatever, dude.
You already made my couch. Yeah, like you did.
I got things to do here. To be double safe, she instructs Melisande to erase her records of Dahlia's destination from her memory coil. So I always found it was funny. It was like, so, you know, they're people, but they have implants. So she's like, all right, look, just to make it safe, let's just pretend, not like, I'm going to make sure you don't know where she's going. You know, like tweaks her, like, you know, takes a screwdriver and like, it turns out, now you know where she is. You know what I mean? All right. Zeth's watching and in disdain as the ambassador of Melkador climbs the steps to meet her. So Melkador is now going to Zeth, probably make some final proposal like, yo, get on the right side of history here. We're kicking ass. You know what I mean? She never liked him much, but something about him seems changed. So like, you know, like, man, he looks extra evil today.
You have some eyeliner on, don't you?
Yeah. You got some really tight black pants on there, man.
That's unique leather. That's pretty weird.
More worrisome was his companion, a slender female figure in a fully enclosed body glove. And this is a tech priest assassin. So they're a group of killers that existed since Mars past, following laws unto themselves. Why was she here? Zeth thought intently of why she was here. I think we have a little description of her, maybe. All right, yeah. The assassin's legs were long and multi-jointed, fused together just above the ankles by a spar of metal, below which her legs ended not in feet, but in a complex series of magnogravitic thrusters that skimmed her along just off the ground. Her athletic form was beautifully deadly, honed to a perfect physicality by a rigorous regimen of physical exercise, gene manipulation, and surgical augmentation. So she's kind of a person, but also has augments. So we haven't really talked much. So in this universe, there's called the Assassorium. I don't know. It's like a department of Terra that are assassins. There's a whole book. Actually, we get to that book. It's really cool. The whole book about them. But there's different schools of them. Like this guy's a poison perfect guy. This one is not guy. Like this whole school does poison. This whole school does sniper. So this one is like the Mars version of that. It's like a tech assassin. So it's like I'm a Mechanicum adept who was trained to be an assassin, I guess, who specializes in killing other Martian people. I don't know, you know what I mean? But that's what she's like a badass assassin who's also a robot, but not full robot, cyborg. So, yeah,
and she's hot.
And she's hot, yeah, obviously, yeah.
Obviously.
Melgator introduces his associate with the Crimson Skull mask as Ramir. Ramir, right? Ramir?
Yeah.
Ramir? Yeah, okay. Melgator rants about troubling times, how friends need to stick together now more than ever. Zeth's contempt for him grows, and he, as he pries with her with questions on how she fared so well in the corruption code. In all honesty, Zeth wants. Zeth wasn't truly sure how she survived, so she doesn't really know that the Astronomicon is what helped her really survive any attack. She's not really sure, you know what I mean? Like she mentions her, she said, "Hey, I got my Wi-Fi, my noosphere, you know what I mean? That's cool, you know what I mean?" Melgator thinks there's more to it. Perhaps the work in her inner forge requiring lowly transcribers from Terra and lots of psychers secretly brought from the black ships. So he knows what she's been doing. Did we talk about black ships before?
No.
Okay, so black ships are so another department of the Terra are called the Sisters of Silence. You've heard of the Sisters of Battle?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so none. The Sisters of Silence are specially genetically, you're born with it. You instead of being psychically like a psyker exudes psychic energy, they nullify psychic energy.
Mm-hmm.
They're called blanks. So they gather these people up. They make them called the Sisters of Silence. Actually, no, we saw them in the Garrow book.
Yeah, when they fight the baby thing.
Yeah. So they're badasses. They they got a little crop top and fuck it, you know what I mean? Or the top knot, and their shaved head. They don't talk. They do the sign. Yeah. So there's whole ships of these crews who go around and gather up psychers to be, at this point, many things: astropaths, navigators, battle psychers. You know what I mean? But anyway, so if you're a top dog, you Zeth, she can probably I put in a request for 5,000 generic psyker people. In the future, in common 40K, they're fed to the machine that keeps the Emperor alive.
So yeah, we'll get into that later. But yes.
Yeah, at the end. But yeah, so the black ships sail all across the universe, and they hunt down psychers and either bring them in the fold or kill them. But that's what he's saying is hey, I saw the email. You CC'd me on accident. I saw the email to the black ships that you know what I mean, whatever. He knows about it.
I got your Amazon receipt right here.
Yeah. Zeth's taken back. And she's like, hey, this is private, you know what I mean? It's a private project. She doubles down. Hey, it's a noosphere. If Kelber Hall would have let me put more faith in me, I could have give him some fucking noosphere. You know what I mean? Your ass didn't do anything. So Melgator decides to speak frankly. He claims that Kelber Hall knows the attack came from Terra. So he's claiming that the scrap codes from Terra. The Great Crusade is ending, and the Emperor wants to end his alliance at Mars. I'd buy that, actually, if I was a Martian duder. You know what I mean? I might buy that. If someone's like, your whole world's collapsing, and your boss of bosses is like, see, man, they're fucking ending the war. They don't need us anymore. This is their EMP. Then they're gonna get us. I might buy it. I might buy into that deal.
Yeah,
I don't know. You know what I mean?
you're not really even sure why you're allowed to do this shit so far. Like everything's like you're like kind of off the books with Big E, which is not a thing anywhere. I don't know.
So Zest last of that idea is he realizes why he brought the assassin. You know, she says, I realize why you brought her in case I call you a traitor. And he don't like that. He's like, whoa.
Oh, the T word.
Yeah. Malcador denies any threat. He would never murder an adept in their own forge. It's against the Omnissiah. So that's like a rule. Like, you know, it's like no blood in church kind of thing. Like we would never kill an adept in their own forge. Zeth spits back at that comment. You call the Emperor the enemy, but use him as a reason not to spill blood. Most see them as one and the same. Melchador asks her, but not you. So he's like manipulating her to say something that if she says it, it's going to be a big deal. Zeth says angrily, you know what I believe. There is no machine god. Technology is science and reason, not superstition. Now get the fuck out.
Hell yeah.
And that kind of seals her deal, though, because she's denying the existence of the Omnissiah, and that is like whatever, heresy, blasphemy, blah blah. But that will give him carte blanche to go tell Kelber Hall, who can seal a deal and be like, yo, all right, take her out. All right, Malcador leaves, savoring the memories. Zest Omnissiah mission is all the excuse that Kelber Hall needs to seize the Magma City. So now he can take that shit like legally, in a sense. No problem. To siphon info from Zeth Apprentice through the Newosphere. They truly don't know how they beat the scrap code, but believe a female named Dahlia Scythia was responsible. He insists they find her. Ramir suggests getting her location from her colleagues. The only one still is Melisson. She knows everything except she knows her exact location, even time off work. So she's able to, like, you know, the assassin's able to figure out, hey, I got her work schedule. I know where I can find her. Don't worry about it. He sends her off to go do her job. So she's gonna, like, you know, sneak around and try to find Melisson and get the info of Dahlia. Where are we at? Sorry. Okay. Dahlia and crew are riding the cabin on the subway. Maglev. They all sleep except for Dahlia. The black emptiness behind her eyes was scary. So she's scared to sleep now because she goes to sleep and she dreams of this dragon. She's startled by Zouch, who asks her what happens when they find the dragon. Dahlia insists on freeing it. Nothing should suffer for eternity. Zouch says some people should. He tells a story of a tyrant that killed millions, including his parents. The tyrant had his throat cut. Too quick a death for a person that caused so much pain. He's worried there may be a reason the dragon is in prison. So, like, you know, it's like he's like kind of speaking some reason. Like, there's probably a reason why whatever this thing is locked up. You know what I mean? Like, it's probably not locked up just for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, all right, Melisson lays in her bed, unable to sleep, missing her friends, feeling a little guilty about telling Zeth. More so, she missed the work, pushing the boundaries, discovering new things, all that stuff the Mechanicum didn't let her do. She gets up to make a pot of caffeine. I like how they call it. They call it a pot of caffeine. They don't have tea or coffee. She realizes her biometric scanner is picking up another life form. Ramir appears from the shadows. Melisson is annoyed at first. She's like, who the hell are you? Then she's like, oh, shit. She realizes, like, when she steps into the light, she's like, oh, this is one of those fucking assassins. This ain't good. When she asks her about Dahlia's location, Melisson furrows her brow and activates her silent alarm. So, you know, she's got, like, you know, fucking Brink security. Yeah. Boop, boop. She tries to tell her this killer her memory was erased, but Ramir has a long silver spike for that. So she's like, I can figure it. Again, I got this, like, you know, super extension cord.
got a thumbstick, dude. They don't even ready for this one.
She's trying to stall her with questions, but she ain't buying it. Ramiri tells her the silent alarm isn't going to work. She's already cut. Yeah, I cut the fucking phone line. You're not getting out of this.
Come on.
In an instant, she grabs her by the neck, the spike pressed against her augmented eye. Ugh, damn.
A little lobotomy action.
All right. Back to Cavallero. Cavallero feels like a living god of metal in his amniotic suspension. Each simulation brought victory, and every day, new augmentics brought him new sensations. Difference from traditional manifold amniotic tank was, so I think we kind of talked about it. I mean, so imagine, like, you know, like imagine what we're doing here. We're like, you know, a mouse and a keyboard. And then imagine like, what's that? Neuralink. You know what I mean? Like, like say you go to Elon Musk at Neuralink, but imagine that like tenfold. Like this fluid is like full of information and data, and like you just swim in it and swallow it and breathe it, and everything's happening at an instant. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so much quicker and better. The nightmare of his engine death would never fade, but with the help of Agatha, he has become a force again. He leads another successful simulation battle. He opens his eyes like to reality, and he sees Agatha and Chirac. Chirac needs his advice. He may be in temporary command, but Cavallero is the born leader. While in his liquid tomb, Cavallero's missed much of Mars's recent events. So he wasn't like, he shut down right before like it all started popping off. Chirac informs him he has not been taking a task. Mortis has not been taking tests for the crossing the line. So like, hey man, like you're sleeping. They got the Imperator. I don't know. You know what I mean? A summons was sent. So summons was sent for like another one of those like councils.
Yeah. But
both Mortis and the Fabricated General just like out of office. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He then uploads the newest. He like uploads all the news that's been going on into his like little fluid casket. He whispers blood of the Omnissiah as he ingests all of the destruction. So he gets all the shit at once, and he's just like blown away by what, because all he thought was probably like, yeah, man, Mortis popping off. Those assholes, what are they doing? Then he's like, holy shit, man, fucking
they're kicking down the door.
Our 20,000-year-old data center got turned into howling screams, and millions have died, and all this craziness. You know what I mean? So, all right, requests circle through the planet. So now talk about people are rallying. End the Union, stay in the Union, stay close to humanity. Much of this chaos spread off world through the fleet. So, it's still business as usual. Like fleets are coming in, getting stuff, and also like the news of what's happening, because they can't communicate through their normal terms, are now kind of through word of mouth, or are going out through the fleet. Like, yo, dude, fucking, I was on Mars last week, dude. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like, it's all fucking. I mean, I know it's shitty there, but it's like really fucking shitty, dude. Like, everything's blowing up.
Shittier than it usually is.
It's shittier than normal, dude. You know? All right, parts of the broken code are mentioning the War Master, something bad that's happened in the Istavan system. So that, Maximol has made sporadic contact with the Council of Terror, but they have no hard facts. So he's able to get a couple things, but there's no. It's all like rumors and fucking hearsay. It's going on. What they do say loud and clear: Mars must fucking fix their shit, or we're gonna send fucking someone who can, and that's the fucking legions. You know what I mean? That's what Terra's saying. Like, yo, listen, I hear your shit. You better fix your own shit, or I'm going to send fucking someone who fucking can. And that's one of the fucking legions. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest scare. Like, I'm going to send the fucking Astartes Legion there, and
you're like,
fuck all your shit up. Dude. Like, they're just going to fuck you all up. And then it'll be easy.
Just like figure it out. Otherwise, I'll have to figure it out.
Yeah. All right. On the long subway journey, Dahlia watched the windstorms, envying their freedom to blow however they chose. She felt more like the Maglev. Inexorably pulled towards the destination. She felt like she had no free will. Their excitement to see things, exotic places, Ash Border, Dune Town, was all short-lived when they like kind of saw that like they were underwhelming. They're kind of going out into the outskirts, these like small encampments and all. Red Gorge was entirely deserted. Dahlia sensed a gurgling hiss of wet code laughter as they travel. She noticed Romeo sensed it as well, but they remained silent. As they climb into the upthrust spires of rock near the Tharsis uplands, they debate on why those places they went through were empty. Like they're rural, but they shouldn't be like empty. Severine suggests a forge master enslaved the people for work. Others can't believe that. It's a scary story. They ask Romeo if he ever enslaved anyone for Zeth, and which he admits, yeah. They think he's joking. He's like, yeah. He's like, I'm Mechanicum. We never joke. They are shocked. Another moment of stunned silence. He says, "Gotcha." So it's like a little like humanity. He's like, they're all worried, like, hey, does our boss like enslave people? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And you can't see his face. You know what I mean? He's like behind a mask. And then they're like, oh, we got you. That's a little cool part. Like they pepper these in, like, to show that they still are, some of them are like still like human somewhat, you know what I mean?
The robot laugh, that ha ha ha.
Yeah. So I listened to this book too. I haven't listened to it in a while. I started it, and it's so funny when you have like so many people talk, because they try to do that, like, mechanical voice. They all roar with laughter, not realizing that, like, through the Mechanicum, Romeo 31 is still like part human, more just as much human as they are. You know what I mean? Zats hacks into the maglev cameras so that they can get a good view of what's going on as they journey towards Mondas Gamma. So Mondas Gamma, see the map, is if I'm just going to go off the top. I think that's where Lucas Crom's forge is, because they got to go through that to get to the Noctuous Labyrinth. All right. Dia gasps as she sees they're entering a steel-lined tunnel in darkness. So she's scared of the dark, blah, 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 all that stuff. Caxton assures her there's no need to worry.
Yikes.
Around that time, a heavy flyer landed outside the Magma City, demanding Zeth present herself by order of the Fabricator General. 300 modified Skitarii and protectors marched from the flyer. Chaos dripped out, man. Spikes, horns, their weapons glowing. You know what I mean? So they're like, the Goth Gang is here, dude. To go,
Ozzy Osbourne in the background, dude. They're really
Yeah.
leaning into it.
There's always an ongoing thing in like different, whatever you call them, Facebook group chat. Who's like, what would this legion listen to? What would this legion, like, what kind of music and all? And it's like, I picture like Crazy Train playing as they come down. Like, they all get out. They're all like decked out in metal. Do you know the band Gwar?
Yeah. Yes.
That's what I picture whenever I think on a comical side of like chaos people. Like, I picture like Gwar like walking around, dude. Like, because I knew a Gwar like forever, way before even Warhammer. So whenever I think of like chaosy and I want to be funny, I think of like the whole thing of Gwar is like they're from space. You know what I mean? So I picture like Gwar like walking around. All right, so all right, on a shield palanquin. So a palanquin is like something that you would see the ancient time they carry someone, right? Carried by a large juiced up Skitarii rode Ambassador Melgator and Regulus, dressed in black robes. Changed to black robes now. One's got a staff topped with a wolf skull. The other staff topped with an obsidian skull. Just over the top. They're like over the top evil. Like, yo, man, I'm gonna rock the black skull. Oh yeah, I got a fucking wolf skull, bro. like, where is a wolf at anywhere? Where is a wolf in any of these fucking like? That's so funny, dude. The massive gate to the Magma City opens. Regulus blurts out a streaming hash of lingua technis, shutting down Zeth's multitude of defensive turrets. So he's like, I got you. Shoots out the Wi-Fi signal. The turrets are down. Zeth walks out, looking at the assembly in disgust. He says, "What?" She's like, "What do you want? Who sent you?" Regulus tells her by the authority of the Fabricator General, they're here. This is all in binary. They're not really talking. They're like binarying back and forth. Zeth winces, telling them that's dirty code they're using. Regulus denies it. It's the pure code meant to exist before it was tamed by the will or to the will of the flesh. So like they're talking in their chaos code and she's the receiving and she's like, whoa, this shit stinks, man. They accuse her of refusing the Omnissiah, refusing to support policies of the Fabricator General, using non-Mechanicum workers. She laughs, calling the assembly, calling all the, hey, you guys are all abominations. You're a fucking freak show out here. And she refused the summons. Regulus knows they got her. They shut down her defenses. They're going to take her by force. But unbeknownst to them, she's got a little trick up her sleeve. So behind Zeth march a pair of knights. Not horses, they're knights.
as previously confused for horses.
Yes,
not horses.
And then behind them are 12 more. So she has the Knights of Tyrannus to back her up. All right. The Skitarii are like shitting their pants. They're like, oh shit, dude, because like that's a big deal. Like they can't take them on. 12 of them, you know what I mean? They can't take on 12 fucking knights. Melgador and Regulus are shocked also. They vow she will regret this and retreat to their flyer. Lord Cantrix wanted to kill them. He was like, come on, let me go. And warns her that they will return. And she knows, she understands. She must warn Maximo and Kane. Also try to petition Legio Tempestus again. They will need bigger engines. So this was just like, they were able to shove them off, but they know that they're going to come back in more force. You know what I mean? Yeah. So she's like, all right, I got to get some bigger guns. I got to tell my buddies that, what's going on here. All right, so we're back to the subway. The maglev enters the tunnel. Dahlia has a panic attack. Yeah, I wrote here, not some weird 40K name. Like they actually say panic attack, not like Panicus Attackatus.
Yeah. Seizing of the heart. No.
Yeah.
Panic attack. Like,
it's so funny. Like some of the things they change, other things they don't, So yeah, they calm her down. She feels silly because she's never been scared of the dark before. Severin thinks it's her connection to the dragon, whatever kind of dragon dream she's having. The maglev was unexpectedly slowing down. Something was blocking the tracks. A tall spherical tracked robot with 3 glowing orbs was moving towards them. So there we are. Our Kaban machine has found them. Dahlia reached out with her innate connection to the aether towards the robot. Kaban was its name. She read the memory of its creation and the killing of its friend, Adept Ravicol. With the death of the machine's murderous nature was unleashed. So there's a side book, like a short story actually, of the creation of this Kaban machine. And it was made, it was made by this guy, Ravicol. I think so, Ravicol. I read it a long time ago, but it wasn't made to be evil at first, but they purposely killed its friend to make it like murderous. You know what I mean? Like that was the idea. Like, oh, we're going to do this. So yeah, it's like a side story. They all wonder what it is. Dahlia informs them that it's the sentient machine corrupted by evil and it's here to kill me. Hey, easy as that. I know what it is.
I know what that is. They're like, she's like, that's the assassin robot they're sending to kill me.
Yeah. All right, they get out of they try to make their way to the exit of the subway as the Kaban machine starts just ripping up car by car. It's like just, indiscriminately just bang, bang. Like it knows she's there, but it's like, all right, well, I just fucking kill everything. And this thing's full of people. You know what I mean? It's not just them on there. This is like a subway going, like a major subway going somewhere, or I guess just a train in general. You know what I mean? The carrier was a mass of running people trying to escape its destruction. Laser fire cut passengers in half as the cart is lifted up and smashed down. The whole gang is injured or worse. Dahlia sees Romeo 31 with a spear of metal through his shoulder. He's giving her he's going like this. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Out the window near her, Dahlia saw the sentient machine rumbling towards them, sensors sweeping, autoloaders feeding fresh ammo. So it's moving in on him. And he's like trying to tell it to be quiet, even though like, it's like a sensor thing. It's not going to hear fucking its voice. You know what I mean? But Cavallero processed the info feed on Mars's current state. It was bleak. All of his precepts were gathered waiting for his order. He delivers a grand speech on the Legio staying out of politics, staying true to their warrior ideals, but it's gone too far. We must stand firm in the face of this aggression. We go to war. One princess asked, how will you walk with us? Cavallero announces he will become one with Deus Tempestus. So Deus Tempestus, like Deus Ere, it's an Imperator Titan. It's huge. So now it's kind of evened up. You know what I mean? They got their Imperator, and the bad guys got their Imperator. It's the Legio's ancient first god machine. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me see something. I think it says in a book. Let's see. I wrote Warlord, but I must be wrong. I think it's supposed to be an Imperator. I can't remember. It's big. It's a fucking big guy.
It's a big fucker.
Yeah. All right. Dahlia and Cruz lay still in terror as the Kaban machine moves closer. She says she begins to regret this whole journey. Oh, fuck now. Getting her friends involved, felt foolish for all the things she transcribed but never saw. And I was like, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I forgot notes here. So it's a good part. A little shout out too. She's regretting the decision also, but she's also thinking about the things she's never saw that she's read about. Things like the oceans of Laren, the planet Murder, the carnival's lights on Sarash.
Oh,
so
man.
So it's cool. And then it mentions Ignace Carcasse. That was him.
Ignace.
That's the guy. Yeah, Ignace. Yeah. All right, her fear over death came her fear of the dark. She closed her eyes, allowing her mind to drift into the ether. She drifted inside the corrupted machine, marveling at its intricacy, the meld of organics and artificial. She recognized the work of Lucas Crom, felt the wonder of what it was, but the horror of what it become. Lucas Crom made it alive, then had it kill its friend, then showed it the warp. Dahlia used her powers to first turn off its auspex, but it keeps rechecking. She then tricks it to sense life somewhere else down the tunnel. It fires its weapons in that direction, and Dahlia removes the life sign. Happy its job's complete, it rides away, Dahlia sensing a message sent to Olympus Mons. So she tricks it into thinking that mission complete. You know what I mean? Like, I got it. I got the Dahlia chick. She's gone. Kelbert Hall unloads the data from the Kabah machine as he looked out on Mars, soon to be changed by the power from the vaults. And the work by the Dark Mechanicum. I think it's the first time they mentioned the word Dark Mechanicum. Guy here says, weapons, servitors, praetorotons, and fighting vehicles were imbued with power, twisting them into new and terrifying forms that were divinely primordial in their savage beauty. Monstrous engines of destruction that would be heralds of the new power rising in the galaxy were taking shape in Olympus Mons and the forges of those adepts and magi that had bound themselves to the cause of Horus Lupercal. Billions toiled in the weapon shops and manufactured to release this grand dream of Mars resurgent, and none who touched the powers unleashed to roam throughout his forge remain unchanged. So yeah, so now you think of like if you play the game or you look at video games, all these like crazy looking like chaos machine monsters. This is like kind of like where they were born in a sense. He turns to his followers. You got Malcador's there, Regulus, Ursi Mavelis, who we saw once before. And on Zoom, Lucas Crom and Princess Camulus. So they're not there, but they're on call. He announces the death of Dahlia and tells the warp-enhanced Princess Camulus to destroy the Magna City. This is the day Mars throws off the yoke of the Emperor's tyranny, stain the sands red with blood. All right. Book 3 is called Origins Mechanicus. This 3-01 starts with like the Martian Civil War has officially like popped off. It mentions like Titan Legios are destroying forges all over. They're fighting each other. It's a big chunk of like what's going on, but I thought one was cool was like secret missile silos launch atomic missiles covering an area of 415 kilometers with nuclear fire. So like, it's just 40K like just beefed up to the max. You know what I mean? Like not just one atomic warhead, like just miles and miles, like kilometers and kilometers of nuclear explosions going off all over. So a host of twisted Scutari and weapon servitors attack and surround the forge of Pluvium Maximal. So we saw what was her name? Zeth get kind of pushed, and they're coming for her, and now they're coming for a Pluvian Maximal because he's like another co-conspirator in their eyes. A glacial forge is hit with rockets filled with Life Eater virus, ending in 14 million liquefied corpses. So they're even popping off the most
heinous war
heinous
crime.
weapon, dude. Yeah, you know what I mean. Even above in orbit, the warships of Mars fought each other in the belt of iron. Thousands dying every second. One massive ship, a Mechanicum Glorion, fell to the surface, killing billions. So they say billions died. So yeah, it's going off, man. You know what I mean? It's going off all over. Priceless knowledge burned, and skillful adepts died to the frenzied mobs. So yeah, so not just the human or whatever you call like the Martian life, we'll say, not even them, but like also all this years and years of info and tech and all is just being destroyed. We jump back to our little band of
misfits.
Yeah, so we got Zouch and Romeo are looking for supplies after their attack on the after they like get out of the train. Severin looked at Dahlia with what she took for all, but it was really fear. How did she make that machine go away? So if we remember here, she was able to use her like little powers to kind of trick that machine into thinking that it killed the target, which is her, but her friends kind of like, a little spooked with that, you know what I mean? So they kind of ask her, and she really doesn't know. She says she could see its makeup and what Crom did to it. They're all surprised Crom would build it. Why does he want you dead? So Crom, at this point, Crom is a high level respected tech adept in the Mechanicum. So when Dahlia is trying to say like, hey, I read its mind, it was twisted by tech adept Crom or Fabric, whatever. I'm not sure his title, you know what I mean? But they're all kind of shocked because in their world he's just like another big wig guy who is like a good guy in a sense, you know what I mean? Dahlia can only assume that has something to do with the Akashic reader, the creature in the labyrinth. Maybe if people had knowledge, if people had all knowledge, wouldn't the Mechanicum lose power? So she's seeing it as like an angle of they don't want us going on this path and figuring out like the Akashic reader, which is supposedly give everyone all the knowledge of the world. This dragon creature, like what's that? Like she seems like it's all connected to like people trying to keep them from knowing all that stuff. Romeo returns with supplies, and they find a cargo hauler, like a little like a truck in a sense. They get it fixed up and they drive off. After a long way, they get a glimpse of Mondus Gamma Forge Complex, which is Lucas Crom's fucking home. They drive for days and reach a dark scar in the earth between two descending cliffs. It's the west entrance of the Noctis Labyrinth. So they made it. Well, they made it to the labyrinth. You know what I mean?
The Night Labyrinth.
The Night Labyrinth, yes. They pause for a moment to gather their nerve and drive into the dark. So they enter the labyrinth. We jump back to the Knights of Tyrannus, Mavis, and Cronus, reach the Maglev. So they're kind of coming behind this because they're searching for that Kaban robot. So they reach and they see the destruction that happened at the Maglev, which is just a subway train, whatever. They're disgusted by the destruction. Mavin's mount is still pulling east now. He was conflicted. Mars was tearing itself apart, and his duty told him to return, but his honor kept him on his quest. So they're breaking the rules now. They're kind of like on their own little they went rogue, but he's trusting the robot soul of his mount to guide him to what to their ultimate enemy. The hunt continues. They move on. So now we go back. The little truck's driving hours and hours through this labyrinth. At any fork, Dahlia just nods in the direction. So it's kind of like she's like being led. You know what I mean? Like they find it left or right, and they all look at Dahlia, and she's like right, left, right. You know what I mean? Like just whatever. No one questions why. They're just like, okay. You know what I mean? Like no one's like, how do you know where to go?
They just saw her like the droids looking for
Jedi, the robot. Yeah, you know what I mean? So days pass. So they're like in this, this is big, so they're driving for days. The cargo hauler experiences minor tech glitches, like spooky shit. So like it says they're driving and the lights go out or the heater shuts off and they don't know why. Eventually the cabin lights go out, the engine dies often, but each time they can get out and tinker with it because these guys are all they're all
super nerds.
They're super nerds. They can fix that stuff. As he says, each time it dies, Caxton coaxes it back to life. So it goes back to how they deal with the machines. Like he's not just fixing it. He's reasoning with it. He's like, it's like, come on, man. Eventually, though, the battery dies. There's no going back from that one. Dahlia points out a sheer cliff glinting with embedded quartz. A dark passage is exposed in the rock in which there's mist coming out. So this is getting to 10 level spooky. They're in a dark labyrinth. Their truck mysteriously loses energy and dies, and now they're going to go inside this cave that's spouting out mist. Dahlia says it's the breath of the dragon. We've arrived. Cold light spilled through a giant window, throwing brightness across the white black tiled floor of the concourse lined with statues of cowled figures. And I got a little excerpt here. Where am I at? Hold on. Oh, okay. Actually, so let me this jumped. I'm sorry. Okay, so what I'm describing here is not the labyrinth; it's somewhere else. So the excerpt will kind of give you a hint of where we're at. So We're looking at a person. The giant wore a magnificent suit of golden armor, wrought by the finest craftsmen, embellished with finery, scrimshawed by the greatest artisans of the imperial fists. A mantle of red velvet edged with bronze weave hung around his shoulders, and his silver hair gleamed in contrast to the luster of his armor. The warrior's face was craggy and tan, browned by the light of unnumbered suns, and carved in an expression of stoic determination. His companion was as unremarkable as the warrior was exceptional. His white hair worn long like a mane, and his shoulders stooped with the weight of the world. Behind the unlikely pair marched a detachment of 10 custodian in bronze armor and scarlet-plumed helms, who carried long black pole arms. The presence was a formality, for Rogol Dorn, the Primarch of the Imperial Fist, needed no protection. So yes, we jump. They got you got to get someone in here. You know what I mean? So, it jumps to where we're somewhere now. We see Rogol Dorn and another like less impressive figure, who we'll find out who that is.
That was like my least favorite scene out of all these books, because I'm like, damn, dude, these dudes are fucking sick. They got the cool armor. Like, we're getting the really cool like depiction. Why are we talking about them in the Mechanicum? Like, we couldn't go Mechanicum book.
They got to throw a little bit of of the money, the money makers in there. You know what I mean?
Like, I was so mad. I get it, because like when you read it, it's relevant to the story, but I was like, God, come on, man! Like, we could have had a book of Mechanicum.
Just give them one.
Instead, we get a book about, and I'll talk about this at the end, but a book about knights shoveling shit and fighting like tigers for like a whole book, and then they're like, oh, by the way, this is a Space Marine book. But now it's like right when it's like at the cataclysmic events of this book, we're like, there's Space Marines involved.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you forgot,
I was like, oh, it took me out of it a hair.
So yeah, so where it describes like this, like very beautiful place with giant statues and all. It was one of the few remaining places in the palace that Rogol Dorn had not turned into a fortress. So we're actually at the Imperial Palace, and I think that's super cool, because I always like when when the books go into like describing this monstrosity that is like they describe it. It's like it's the palace is the size of like a fucking continent. You know what I mean? It's like so crazy. You know what I mean? But all right. So the guy he's sitting with is called Malcador the Sigillite. So just for quick, backstory, it's like he's a man. He's not an Astartes or a custodian. He's just a guy, and he's like the Emperor's right hand man. It's kind of like his advisor, consigliere, if you're like mafia terms, stuff like that. But he is a guy. But he's also like the second most powerful psyker behind the Emperor, maybe third if you want to throw in like they always compete with Magnus. Who is the best? The Emperor's number one, obviously, but like Magnus is also. But he's a guy. You know what I mean? So he's just a dude. Mal sees wonder and sadness in Dorn's eyes as he surveys the area, reminding him the glory of the Emperor will rise from the ashes of this war. Rogol Dorn asks, "Why isn't the Emperor here?" Mal has no direct answer. Just that his work is more important. Not Horus, not you, not I, but he has given us the means to win. The War Master has 3 legions. We have 13. And he said, "This is cool. This is little like into the mystery." So when he says, so they only think that Horus has 3 legions, and he's like, "Hey man, they got 3, we got 13." And Dorn responded that his would that if there were 15. He says, "Don't even think it, my friend," warned Malcador. "They are lost to us forever." So that like trickles into those 2.
I hate it.
The 2 lost.
I hate it.
I don't know if we talked about it before, but it's all speculative.
We did in the beginning of the series in general, but
it's all speculative. Like, well, I mean, so the common thread is that for in the essence of this being a game, the idea, I think what I heard, this is I don't think I can't say for sure. I don't think anything official has been put out, but the idea, what I've heard most is like they took 2 out in practical terms, probably before there was this vast lore. Was, hey, that way if you are playing our game and you want to make your own, Space Marine Legion, and like you want to do it from scratch. You don't want to be like, oh, they're a offshoot of Rabuti Gilliman or whatever. You can like, we got two, and one could be bad, one could be good, but that's the practical heart of it. But as these books advance, and then even with the I never read the end, the ending books, but I think they go into more detail. But I think it still stays a mystery. There's no like definitive like this was who they were, this is what they happened, but there's sprinkles of like, I think in the couple of books, when Horus was talking to the demons and all, I think they mentioned like, purged from the records, stuff like that. So it sounds like they did something, wrong, but wrong in the Emperor's eyes, you know what I mean? But either way, they're gone. I think it's cool. Like he mentions, like, and if you read more into it, like when you see these things, it's more recent because like a lot of these people, a lot of the Primarchs are like mentioned like, oh, my brothers, you know what I mean? So like they knew them, or you would think they knew them the way they talk about them, you know what I mean? So it's not like they were gone before they ever found them. It was more like they were probably in the fold, and then some shit happened, and now they're not around anymore,
Yeah, I love like, because it creates depth in the universe. It creates like more mystery. But brother, we're talking about like machine dragons right now, and Skitarii, and billions of people getting like murked by nukes on Mars. I don't care about your money ploy to sell more Space Marines or your mystery like Space Marine factions. Like I want more Mechanicum. I'm here for Mechanicum. Tell me more about.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of books about it, but but it ties in. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it gives you like it gives you a little more information of behind the scenes of like, because at this time, as Istvan is happening, because there was like things of like little snippets, but back on the palace, Rogodorn's already there, like beefing up, the palace. So like they are under the assumption, like, so they are assuming that what they're hearing is true, and that it's coming. You know what I mean? So he gets sent back home in a sense to like beef up the defenses. So it's kind of cool to see this other side of it, and then the squabbling like there. Like even him, he's like, where is Big Daddy?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And no one can answer. Like even like Malkador, who's right hand man, he's like, he said, this is whatever he's doing. He's down in like the catacombs and all, and it's like whatever he's doing is more important than Horus, more important than you, more important than me. So it's like, and then like it creates this division in their mind, because he's like, what the hell could be more important than one of his, his best son betraying him and like coming after us,
like trying to kill everybody.
Yeah, like what are you talking about?
Yeah, love it.
So Rogo said, he needs more info, man. He says Gilliman and Lehman Russ, they can fend for themselves, but Sanguinius and Lionel Johnson, they're heading out into danger, and he needs them to take the fight to the War Master. So that kind of alludes to what we've been seeing here is Sanguinius and Lionel Johnson. He like redirected them to like far off areas. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like this before he turned, but it was like all on the ploy. So because he knew that those Dark Angels are like super badass, and the Blood Angels super badass. So he's like, hey, I'm going to send them away so far that they couldn't get here in time. Malkador mentions there's more pressing matter. He received daily updates from Maximal back on the Mars about the war on Mars, and no word from the Fabricated General. He believes he's against us. So they already feel that Kelbert Hall has turned. Rogodor's plans to send his boy Sigmund and 4 companies to quell the rebellion. So we met Sigmund before, I think in book 1 or 2, when he's talking to Loken, and he's pretty much like, he's like Rogodorn's best boy. You know what I mean? He's like his head captain guy. You know what I mean? So Mal suggests sending another guy called Sor Talgran, but Rogodorn says no. He needs them for Istvan 5. So he's also sending people to Istvan 5 where they're going to smash Horus because they have way more legions than them.
Super easy victory.
Yeah, easy day. Yeah. All right. So now we jump back to Mars. 13 war engines from Legio Mortis are marching on the Magma City. The Imperator's pack walks slowly, all with a mix of warlords and reavers, with warhounds hunting in the front, all with fresh eyes of Horus on their hulls. So we got the big guy we talked about, the huge Titan, and then you got all of them. You know what I mean? Like they're all big, but like you have the super big guy all the way down to the little warhounds who are not little. They're bigger than even the knights, you know what I mean? But they're moving on Zeth's home. They walk towards the Arismon subhives, thousands fleeing. So people are just running out of their homes. These hives are just like, cities. If anyone knows it's gone now, but it was called the Kulan walled city in Hong Kong. I always think of that. It was like a city that was built back in the day, and then the residents just started building on top and all around. And that's what I think of a hive. I think of that in my mind, but it's way bigger, grander scale. So people are fleeing these things, unknowingly exposing themselves to the following hordes of Skitarii and battle servitors. So whenever these Titans go into battle, down by their feet are whatever, you know what I mean? So Skitarii in this sense, Imperial Guard, Space Marines, but they're, it's an army of them marching around the feet of these Titans. The Defender's artillery scores a lucky hit and takes out a Warhound, but soon they're overwhelmed until the massive Ordinance machine rolls out. Okay, so the good guys, will say, our good Mechanicum guys have like a gun on like wheels, like a big gun, I don't know, just like it says a massive gun on a reinforced chassis. So it's probably a gun that could be on the mount of a Titan, but they have it on like, on like a tank in a sense. You know what I mean? They roll this thing out. You know what I mean? It's formidable. It hits a Reaver and obliterates its void shields, makes quick work of its armor, vanquishing it. So, Reaver's a big boy. It knocks the Reaver out. So it's a very powerful weapon. You know what I mean? The Ordinatus machine begins to roll back into its bunker for protection, was taken out by Aquila Ignis, the big boy, the big boy. And the Warhounds rush through the defenders. One Warhound destroyed by an unknown enemy, causing two more to investigate. So they're coming for him. The defenders are kind of working it a little bit, but one of their Warhounds taken out by a mysterious enemy. They don't know what it was. Well, it wasn't the Ordinance gun. It was something else, All right, so Deus Tempus bursts forward, crashing into the Warhound and crushing the smaller engine underfoot. So Deus Tempus, which is the super old, super giant machine from the good guy Titan Legion. You know what I mean? So what's his name? Cavallero was able to get himself put into his machine, into his fluid sac, into
his little Goku tank, his little yeah.
The rest of Legios Tempestus takes the field, ready for a fight with Mortis. So they did a surprise attack. You know what I mean? They kind of
love it, dude.
Back, and they had the Martians take out a couple of the engines, but then they spring their trap and come forward.
And
that's
what I'm talking about, dude. Like when I think Mechanicum and Heresy, I didn't know that the Mechanicum split. And so once I'm reading this book, I'm like, okay, cool. So we got the Horus Mechanicum and then the not Horus Mechanicum, the Emperor side. I'm trying to watch robots fight. I'm trying to watch Pacific Rim 2 in space. That's what I'm picturing. Yeah. And so finally I'm like, because they were hinting at it when they were marching towards that the Martian boundary line, and they're like, hey, they cross that line, it's on. And so I'm chomping at the bit, dude. I'm stoked. And then finally they're like, you know what? We're not only going to fight back, we're going to bring Old Glory out. Throw a new layer of paint on her, and we're gonna go toe to toe with the bad guys. And I'm like, finally, dude. That's what we're here.
Super cinematic. And it's we're going through it, but we're not giving it justice. Graham McNeil does a really good job. And I think, I don't know, I'm not a writer, but I think it's difficult, man, to make a grand scale battle, whether it be troops and tanks or robots, make it exciting, because it can be kind of boring. Because if you ever read a history book of the battle of whatever, you know what I mean, it can be kind of boring because it's just troop movements and casualties and all. But he does a real good job of making it exciting, like that trap. You know what I mean? That's cool. Making these machines that are giant still be able to do things that a person might do, build an ambush and then spring the trap and all. And it's exciting,
The imagery of so all the evil Mechanicum guys are marching towards what, in my mind, this isn't what it actually was, but was the good guys are defending with essentially a cannon on chicken legs, is what I pictured. It would shoot and it would try to hide, and they're so focused on that they miss the Empire State Building marching towards them, and it crushes one. It's so large, it literally crushes one of the evil Mechanicum like machines. Like that's epic. It's like not only cool. And again, the scale is so hard for us to convey. And Graham McNeil actually does a really good job because like scale and again bolter porn, it's really difficult to make interesting. And he does a good job with this. I actually think it's one of his better ones because he does like putting logistically where people are in certain places. He gave you a fucking map.
The map.
He gave you a map, but like
the map is great.
It's not like this like intermingle combat like just whirlwind. No, it seems almost like this beautiful revolutionary war of like we're fighting here, they're fighting here, and now we're like on top of each other. We're going toe to toe. And in my beautiful little sci-fi nerd brain, watching two robots fight, it just scratches an itch. And finally we're at that point where I'm like, now we're making some noise. And this was probably my favorite part of the book because they hinted at the good evil or the good Titan that's out of commish. They've hinted at it just like, oh, like we don't use it anymore. Like it's in the back. Well, yeah. It's literally in the background. It's in the background. Yeah. And I'm like,
it's like a statue in a sense.
Yeah, you know and you're like, oh, that's gonna get used later.
yeah. It's like obvious, but still cool. That's obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
but yeah, you're like you're getting the payoff. It's you're eating now. You're finally you were patient. You got to the point where now it's not just the evil guys shooting at little Skitarii and like in gun encampments. It's no, we're going mech on mech. We're going toe to toe. Just rock 'em, sock 'em. Finally.
Yeah, rock 'em, sock 'em. That's what I think of too. All right, so now we jump to Zeth. She's like watching all this from atop her pyramid at the center of her magma city. And as happy as she is seeing like the bad guys get smashed, she's also really sad because like so much tech is being, precious tech is being destroyed. Not people. No one said people yet. No one cares about the fucking people. She just cares about her.
Fucking toaster recipes in there, dude.
All my stuff, dude. And she's conferring with Maximal and Kane like via Zoom, Neospheric Zoom, whatever, to asking. They're kind of like, like what do we do next? What's going on? Where's the Imperial aid? Kane informs that army elements and Saturn regiments are tasked with the relief of Zeth and Maximal's forges. So she says, hey, we got the Imperium army coming and Saturn. And she's like, well, where's the heavies? You know what I mean? Like, where are the Astartes? That's what she's wondering. So,
yeah, I said, whoa. I don't want those guys.
Yeah. He relays, Kane says, hey, Sigismund of the Imperial Fist is on the way to my facility, while Kamba Diaz, which is another Imperial Fist guy, will assault Lucas Kron's facility. That's where their gear is. So Kane, remember, they show him walking through the lines of armor. So obviously the Imperium's like, we're sending our heavies to get our stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they need their armor. You know what I mean? But he says once everything's secured there, then they're going to divert over to help out Maximal and Zeth, which you can already tell that's not going to happen.
We'll get there. We'll hit on the way back.
Before the call ends, Maximal asks Zeth about Dahlia's progress. In spite of all this destruction, he still seeks knowledge. Just makes Zeth smile. So so at the core of this, man, their whole homes are being destroyed and all, but he's like, oh, before you leave, hey, did she find that that thing that has all that knowledge?
Hey, did you get that update? Did you get that latest update? Like, you play that patch note? You read that?
Zeth has no update. Her death is a probability, she thinks, but she's not sure. You know what I mean? She's not giving it up yet, but she thinks that she could be dead. All right, we move back. The gang is moving single file through the tunnels that glowed softly. So they're inside the misty cave. They travel for a while, past multicolored galleries and translucent stalagmites. So they're in like a little spooky, not really spooky, I guess, like a little
adventure cave.
Adventure cave, yeah. You take kids to and stuff, you know what I mean? In like Virginia, where they had those caves and all, yeah. And it becomes dark again as they keep going. They emerge into a laboratory. Parchments covering the walls and dusty machines all around. So they found like a little secret, hidden, looking abandoned laboratory. They examine the drawings of glowing human shapes, the equipment until a voice speaks from the shadows. and the adept comes out. He's happy that someone has come along after so much time. His features are gaunt, wild eyes, and thin white hair. And on his forehead is the mark of the dragon. Dun, dun, dun. There you go.
And again, what the fuck's the mark of the dragon? How do we know what that is?
I don't know if it ever describes if we missed it or not, but in my head, I just picture like, the Skyrim thing.
I picture like Targaryen, like dragon.
Whatever.
If it's a dragon symbol,
make it whatever you want. Yeah, whatever you want it to be, I guess. But so this old crusty tech comes out. He's got a beefed up servitor with him, and Romeo like points his weapon at him, because they don't know who they are. Dahlia announces this is who she's been dreaming of. He asks if the stars are still there and babbles about the insignificance of a name in this vast emptiness, but concedes and tells them that he was once called Samion. He is the guardian of the dragon. So this is kind of like who's been sending out these little dream messages to Dahlia. All right, we jump back to the battle. After losing their scouting engine, Mortis pulls back and bombards the Magna City instead, which I feel would be the smartest thing to do from the jump. You know what I mean? Like, just take your guns to shoot forward and point them up and just lob. Tempestus and hundreds of thousands of refugees take shelter in the forge, which is being ignored by the weapon. So they don't want they want the forge. Too much valuable toaster recipes in there. You know what I mean? They need the forge. The Knights of Tyrannus repelled 2 more attacks at the gate. So it's very brief the way we're doing it, but when you read it, it's really good. So you have the Titans coming from one side, and then you had the bridge and the gate, like back where we first saw a couple chapters ago, where we saw Zeth bitch showdown. Out. The showdown with what was his name? I forget their name, but they came beefed up with their skull staffs and all. You know what I mean?
We're totally not the bad guys in this situation. Yeah.
So from that side, you have like a more of a traditional fight. You know what I mean? Like, just dudes on feet, dudes with the emo guys coming after. You know what I mean? So let's see, where are they at? Okay, yeah. So they're repelling the attacks of the gate. No losses, but one mount was grievously wounded. Further west, 500,000 soldiers slam into the defenses of Maximel's forge. He thinks that the lifespan of his forge can be counted in hours, not days. So same time, Maximel's forge is also being overrun. Kane's facilities were left unmolested, and no one can understand why. He watched the landing fields of Uramas Praetor as squad after squad of Imperial Fist Stormbirds descend like a golden flock of avenging angels. I like when they say that. It's funny. All right, so back in the cave, Semyon explains his machine creates images of people's auras, like the ones printed all around the lab, but it fries the subjects to crisp. So it kills the people as it takes cool little glowing pictures of them.
I take a picture of you, but I could tell you your aura. You're just going to be dead.
Yeah. He says it by doing it keeps the dragon dormant. Dahlia demands to see the dragon. Semyon laughs, saying the dragon is all around them. Dahlia commands with her bigger voice. He then agrees. He kind of like, she demands it. He leads them through a twisting caverns to a ledge high up in a glittering cavern of blinding silver. It was the largest internal space they'd ever seen. So like, they're in a cave, but it's, impossibly large to fathom how big this cave is, because it's like just goes on forever. This like cliff, it just goes on forever all around them. Behold the dragon, cries Semyon, standing next to a wooden lectern and an old book and quill. Dude, it's like it's like a fucking book.
And he has this little stand. He had his pen ready. All right, behold, here we go.
Here's the dragon. They're all puzzled, because they said it says no beast appeared. They all expected a dragon to come out. Severin points to the shimmering walls and roof. The angles and perspectives are all wrong. Dahlia's hit with a wave of vertigo. The geometry was insane. Distance irrelevant. Perspective a lie. This was no cavern. The walls, the floor, every molecule of air was part of some vast intelligence that had been abroad in the galaxy for millions of years before humans had even been a thought. She gathers herself and tells Semyon she knows what the dragon is, this cavern, or at least it's a sliver of it. So this always got me confused. So it's like, first of all, there's no dragon, like as we think of a dragon,
Right.
but it's also not even a person or a thing. It's like just like a
concept?
presence.
Yeah.
It's like a presence that is so vast, but it like so this part is hard. I read it several times and it's hard for me to like describe, but they kind of like, it's like a wall breaks down in front of their eyes and they realize that like, you know, the cavern is not a cavern. It's, you know, like the angles are off and like everything's weird. And as if they are already inside this, whatever the dragon is, it's like inside of it, kind of, I guess. I don't know. It was really kind of hard for me to wrap my head around.
Whenever not just Graham McNeil, but like any author goes to what I would describe as like Lovecraftian, like you're going beyond the concept of understanding. Like this is so horrifyingly powerful. Like, because when you're getting told you're going to go meet the dragon, some sort of like entity, or at least like some sort of creature, and just being in the presence of whatever it is just basically distorts your reality. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll turn my brain off a hair and be like, we're going Lovecraftian sort of color. Like, I think color out of space. You don't even know what this shit is. Yeah. It is just kind of like this area of existence is wrong. So whatever power is resting here, it is beyond your ability to even perceive, which is hilarious because then we learn about the Emperor fucking whipping some ass.
Yeah, like the Emperor somehow like whooped this thing's ass, whatever it is. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it's so like mind-boggling that they're all like, you know, they're all reeling. They can't even stand up and all. But Dahlia is able to like get her wits, and Saemon leads her to the book, and she looks at it, and it's full of archaic words she doesn't understand, and the pages start moving. Dahlia says she doesn't want this. As Saemon stares into her eyes, his gaze locking her in. Look into my eyes and see the dragon's doom. In a rush of knowledge, Dahlia saw everything. So yeah, so she's about to understand. She's about to find it.
I like how I go to the book. I can't read this.
I can't read this. What are you doing? All right, so we're back to the war. The Imperial forces were fighting across Mars. Soldiers of Saturn have a tough go at the warped Skitarii, but rally with their tanks in support of Maximal's Forge. Two companies of Imperial fists with Jovian Grenadiers, which is like an elite army troop, make planetfall at Mondas Gamma, met by screeching battle robots and blank-faced automatons. So that's Lucas Crone's home. He makes the weirdo sex doll machines, you know. With every second, men were dying, but Imperial Fist knew it was a worthy sacrifice as they secured as many weapons and armor as possible. That's all that matters, man. They can't make these. We can make people anywhere, you know what I mean? But we can't make these weapons.
This is where the guns are made. Like, we got peasants making soldiers everywhere.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and as you and as you see, if you are into this universe enough, like there was a video a while ago of arming of a space marine. You know what I mean? Like that. These guns are like revered. You know what I mean? Like they're holy relics. And then if it's old, like forget it, man. If it's like an old gun, it's like, oh my god, dude. You know what I mean? But yeah, so like they're very valuable. So yeah, they're going to throw thousands and thousands of bodies at this if they can get, you know.
Dude, that's where the espresso machine recipe is, dude. Like they need that. They need that.
We jump back to the cave. Dahlia stands on a high dune. So she's having a dream, right? She's on a dune looking over a river valley near a great city of sun-bleached stone. Semyon tells her they are seeing Old Terra, a city named Serene in the land known as Libya. It's the 11th or 12th century. They're watching a procession of women take the king's daughter to her death. The dragon within the earth demands a sacrifice of a beautiful maiden each day. She's the city's last. So it's very, you know, classic fairy tale. A lone warrior in golden armor rides to meet the beast. The dragon appears and thrashes the knight, but he was able to pierce its weak spot, wounding it even he wasn't strong enough to kill it. He rides off, dragging the beast to find a place to bind it. So, a golden warrior. It's like back in the day, you know, it's like knights and stuff. So, and very like they stole this from Tolkien. They find like the chink in Smaug's armor, but it can't kill him. But he wounds him enough. You know what I mean? The image freezes. Dahlia wonders if there is more. That's all the dragon remembers, Saemon tells him, or it's a version of its memories. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not. Seaman adds, I listen to its hatred roar from its jail and write what comes out. The Emperor slaying the Dragon of Mars, the grand lie of the Red Planet, and the truth that would shake the galaxy if it were known. But what is real and what is fantasy? So this got my head all wrapped up too. It's like, so what she's seeing is the dragon's memory. What she saw, was that actually what happened? Like, so was there a dragon, all-powerful dragon, somewhere on Earth? And how did the Emperor, like, it wounded it and dragged it off in this vision
to Mars?
In 11th century, how did he get to Mars? You know what I'm saying? Like, like he's the Emperor and all, but he's still living in Terra on the 11th, 12th century. How did he get to Mars?
He's in Libya in like the 1200s, dude. Like the Byzantine Empire is like right around the corner. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. But also it says like it's the dragon's memory. So maybe this is how this creature just like fictionalized its own demise in a sense. Like maybe that's not, I don't know. It's weird. You know what I mean? But all right. So the Emperor brought the dragon to Mars because he knew he would need to orchestrate the evolution of the Mechanicum. From the dragon's dream came the first machines of the priest of Mars. Without them, the grand plan could never be achieved. Well, he's playing the long game. Like, so if I'm understands correctly, somehow the Emperor's been alive for a long time. He's back in the 11th century. He wounds this dragon that's eating the locals, and he realizes that the dragon is so powerful that it can like birth technology. So he hides it in Mars, knowing that one day in the future there will be a cult of tech people who will use its power to like make the cool machines.
So whenever twice in this book they talk about sacrificial technology or like sacrificial entities, right? That immediately makes me think of, spoilers, the Golden Throne, the throne. Mm-hmm. And my whole like noggin is like he has Zeth working on this machine that like zaps 1,000 psychers to one person, and I'm like, that sounds exactly like the throne because they do that.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about, hey, this dragon, you sacrifice a maiden to the dragon, and that's how it stays powerful. I'm like, this kind of all like has the same trend, and so he's like 1200 fucking century. He's already planning. Yeah, 1200 AD. He's planning the Golden Throne because he's like, I need people who can make this happen.
Yeah, well, as I'm saying, like, so, like, it sounds, you know, and it sounds like ludicrous and process, but I think that's trying to give you a glimpse into like how insanely vast that the Emperor's like mind or whatever is, because he was planning, and if what you're saying is correct, he's planning. He knows that some way in the future he's going to need to sit on this thing to stay alive. And
like that's just So you're telling me he saw his son betray him.
That is one trope that people think is like, you know, like, and maybe we'll find out more to read the books further, but like they say that, you know, he foresaw all this. This is all planned. You know what I mean? Like he knew Horus would betray him, and he knew everything he's already knowing. But I don't understand why he would put himself in a situation he's in now. You know what I mean? Like he's fucking just
he looks great now. What are you talking about? He's nice and cozy in his chair. He's totally alive. You're starting to sound like a heretic. But no, like I liked that. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like this is something that like Mechanicum, you're like, whoa, all right, Mechanicum's really part of the lore now. I'm like, hey, like they're part of the machinations of Big E's fucking weird ass plan to have himself self-emulate. Like it's crazy. And that gets like my lore like juices pumping. I love that. I don't appreciate like the token references to other stuff in universe. It does create a timeline of when this is happening. I like that, but like I don't need the Avengers to hint at the arrest of Hulk in the middle of Captain America's movie. Like I don't need that.
Yeah.
I just want like let's keep it in this linear, beautiful story. Graham, I appreciate you. But holy cow, is this such a bizarre wrench into the lore? Like I love it, but I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and then even Dahlia says like she can't grasp the scale of the Emperor's design, the clarity of vision to scheme a move that wouldn't come to fruition for 20,000 years. If the truth ever became known, it would tear the Mechanicum and Imperium apart. Neither can survive alone, but those who value truth over all would see a war between Mars and Terra. The destruction will be greater than what the War Master is doing. So this is the secret. The secret is that the Emperor kind of like gave birth to the Mechanicum in a sense. But I don't understand, like, why would that, like, and I said, I'm not the smartest man. Why would that like make people mad? Like,
so I think he did the Omnissiah, like he created Mechanicum. Don't think Mechanicum technologically, like think culturally, religiously, and because the whole reason they do what they do, and they don't have innovation, and they don't create super technology that they are more than capable of doing, because they're like one dude who does it, they can do it. They, like she said, the people who are in the true pursuit of truth, this would cause all that war. Because like this is like finding out that like the Easter Bunny is not real, but your whole life is sacrificing like your firstborn to the Easter Bunny. Like that's a big fucking deal. Like
so like he's pretending like that I'm the Omnissiah, and it kind of is, but not in the sense that they would see it. He's like, I'm the Omnissiah because I put this leaking magic button that is that's causing you people to want to make cool things, but I'm also going to limit the cool things you can make. You know what I mean? Okay.
He's creating not only the restricted circumstances, but he's also perpetuating this lie of who he is, who he thinks he is. And this is like 4 lies on top of a lie, all started 20,000 years ago because he slayed a dragon. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at now. That's cool.
So Semyon explains to her the Guardians make sure the dragon's children never find it. And guess what? You're the next Guardian. So he's like, hey, good thing you found me because I'm getting tired. I'm getting old. With a touch from Semyon, Dahlia is filled with an unimaginable well-being. Her body reborn. The knowledge of the Emperor flowed through her. All anger at his deception gone as she understood the fate of humanity without his guidance. Semyon turns to dust, his guarding complete. So by Semyon like transports the power, and this is like, so it sounds like this guy was like in place by the Emperor. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm going to have this revolving cast of a Guardian, and they're going to be loyal to me because she doesn't care anymore, and they're going to live for unimaginable time. They can live for a long time until the power eventually wanes, and they'll have to send out a message to get another one out here. So, and it says here, this is a direct quote. It says, the dragon's children never find it. And I think that's said rumors are, and I said we haven't found it yet. I haven't seen the book. It's probably out there, you know what I mean? But the rumors are that it's like a Necron tech thing. So the children maybe would be like, the Necron robots, finding their father, their whatever you want to call it, you know what I mean? But all right, so Semyon's gone. He turned to dust. Dahlia is the new Guardian. Severine calls her name with a look of desperation on her face. You brought me the dragon, Dahlia, but I wish you hadn't. And then Severine just jumps off the ledge. I was like, is that like necessary? is that like adding?
You could just left.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that like adding to the drama of it? You know what I mean? Like, is it like showing how separated now Dahlia is from any of her friends? You know what I mean? Like,
I guess so. Yeah, I interpret it as like the weight of this knowledge, like she was chosen for, and those who like received it aren't able to carry that burden, or know that like if this gets out, they're going to like their whole life is a lie. Blah blah blah.
All right, 3 TAC 4 04. Sigmund's there. He's pissed off. Nothing's going as planned. And an attack was coming his way, and 3 were there were more containers to be secured, but the other forces across Mars were having a tough time reaching their objectives as well. Even with the efficiency of Kane assisting the gear move, much will be left behind. So he's just trying to get the shit off the planet before they have to get out of there. Siemens and Ford Kane of the coming enemy, 2 Legio, sorry, over 60 engines. He cannot save his forge. So he's like, hey man, this is gone. This is lost. We got to get what we can and get out of here. Kane protests the importance of what his forge makes when one of the I can't even say this right, Stilvosky towers explodes. It's like a big elevator. So they have like, being like low tech as they are, high tech, low tech, instead of like, transport, like teleporters are. They literally have like gigantic elevators that go up to these orbital platforms. So, and it gets hit. Like, time's up. They got range on us. As 6 warlord titans silhouette can be seen in the distance, their war horns roaring in triumph. Sigmund insists Kane leave. He's too valuable as the new fabricator general. Sorry, but Zeth and Maximal are fucking done. Like, so they gotta have Kane. Kane's gonna be the new loyal fabricator general. Sigmund's like, you gotta come with me, and I can't save your friend. Sorry. Dahlia sobs for her lost friend, is comforted by Romeo 31. Zeus looks at the pile of Semyon dust, asking, "What do we do now? Do we free the dragon? Like, what's going on?" "Absolutely not," replies Dahlia. "We weren't brought here to release it. I am here to ensure it stays entombed, and I need a bodyguard. And we're going to be here for a very, very long time." So poor Romeo 31 is getting roped into this. They backtrack with the rest of their crew all the way back to the hauler. They have a teary goodbye, and Dahlia uses her big emperor energy magic to make the hauler work again. So she has a little bit of this, heal thyself machine.
You're healed.
So she can trickle charge the battery of the hauler. Before they can get it though, it explodes. Boom! In the distance, rolling forward on the heavy tracks, it's the old Kaban machine. Yeah, I pictured, like, we saw a picture of it last time, but I just pictured it's clunky and like it's just rolling on it.
It's on like a diesel generator.
Yeah, on his tracks. All right, we're back to Zeth. Zeth's watching her Ford's complex be destroyed. Maximal isn't faring any better. Mondus Oculum and Mondus Gamma were in flames. So much irreplaceable tech lost. But worse than that was the streaking comet shooting from the surface. The Imperial ships were leaving, so she knows that they're left behind.
We're stuck.
Kane sends a tense message: forces withdrawing, save what you can, destroy the rest. For her human parts were mad, betrayal, but her dominant analytical side could see the reason to retreat. She calls up her crew: Maximal, Caballero, Cautrix, and Verticorda. They await her orders to what to do next. So they know they're screwed. They got to figure out what to do next. She's not going to let her emotions override. She's going to figure out what's the best course of action here for, for Mars in general. The Kaban machine barrels towards them, weapons ready to fire. They rush back towards the cave entrance, but dodge for cover as it starts firing. They wait for the next barrage, but it doesn't come. Dahlia reluctantly looks over the little rock she's hiding behind. The Kaban machine's shields are being hit. It's the Knights of Tyrannus. They finally caught up with them. Maven's heart soars with primal joy, shooting this ugly machine. Him and Cronus flank towards the Kaban machine, firing to destroy its void shields. So this, I right here, is a 3-page epic robot battle. It's cool, but I'm not going to try to describe it all. So it pretty much ends with Maven dramatically saying, "You know the drills, but you don't have the skills."
We're here. We're doing it, dude.
Which is cool. It's cool because it makes, in my mind, these guys are like the fighter pilots of this world. I mean, there are fighter pilots, but these so they would say some kind of Tom Cruise shit like that, as they're fighting, as the two heroically charge in and they kill the Kaban machine. The knights move towards the huddled people in the cover. A slight woman with shining gold eyes steps out. Both the knights' mounts instinctively kneel. Dahlia reaches out to them. "Machine, heal thyself." So the machines recognize her as a piece of the Messiah, and they they kneel down. But good sign, the Kaban machine is gone. Dahlia is safe, and they can go back to guarding the dragon, I guess. All right, 3-5. As night falls in the Magma City, Legios Tempestus moves out from the shelter of the inner forge. Caballero opens the channel to all his princeps, telling them it is and has always been an honor serving with them. Good hunting. So they're going one final push. They're going to go up against their mortal enemy.
Hell yeah, dude. That's why we're here.
Across the wreckage, Mortis marches to meet them, Twisted Scutari at their feet. Cavalleros notices they only have one more engine than Tempestus, and they're being cautious, remembering their earlier ambush. Tempestus moves at marching speed. Across the city, the forces of Melgator gear up for another crack at the Vulcan gate. So this is across the way. This is like the foot soldiers. Before they can fully regroup, the gate opens, and 11 Knights of Tyrannus charge out into a wedge. One last ride to glory. So they had a little meeting, and they're like, "Hey, we're not going to sit here and just let them, chip away at us. Let's just, go for one last hoorah and take out what we can." The charge drives them far from the gate, killing hundreds every second. As they continue their push, a few of the knights are taken out. Only 7 remain, Verticorda and Cartrax leading the push to their goal in sight, Melchador's pavilion. So they're trying to make their way to the little tent. I don't know if it's a tent or not.
I picture like a yellow, like it's Mechanicum, so it's probably like sheet metal.
Yeah. But yeah, they want to get to their leaders. Their leaders like tent. Mortis and Tempest engines duel in the wreckage. Lots of cool robot maneuvers and weapons. It's super cool the way he writes it out, how this all happens. Tempest kills some, Mortis kills some, but Mortis has the upper hand. Suddenly, the sky opens with a bright sunset of atomic detonation. So more fucking atomic bombs are just going off all over the place. Zeth shields her eyes from the flash. Fiery mushroom clouds climb skyward in the distance. Goodbye, Appluvian, she says, and turns her attention to her own conflict. So that forge has just been totally new. Well, like the Force complex, they mentioned before how one of his reactors, got destroyed. So they probably have several nuclear reactors. Yeah. So by describing the scale of this, she looks at the distance, looks like the whole forge was just, like wiped out, it's gone, totally gone. Let's see where I at. Okay. Both Legio Tempest and the Knights of Tyrannus fought valiantly, but the writing was on the wall. If she doesn't act now, Kelber Hall would soon have her forge. So she's kind of like teetering back and forth as to, can we defend my forge? I don't want to destroy my forge, obviously, but if we lose, then he's going to get it. And she's got a bunch of secret stuff down there, like the Akashic Reader, probably other stuff, you know what I mean? Like super advanced microwaves and super advanced toasters and stuff like that she doesn't want him to get his turn them all chaosy. She descends to a below chamber with a dozen silver columns. Standing in the middle, Mechandrites extrude from her spine, connecting to the columns, and Zeth X-loads a series of macro instructions into the Nubisphere network. She's interrupted by a voice telling her to stop. It's Ramir. Remember Ramir? We are our tech assassin. So,
sexy tech assassin.
Yeah, we gotta have the two sexy female characters have one last standoff. You know what I mean? The remaining knights push through the enemy, each on the verge of destruction. One dashes through the horror, dying in the act, but creating a gap for the others. They rush towards Melchador's tent, and he flees. Verticorda feels the presence of his mount. Ares Lictor's former masters surge through him, allowing him to push. So it's kind of it reminds me very kung fu movie-ish, you know what I mean? Like the former kung fu masters give him the power to surge forward. Another knight explodes, Cautrix jumping into the gap left behind. So they're pushing forward, but one by one, the no names are getting taken out.
The red shirts are dying.
Yeah. Together, Verticorda and Cautrix unload on Melchador's shield palanquin, obliterating the ambassador. So it's so funny. It's I picture, he's fleeing and literally he's being carried on his shield. And they're just they unload because they got Gatling guns. They're just unloading on him. So it obliterates the ambassador. So they got Melchador finally. Ares Lictor takes a missile to the knee, the same knee that was touched by Big E so long ago, and he falls. His last memory was hearing Cautrix shouting defiance in the end, and Verticorda died smiling, and the spirit of Ares Lictor welcomed him. Caballero's tank is flecked with red droplets as his engine takes damage. He faces 3 warlords in front of the Mortis Imperator, which had not even fired yet. So that's kind of like a flex, dude. Like he's just I don't even need to do, all my underlings will do all this damage. He expertly so he fires his missiles and his volcano cannon, expertly vanishes their void shields and 2 of the warlords shortly after. So he's wrecking shop. He's doing like he did in the hologram, whatever the pretend fights. Then the Mortis Imperator finally does open fire. Zeth falls to her knees from the pain, looking down, wondering why her personal void shield failed. Ramir confidently tells her that the rounds are specially made to avoid them. So she's got her special assassin guns that can go through her void shields. And she shot her pretty much, you know. Zeth smirks, telling her she's waiting for her newest sphere trip code to take effect. Ramir drops to the floor, her magno-gravitic thrusters cutting out. So they're kind of having this like little tech battle. She's got like special tech bullets that shoot her, but then she also like sends a little virus code through her mind, and it makes her fall because it turns her boots off. Zeth assesses her wounds. Her body was dying, but she could still finish. She orders her servitor to grab Ramir and drop her into the hole down into the magma lake. So she finally gets rid of this pain in the ass. Zeth looks up at the display of her magma city with a heavy heart as she issued the last of her macro instructions. So she's pretty much, you know, self-destruct code in a sense, you know what I mean? But Ramir was there to try to stop her. Let's see. Tharsis Hastius, a veteran engine of 100 worlds, was obliterated by one shot from the the Mortis Imperator. So we, you know, that's just like a no name in a sense, but they describe it like, you know, so this thing is so badass that it can just kill another smaller but still giant Titan in one damn shot. An all-spec scan shows only Sarak and Chasm remain up with Cavaleras. They got three left. Cavalera hit with a barrage of missiles from the Imperator, destroying his shields and his carapace. In his final moments, he saw Sharak and Chasm rush the Imperator, heroically firing even though it would do no damage. He felt both their engines die. Cavallero feels the twisted Sgatari climbing his engine, intent on capturing the valuable machine. He links to his engine seer, ordering to disengage all reactor safeties. The Deus Tempest goes critical and explodes with the force of a mini supernova. So yeah, so they're pretty much, everyone's pretty much like doing as much damage as they can and then self-destructing so they don't, that the bad guys don't get any of their tech, you know what I mean? With defenses gone, the Dark Mechanicum swarm into the Magma City. High on Atena's dam, the sluice gates were locked open thanks to the Zeth removing the controls. So pretty much the dam holding back the lava, she's just like, yep, just open it. It starts filling the lagoon. Liquid rock slowly melts the metal, and the city begins collapsing, killing enemy and citizen alike. An ocean's worth of magma spills out, destroying everything. Even mighty Aquila Ignis, which is the big Mortis engine, eventually falls as his legs weaken and his bulk crashes to the ground. 3 hours later, the Magma City and Coral Zeth sink beneath the lake of lava. With their destruction, all hope of lifting humanity into a scientific golden age is lost forever. So, cool way to do it, rather than like your standard, like, you know, just blow it up. She you know, she lets the magma, you know, take everything out. All right, so this is the very end. It's called Appenda. The last two Knights of Tyrannus descend into the rocky depths below Mars, searching for an automated research facility that Romeo 31 assured them would find hope. They would follow the instructions of the girl with the golden light and await the end of the above hostilities. Deep in the Noctis Labyrinthus, Dahlia and Romeo take up their stewardship of the dragon. Much later, she will return to the Silver Cavern and see the book containing the grand lie was stolen. 10,000 years would pass before the next guardian was chosen, but by then, the damage had been done. Dun, 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 dun. So someone steals the book.
Which is like, what the fuck? Your first day on the job.
Yeah. But we don't know who. And like, so the book is the dragon's dreams that dude was writing down. But I guess it has significance somehow. You know what I mean? I guess, you know, we won't know until further later books what it is. But obviously, if they cared to write about it, it must be somewhat important. You know what I mean? So
I mean, I haven't heard of it referenced since. I mean,
no. Well, I mean, as we go further down these roads, like I've read the next book. We'll get to a point where I've never read some of these books because like I read them for a while, but I never like follow them hardcore. So like we will get to a point, and maybe I hope that they'll like, you know, you never know though, because it's like something this vast. Same with like shows that have like 10 seasons. There's sometimes threads of stories that just like never, you know, get solved. You know what I mean? But But I'd like to know if what I've heard from people is the dragon really a piece of Necron tech, and what is the book significance? Someone stealing it, you know what I mean? It's very Arabic-y, you know what I mean? Like someone is stealing the book, you know what I mean?
Right.
Obviously, that's not. If that is, that's super dumb, you know what I mean? But like, there's no way, you know what I mean? I would hope not. Please don't don't tell me that somehow
Arabic snuck on the
Erebus-
Mars. Oh, because this is during Esteban, and I don't think so.
Yeah, no. But yeah, so it's similar to that though. You know what I mean? Something dark is going on. You know what I mean? So, all right. So we'll go into our closing sections. We'll have some final thoughts and analysis. I thought this was a very different style, you know what I mean, obviously than what we're used to. Obviously, we joked about how they did like insert a little bit of the Space Marines, you know what I mean? But even that, like we paraphrase it a lot, but like it's very small, and there's really not your traditional bolter porn. Like I don't think there's any scenes of like, you know, badass Space Marine stuff, but they are interjected into it, which is, I mean, you know, they gotta put them in. And I love anytime they have like scenes of the palace or these deep conversations with high-ranking people. I like that. It's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love the map. That's super cool. I think that's really like I said before earlier. I like it. Reminds me of like, you know, when I was younger, reading all these like fantasy things. Tolkien,
fantasy,
or even like when I was younger, I would play some D&D and all, and like that's what reminds me of that. Like, you know, having maps and things of that nature to like, you know, really flesh out the story. The scale, it was super cool. Like, you know, and he does a real good job of like this whole, it all takes place pretty much in one setting, you know, but it's vast. It's a whole planet, you know what I mean? So, and I think the scale of everything is like ramped up to 15, you know what I mean? Like, instead of squads of space, or even like whole armies of Space Marines fighting, we're talking like, you know, city size robots. And like, and I tried my best to like take out the quotes of like how much destruction. We're talking billions of people dying and multiple, you know, I mean, they had multiple nuclear explosions and they had some life eater virus, you know, like everything's peppered in there. You know?
I really liked this book because it felt like if you could attempt to put what like the scale of the Horus Heresy is to one planet and one like basically battle or like war, like this is the closest I think you're gonna get, because you have a society that was pretty just in harmony, and then boom, introduce an antagonist, introduce the factions, boom, hey, guess what? We're going at each other's throats, going after each other's resources. You're playing with the lives of billions, you're playing with cities, you're playing with militaries that are bigger than anything in fiction, pretty much. And it's all in one book. It never felt rushed. Like, it's super impressive. And I think that this was my favorite encapsulation of the Horus Heresy in terms of like just creating scale. Like we talk about like these massive ships that are the size of like New Jersey flying and like waging war on some no-name planet against your brothers, but like no, like this is Mars. Everyone knows what Mars is. These are like, hey, we know the number of like 1 billion people, because our planet has 1 billion-ish people. Like we have 7 billion people, whatever. And so you understand the scale. The scale is much more reasonable because it's the closest thing we've had to our world, literally and figuratively. Like we have not had anything in the realm of something that we could understand with fiction. Like obviously you're talking about robots that are the size of the Empire State Building, fucking throwing right hooks, but we are able to just actually understand, hey, this is a civil war at a pretty unfathomable scale. And this to me was like the first time I could actually like grip it. Also because it's my first introduction to the Mechanicum. So I'm like, hey, I didn't understand the scale of these guys. I didn't understand how they're their own deal. And even Horus managed to fuck these guys up. Like that's cool to me. Like I thought it was super cool.
I also like though, like, well, yes, you know, and you can see it from any angle you'd like, you know, either Horus, you know, like tricked them or not, but it also through this book you see that there was already like division in a sense. It wasn't war, but like, you know, like Kelbert Hall, who turns, we'll say evil, whatever, but he wasn't happy from the jump when he saw the Emperor come. He saw it as like enslavement. You know what I mean? He didn't see it as like, oh, this is an agreement this is good. He saw it, and then there's people on that side of the fence who, like, kept their mouth shut, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But the resentment was always kind of there for some people, you know what I mean? Like, and then Horus and the chaos powers, whatever, kind of just like, poked at that some more and kind of, just gave them what they wanted, and so you can look at it from any angle you want. Like, is it wrong? Like, the Emperor, like, didn't let him go to the vaults of Morvac or whatever. Like, is that good or is that bad? Like, why he can be seen as like a guiding leader, or also like a tyrant being like, no, I tell you what you can research. And but also even the sense of like what Zeth was doing, like, technically would be considered like heresy. Even though she was doing it for what she saw as the good. You know what I mean?
Old girl just like hit the update button on like her calculator, and they were gonna put her to death. And then Zeth was like, "No, I like that."
Yeah. So so I mean, I think we both enjoyed the book. Did you like that there wasn't, like, was it cool that there was not a Space Marine book? You know what I mean?
Yes, because it was 100% a Warhammer book. It wasn't like the Dark Angels novels where
this was good. This was like definitely a tie-in. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, this was this is Warhammer. This is now, and I liked how Graham didn't do a huge effort to tie it into the events of what were happening. When he did kind of have to pigeonhole it, just to be like, oh, by the way, Istvan's happening right now. These fucking dudes are over there. Oh, and by the way, this is why the Space Marines aren't involved yet. I like it. Keep the plot rolling. Sick. Great book in terms of Warhammer, though. I enjoyed it as a Warhammer novel. And I don't think, and I'll stand by it, dude, because my favorite factions are the Militarum. You don't need Space Marines, man, to have a good Warhammer book.
Well, no, yeah, I mean that's been proven. Like Gaunt's Ghost and things like that. Like, those are like, I personally never read them, but like, if you were to walk into any kind of like Warhammer or game store, and I see it all the time online, people say, hey, I'm new to Warhammer, where should I start? And a lot of people say Horus Heresy, but people are like, yeah, no, like that's like way too big. And a lot of people will say like Gaunt's Ghost, because it's like, I've never read it, but I heard it's like very well written, and it's all about people. You can relate more, because the hardest thing that I always hear is trying to make these super soldier, because they're not even soldiers, they're not humans. Like, trying to make them human is hard. And I think the books have done a pretty good job. I love Loken's good, like Saul Tarvis, and even the bad guys are pretty good. Sometimes they're kind of cheesy, but that's hard, man. Like, try to take like this idea of like, yeah, these genetically altered people, they're like free of emotion in a sense. Yeah. And it's like, well, how do I write a fucking book about this? You know what I mean? Like, because the reality is they're not. You mean, like, they may say like they know no fear and they're not supposed to have like normal emotions, but obviously they have emotions. Like, they feel betrayed. They feel they feel anger. They feel, they might not have, you might not see them like crying and stuff, you know what I mean? But they definitely have like other emotions, but I liked it because, and yeah, I think it totally fits. It wasn't like Dark Angel's book where it was like out in the, like just like an offshoot. I think it's good. I mean, you could put, it doesn't have to be book 9. It can be anywhere, really. I mean, it's good that it's at the beginning of the series, and it gives you a very good look into this, and you could skip it as well and not miss like much of the grand story. But I mean, a lot of people I see also said, if you just want to know this story and like know how it ends, you could read the first 3 and then go to the end, like the Steed of Terror, which I feel you miss a lot, but like you would get the meat of the story. And I feel this, while not being like the meat of the story, adds so much extra stuff to the story, and so that it's totally, and I think it's a good read too. You know what I mean? Like, it was written well and it was cool, but it still ties in. You know what I mean? It gives you those hints of what's going on outside of Mars, and it explains what, the importance of this thing. Because one of my questions here is, did the Mechanicum Civil War feel important to the wider array of Horus Heresy?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. So my newbie ass coming into this, I thought Mechanicum was like the apothecary or librarians of like different factions. I didn't
Mhm.
know they were their own whole deal. So which explains to me like, because I thought like the factions would just go exploring the galaxy looking for tech, and if they found a Titan, their techs would go like, "Hey, you're evil." But no, I'm like, oh no, this is like, wow, this really fleshes out and creates more understanding of the level of conflict, the level of controversy with this whole heresy, and why the Mechanicum is their own deal. Like they're their own faction in the new Warhammer video game. They're their own characters in the new Darktide game. Like they
Mhm.
are a playable, unique faction in Warhammer. And this, to me, as a new fan of the series, or newish now, this really does create depth for the Mechanicum. And it, like you said, it creates. It is important to the heresy overall. Like it's so important overall.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like by reading this and understanding the scale of everything, and he does a good job describing that. It shows the importance, and it shows that if the War Master didn't get them on his side on some level, that it would not be able to win, because like when you see the scale of like what they're building on Mars for the Imperium, he had to get his hands on it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the last book, he had his evil dark Mechanicum people build that ship. You know what I mean? Like, and at the end of it, it lost. You know what I mean? But like, if that thing would have stayed alive, it would have been like a whole like game changer. But as a whole, yeah, like it's just like the supply. The food feeds the army in a sense. You know what I mean? Like without your weapons and your armor, and you're not going to get that from like because out in the galaxy there are other like forge worlds. You know what I'm saying? But this is like you need like this is like the head one. So you need this one to be on your side so it can again tell the other forge worlds like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. We're doing this. We're not giving the blue guys armor. We're giving the red guys armor, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, I feel like it fleshes out well, and it shows you how important the Mechanicum are. Yeah, and if you never knew that, you might think like, oh, these little tech people are just like they live with they live with the Space Marines and are part of them. It's like no, it's like a whole nother thing, and they're not really loyal. It's like a shaky agreement that they have. You know what I mean?
They're like the Russians in World War II. They're like, hey, they're kind of our buddies.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah.
Like we work together. We don't agree on anything, but
well, I mean, they worship a god. You know what I mean? Which is like totally not allowed. But everyone's like, okay,
yeah, really.
Like we'll let that slide because we need the stuff that you do. You know what I mean? Because like no one else does it.
We need my armor shined. So,
all right, so forget all the comically evil like emo skulls and chains and all, but like which side of the schism do you find more compelling, like the loyalists or the traitors? And like which side do you feel is right almost? You know what I mean? Like
in a Mechanicum only, because I'm not very pro heresy because I think it's pretty superficial and daddy issue driven. I think in Mechanicum, I'm on the heretical side because it is quite literally the control of free thinking, the control of creativity, the control of industry, like all the arguments that you could make against the big E conceptually apply here. Like you're like, hey, why would an emperor be bad? Applies directly to the Mechanicum. He tells you what to make. He tells you what you can't make. Creativity and growth not allowed. Like you are in a closed cosmic area of thinking, and the one thing you do is create, and you believe to a religious fanatical level that I want to create and find technology, but there is immediately to death of creativity, like an entity that is preventing you from progressing. That is like tyrannical. That is literally everything that, if that was applied in any faction in the real world, that would be called like an evil dictator. Like, so yeah, I think that the heretical mechanical people have a leg to stand on, in terms of being upset at dad. Now, does that justify the launching of like thermonuclear weapons on their own people? And no, I'm not going to say that's justified. I will say that they have an argument absolutely. And I side with them more than being a bootlicker to Big E because you worship the Omnissiah and you think he's the Omnissiah, because in the reality is he's lying. He is lying. We know he's lying. He started this lie because he poked a dragon in the 1200 years ago, whatever. And yeah, I think that he's there's not enough lore to for me to justify why he would be doing this. I think he's pressing them.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, but that's like, and that's his role. So from what we know right now, him being like the tyrannical leader that he is for the betterment, because he knows that the chaos gods are bad, and that can be argued too. But from what we know now, as the story progresses, there's more to find out about the deal he made with chaos and is it bad. But from a binary standpoint of like, the chaos gods are horned, winged creatures who want to eat your soul, and he's trying to protect you from that. So he's saying, don't go into the vault because it's going to get you.
Is he though?
Well, I mean, like that at least one aspect of it is, you know what I mean? Like, so like the idea they always say is like the emperor, the emperor's mercy, emperor, blah, 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 emperor protects and all. He protects humanity as a whole. He doesn't care one little iota about each individual person or even whole planets of people. If me destroying if I'm the emperor and I say, if I destroy this planet, it'll stop, whatever corn from getting a foothold, I'm going to do it because I'm for humanity. And I think in his vast mind, it's like, this is how humanity must be ruled, is under an iron fist in a sense, because free thinking allows you to think into the bad as he sees bad. You know what I mean? But I mean, I like the bad guys in general, so I always go with the bad guys. You know what I mean? But but no, I agree with you saying like he's totally like squashing free thinking. He's squashing anything, but in his mind, on his side of it, he's probably doing it. Like if you were to interrogate this person, he'd be like, well, I'm doing it because I know what's beyond the veil. You know what I mean? Like, and it's bad. So I'm keeping everyone on this side of it. And I don't want you, and I gotta be so strict because I've seen it happen. I've been alive forever. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know what I mean? But yeah, I always side, like, not always, I'm saying, like, I like, even Horus, like, it's like, is it daddy issues 100%? And was he tricked a little bit? Yes. But some of what he was told, I mean, like, he was shown the future, and the future is like what it became. And it, the 40,000 is like a hellish landscape. But you go back to the Legion book, if Horus would win, then chaos would be vanquished. But for chaos to be vanquished, everyone has to die.
Dude. Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's like the ultimate altruism. It's like, you can beat this bad guy, but to do that, everyone, like, the universe will continue, but you won't be here to see it. Not just you, like, none of you will be here to see it. But rest assured, the bad guys will be gone because there's no more juice for them to squeeze out of you because you're gone. You know, it's like perplexing.
I understand, like, and this is like my recurring issue with this lore and this Warhammer fiction overall is Big E, because it was created by dudes in the 80s and 90s to sell fucking comics and figurines, and it's like, hey, like, we have fleshed out, you and me have fleshed out a lot of lore. There's nerds out there who fleshed out even more lore, and it keeps coming back to like, hey, we don't really know what's going on. We don't know what Big E's plan is. We don't know what it was, and he's sitting on a chair, and we don't know if that was part of the plan. We don't know if he's getting up off the chair.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I said I haven't finished the whole series, so I can only speculate on what I've read or known, and I try to avoid any kind of like spoilers and snippets, but they say he made a deal with the Chaos Gods, and like supposedly it's fleshed out later and stuff like that. Maybe we'll have a new perspective on it, but like from just what I'm seeing now, it's like he's keeping people from like living their best life.
It's kind of what it seems like. Now again, I'm just a lowly peon in this universe of Big E. But what I'm starting to feel like maybe he doesn't have our best interests in mind.
But does the other side have your best interest in mind?
Fuck no, dude. They want to put a ball gag in my mouth. Yeah.
The sex demons or the disease demon or the fucking,
there's definitely a better demons. There's just definitely a scale of demons to worship.
Well, most people say that the nicest is Nurgle, like grandfather Nurgle. And yes, you're gonna become like a pus-filled, diseased monster, but you'll never die and you won't feel pain and you don't gotta get, raped. And,
you don't get sodomized every weekend. Yeah.
I mean, it's like in books in what's it called? Dark Imperium is a newer book, 3-part series I read, and it's Nurgle versus Guilliman. And yeah, like Nurgle is always, you never see Nurgle. It's always just like the greater demons, and they're always like jolly, and they're like they have a garden and they play musical instruments and all. You know what I mean? Like, so they always seem, compared to like if you look at like stuff of like Korn. Korn is like what you think of your Judeo-Christian like demon, like red and fire and brimstone. Nurgle is more like a garden, but it's a garden full of venom and pus and death, you know what I mean? But it's still a garden, you know what I mean? The little demons dance around, they play flutes and stuff and all, and it's like, so I don't know. But yeah, I don't feel they have anyone the best interest in heart, you know what I mean? Like when they talked to Horus and said, we don't want the physical world, we like our world's being encroached, we want you to stop this asshole from messing up our stuff and we'll leave it alone. That was probably a double-edged sword there too, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But all right, so they talk a lot about blind faith in this book, in the faith of an Amasai and all, but is blind faith just as or more or less dangerous as forbidden knowledge?
So,
and that goes back to what we were talking about the Emperor. Like, is he right by keeping these people away from this forbidden knowledge by making them just believe in what he says and follow him and follow, his rules to a T?
So say the question one more time.
All right. So they talk a lot about blind faith, but is blind faith just as dangerous as forbidden knowledge?
Dude, this is a Warhammer podcast, dude.
I mean, in this context, you know what I mean? Like,
okay. So in the context of Mechanicum,
yeah,
blind faith is less dangerous than forbidden knowledge, because in this, don't ever apply this to anything else in my life. But in this book in the Warhammer 40K book of Mechanicum, we know as readers and as people who have been in this world, the forbidden knowledge almost inevitably leads to chaos. It almost inevitably leads to the temptation to succumb to chaos. Most of the time, if not all the time. Now, that is the forbidden knowledge. The blind faith is an unwavering, just pure devotion to Big E. Like, you see the memes, I love it, and what makes Warhammer fucking grimdark. Like, what is your duty? To serve the Emperor's will in death. And like, what is death? Death is your duty. Like, that shit goes crazy. That is what you have to live with. That is like your bare minimum. That is your blind faith. And blind faith is also like, you can only make toasters. You're the toaster guy. You're making fucking toasters. But I know how to make renewable energy that could feed all the poor people on Terra. You make fucking toasters. All right? Like, that is your blind faith. So yes, blind faith is the lesser of two evils in the situation. But holy cow, that's such a conundrum.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, and they pour it on heavy, because as soon as they go and find the forbidden knowledge, we'll say, they come out of the vault and they're like, they look like guar, you know what I mean? Like, they're fucking spiked out and everything, So it's like they kind of lay it on heavy, you know what I mean? But all right, what I got here. Okay, so this is the first time we see it. They mentioned the scrap code. All right. So I wonder what you think about, like, it's like chaos code. Does that feel like, was that well done? Does that feel like a believable extension of chaos, or was it kind of hokey, or is it more or less scary than like the physical corruption you see of chaos, the spikes and the skulls?
I like it. I like it. I like that that chaos because it is already like ethereal. It is beyond like the realm of understanding for humanity. So why would it not be able to corrupt technology? Why would it not be able to corrupt in the language of binary code? Because binary code is another language. We saw in like the was it the Whispering Pines or whatever the hell in the first like
the Whisperheads.
Whisperheads.
The Whisperheads. Yeah.
Just looking at like words on a cave wall corrupted the mind of a space marine. Like the uber like tough guy, I have no wavering emotions. That made him go crazy. Just being in the presence of that. So I think that the use of like corrupt chaos code, that's fair game. Absolutely. Like I think that's and it was well done. I think it was well done.
Yeah, I it's a cool concept because like, you know, like that you had to come up with some idea of like how, you know, besides like, you know, like physically corrupting the tech people and then they go in and do it. How do we get this like techie corruption to spread fast? You know what I mean? So I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, it was a little weird at first because in my mind, the chaos gods are ancient and like they're always depicted as like, you know, they're wearing like, you know, armor or nothing. But like even in the game, even like none of the chaos demon like models and all, they don't have guns. You know what I mean? Like if they shoot something, it's like fire or a spew venom. You know what I mean? So for them to have like, you know, dirty Wi-Fi, it seemed kind of weird. But it was cool. Like you got to come up with something, you know what I mean? Because we'll see. I've read other books where the scrap code is a thing, you know what I mean? So and it's kind of cool because it adds another avenue of like, you know, how we can get corrupted. You know what I mean? Like how can we make it believable that like in a book we'll read later, the scrap code like goes after some like, you know, like orbital defense platform and like it kind of shuts it down, kind of makes it, you know, work for them. And it's a good way to do it. You know what I mean? It's also like a quick way rather than being like have to write a whole chapter of like bad guys invading and then they go in and like, you know, do some hacker stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, I kind of
we're dealing with a world where the orcs just believe. And that's I'm okay with it.
Anything's fair game. I was just getting an opinion. Yeah, I mean, they can say anything, yeah, because the world in the universe they made, like there's so much, yeah, like that. The orcs paint things red and it goes faster, and it does go faster. You know what I mean? Like, but that's because they believe it goes faster. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So, so did the multiple perspectives enhance the story or make it harder to follow? Because so we had a lot of like, I would think actually, I'm not trying to answer my question. It's really like a side thing. The synopsis I did might be a little confusing to someone listening because it does jump around a lot. You know what I mean? Like, but I want to know, Leia, did you feel that was it harder to follow or did it make it like more interesting because you're getting all these different angles at the story?
So I've been in deep the last like 3 years. I've really tried to be like on top of this podcast, reading a lot, and there have been a lot of fantasy and sci-fi novels that use like the multi like perspective storytelling. And if you're not used to it, it's jarring is what I would describe it as. It's not really hard because you just have to, as a reader, be like, oh, I'm kind of like breaking my flow where I was and I'm going somewhere different. So now I have to just like kind of twist my perspective, literally twisting your perspective to understand something different. That's jarring. I've read, I think 6 or 5 novels that use that writing style. So I didn't have any issues with it because if done well, and that's a big if done well, it's a great way to tell a bigger story. And when you're trying to condense a whole heresy war and also building a world that is literally brand new to me and this series to the readers, you have to use that. You have to use the multi-perspective narration because there's no way you could capture the depth of the world that you're trying to tell. Like there's no way. I liked it. I think it was done really well. Graham McNeil again doing what he do. Love it and very well done. Doesn't take away from the story. Didn't hurt my flow. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
And something I'll add on to, like after reading these books, you know, a lot of these books in the series, they all have the Dramaticus personnel, whatever, in the front. You know what I mean? And this one has a map. But I used to, when I've read these the first time, I would find myself flipping back and forth, and I found that jarring. But then I realized, so if you're listening to this, you got this far in a podcast, and you're like a new reader to the series, like it's cool to look at that and kind of see who's in there, but don't feel the need, because these are writers. What I'm saying is, like, they're going to introduce characters, with these long Latin style names, and especially in this one with the characters and then their robots and all. But the important ones will be mentioned enough to where you don't have to flip back. Now, if you are a completionist, you do 100% on video games and you want to know exactly, yes, you can go back, but don't feel the need. I used to feel the need. I used to like keep it tabbed actually at the beginning of the book and go back like, oh, who is this? Who is this second sergeant? You know what I mean? Like stuff like you don't have to do that. It's there if you want it, but don't feel a need to. And this book really does. If you try to do that, your eyes will start freaking getting, hurting, because you'll go back and forth like, whoa, what? Ares Lichter and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, but you don't have to, because the main characters are going to be introduced and then shown enough in the story that you're going to be like, oh yeah, Coral Zeth. Yep. Oh yeah, Dahlia. And then the side ones, like, you don't, like, you'll get it. You don't have to, like, unless you really want to, you don't have to, but I thought it was cool. It was cool to see an angle from your common person, like they always do. You got your remembrancer. In this case, you have your little techie guys, little crew of guys. You have angles from, high level adepts who are like running, pretty much high level CEOs running their businesses. And you have angles from like the military leaders, you know what I mean? Like the people who run the robot armies and all. So I think it was good. And it came to a nice cohesion. I thought it was good. It can be jarring if the first time you're doing it. And if you don't like the map, you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Like the map, it was cool, I thought, but you don't need. It's not like if you don't know where this spot is a map is, you're gonna be like, what is going on? Like
there's not a test at the end, man. There's not like that. You're
like,
reading about. You want to read about big robots fighting each other, and there's also a space dragon. Fucking chill out. You don't need to know the dramatic personae or who Romeo's like second cousin was. Like you don't need to know that.
Or exactly where is Mondus Gamma in location to Mondus whatever. Like it's not, it's not a big deal.
I'll give you a hint. They're gonna get to where they need to go.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. So the climax of the book, did the climax feel satisfying? Was it like a good way for the whole thing to end?
Yes, I think the payoff, the juice was worth the squeeze in this book. Holy cow, does he pack a lot into this novel? Because this is my proper first introduction to the Mechanicum. I don't feel like I missed a lot in terms of the world. Like I feel like I'm up to speed. By the way, here's your treat. Massive robots fucking duking it out on the plains of Mars. There's nuclear bombs going off in the distance, and you're fighting to the death. You're like the stereotypical Last Stand. You get dudes fighting on a wall and shooting like down and like holding off at your home base. Like it's sweet. Yes, your payoff is totally worth it. I didn't feel like it was a drag to get through this book through the lore, because sometimes that happens in certain books, because you're like, hey, I get it. We got to build this world up. We got to catch up to where we are. Never felt like that, because it was just constantly happening. And also we're well versed in the world of 40K at this point. So it was a lot of just, hey, imagine everything that you felt like in the past, but now just put way more tech around you. So it flowed pretty well. But holy cow, is the cataclysmic events at the end worth it? Yes. I didn't care for the dragon, honestly. Didn't care about the dragon line, but
so and going back to the multiple perspective, I thought it was good because you got all this cool climax things of all these little arcs coming to a head, like the giant robots are fighting, but then also it jumps to smaller robots fighting people, and then also jumps to the robots fighting the Kaban machine, and it was cool. Like it was all like, and he breaks it up really well, where it's like, you get a little taste of this, and then we jump to the labyrinth, and then we jump to the bridge, and then we jump back to the Magma City. So I thought it was cool. Yeah, the dragon thing, like I said, as far as I've read, they haven't touched again on it, but I'm hoping and assuming they will. But I think that it ties in, like I said, like the grand lie, all this stuff. So I think it will tie in more to what exactly it is and how whoever stole that book, is that going to help feed the rebellion from the Mechanicum side, being like, look what he did. He's planned this his whole time. You know, he's not our god, and he's not benevolent. He actually planned this and tricked us. And yeah, you know what I mean? So I but yeah, like, I mean, if they took the dragon part out and this had Dahlia help with the machine, and then I don't know, because then Dahlia wouldn't be as important, maybe. I don't know. But yeah,
okay. You're talking to the wrong guy. There's a whole lot of not important characters that get way more words than they deserve, in my opinion. So I feel like Dahlia is like this Rain Man-esque character who's like important for this enlightenment machine, and then the assassin like just like yoinks her one chapter, and then you're like, oh, there's an assassin in the building still. Like, that would have been fun. But no, we got more novels to write, baby. We got to find out about this dragon in 2 years.
Yeah. Book 55. I'll tell you what the dragon was about. All right. I have one more, but I think we already answered that. What effect on the heresy would happen if Mars stayed loyal? I think we already know that. You know what I mean? Like, I think it would cripple. But so what's so weird though is, like I said, maybe they'll address it later. But like, if I guess maybe we'll find out. Like, the planet itself, if the planet is pumping out goods and supplies for the bad guys, and they're so close to home, why don't they just obliterate the planet? Like, we understand that the administration, Kelbert Hall and his whole gang, which are like the highest of high ranking, have now defected, right? They are the bad guys, and they're going to make Fabricator Locum Kane is going to be the new Fabricator General. But I'm only assuming they're going to implant him back into Mars. So Mars as a physical thing is still going to be pumping out stuff for the Imperium, I imagine. You know what I mean? Like, if not, why wouldn't they just, you know, go there with their biggest guns and just be like, boom, like, goodbye, Mars. We don't, you know, like, you're not with us, you're out of here. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. I think what in a world building like kind of perspective, this justified like how the heresy was basically able to make it to Terra, was able to do what they do, because at the very least we just watched a huge crippling strike on the logistical foundation of the Imperium of Man, right? So like, you're looking at that like at the very least, right? Like, that's what I think is, if they stayed loyal, you have the greatest war machine in all of fiction basically facing the heresy. And the heresy at this point doesn't have, they have the beans and bullets that they packed initially. They no longer have that
because all that stuff was destroyed. It makes sense. But then and also realize, like, this is 50 some books, so I think it's 60, whatever it is. But I believe, I could be misquoting, but the heresy itself, like, in the time frame, only lasts like, I think, 5 years. So like, all these books, it's not like, you know, these books are going to span us hundreds of years of war. So if the planet is wrecked, and yes, the physical planet is then quelled and it's technically loyal, and Kane's there and he's working, it's going to take a while to get everything back up and running, while the other big brain people who are bad now took all their hidden knowledge and they can go find another planet and you know, make their monster demon engines and all stuff like that. All right, cool. All right, so this has got a lot of these, but what was your favorite like action fight sequence? Did you have one?
The ambush, the when the good Titans and like the homies, they were around the corner and they were like, hey, we're actually down. And by the way, I brought the big hoss. Like,
so the reveal of the big Deus Tempest or something like that. Yeah, the big guy. Yeah, that was cool.
And then that was my favorite. Honorable mention, me thinking that they were literally riding horses, or like sitting on like robot horses, because I was an idiot. But I thought that was still fun, because in my mind I still like picture them like galloping around on like robot horses. But
my favorite one was when the Knights of Tyrannus came out at the end, and that whole like wedge. That was cool. Like I said, we briefly touched it, but you should totally read this book, and it goes into cool detail of how these knights are pretty much driving towards their target, which is the tent of the enemy general, the Melgador, and one by one, they're like sacrificing themselves. You know what I mean? Like the one will like charge into a mass just to know that he's going to get blown up, but it's going to create a crater for this guy to fill the hole. And it's just like this cool, very knight, very like, knight-esque, you know what I mean? They're just like sacrificing each other. And then the final guy, like, gets to where he's got to go, and they murk the last guy, but even he gets taken out. You know what I mean? It's like cool, like, just very valiant and chivalrous in a sense. You know what I mean?
And you're telling me you don't know they're on horses? Like that, it's the whole thing. Like they're like a wedge formation, like valiant, chivalrous. Come on, like they are on horses.
Yeah,
I love it.
Did you read the whole book thinking they're on horses?
Just the first couple of chapters.
Okay.
Because
it's understandable too, because they use words like mount. You know what I mean? When they say mounts, you know what I mean? Like
I had to Google.
They're called knights. You know what I mean? So like it makes sense to me.
I had to Google a picture. I was like, "There's no fucking way they're on horses." Because when they were like talking about it in the prologue or whatever, when Big E comes and like heals I thought it was like a robot dog kind of deal.
Yeah. Like a robot horse. Yeah. There are robot horses. There actually are robot horses.
There are, yeah. And I was like,
Imperial Guard, yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. Like it's kind of like the AI robot dog thing they're riding around on. And then I got a picture. And I'm like, oh no, not even close.
It's like a bipedal.
It's like robot. A bipedal, like Titanfall kind of deal. And I was
it's just like Titanfall. Yeah.
I literally had a great reference point for all of these robots too. Like once I saw the picture, I was like, oh, I've seen all of these in different like parts of fiction.
Yeah.
I just fucking thought they were horses.
All right. Who is your favorite character in the book?
Romeo.
Romeo.
Yeah, he was my favorite.
Cool. Yeah.
Because he's like,
cool.
ha, like
yeah. So that's just a little tiny part of the book, but I think it's great because it hints that because all these Mechanicum adepts and all, like you can easily think that they're just like all robots, but they're enhanced, and they're enhanced more than some people with robot limbs and all. But like at the core of them, they're still it's still a person in there. You know what I mean? I might have robot eyes, and my left arm is a fucking spatula, but like. Deep down inside, and then they follow this doctrine that is very like robotic in a sense, but deep down inside, like they are. And I kind of wish there were scenes where they were like, remember they were like conversing about going to the cave, and they were at like the rectory. They said it would have been cool to like see a little more of that, like like show these people, because in my mind, like without knowing it, I would think, oh, when these adepts are done work, they like plug themselves in and go to sleep or something. You know what I mean? But like no, like there's still people.
Mall.
I mean, some more. Yeah, there's a mall. Yeah, like some more than others. You know what I'm saying? But like most of them are at least. I mean, like Helbert Hall, I said he was 80%, but he's still 20% human somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, he might like to fucking watch some comedy or something one day. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Really into improv. Like I don't know.
I like Coral Zeth. She was cool. I think she was. It was very like it was a cool descriptor of and it's the only time we've seen so far in a book. There's some others where you see like a full-on high level adept who's a female. Usually it's like you can assume it's a male, but it's not really even mentioned because they're so robotic. But it was kind of cool how they a little playing on the whole nerds reading this into like the curves and all and stuff like that. But I thought it was cool, and I liked how she was like this high level tech adept, but she also kind of goes against what they're teaching, but still trying to like. She's like, yeah, I'm heretical. I don't really believe in the omnicide. I believe in science, but it's for the good. I'm not like because like that shows the angles of where free thinking can go. Because it's like just because I'm a free thinker doesn't mean that like I'm gonna go and worship Slanesh or something. You know what I mean? Like I can think of cool. I can think of cool things. You know what I mean? Like, and then later on in the modern lore with the new Space Marines they have, there's a guy named Belisarius Call who is very similar to Zeth in a sense of like he breaks all the rules, but he makes such cool stuff. It's like okay, because he made the what they call Primaris. He made the Primaris Marines, and Rabuta Gilliman, like in the books where they're mentioned, he's like, this guy is such a heretic and all, but like, dude, he makes such fucking cool shit.
So cool.
Yeah, that's so cool. I can't kill him because he makes the coolest shit. but they keep an eye on them. You know what I mean? They're like, well, you know, let's just make. And there's a book where he mentions about he made all these new Primaris Marines, and he made them from a gene seed, and he's talking to Rabute, and he's like, well, hey man, I got in the freezer, I got gene seed from like Emperor's Children, blah blah blah, and Rabute is like, nah, like take it easy, man. Like he's like, no, it's like I cleaned it. It's not like corrupt or anything. And he's like, no. So there's limits to it, you know what I mean? But like I like her because of that, because she's like, you know, shows that they can break from their strict doctrine, but still be like, you know, on the good, we'll say the good side. You know what I mean? So, all right. So what's your score? What's your final score?
I give it a 7
out of 10. 7? That's what I gave it, a 7. Yeah. So if I look back, I have all my stuff saved, you know, all my scores. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, tell us why it's 7. I'll find my thing. You keep going.
Phenomenal world building. Absolutely phenomenal. I thought that this is the introduction to a whole new faction, whole new world, whole new fictional belief system that has never been happened. You also show the beginning of their literal religion. You tie in the Emperor's Castle. Like you're doing so much. You're bringing in how the heresy actually occurs in motion on Mars. You're showing why Mars isn't as able to help the emperors over time. Like it's awesome. I think that it tackles the scale and world building really well. The characters are kick-ass. Zeth's kick-ass. All of the adepts that we meet are super just awesome detail. And then robots fighting. That's an instant 2+ points. You lose 3 points because I don't get to see a dragon. So that's about it.
Yeah, so I get 7 as well. I like the fresh approach to not having Space Marines be the center focus, the deep dive into the Mechanicum, which we haven't seen, so it gives a really good backstory on what these people are like, and the lore and everything about Mars. Really, it was well written, which you expect from Graham McNeil. He's pretty good. The characters are good. The world building is really good. And it's really amazing because it's just one book, you know what I mean? It's 400 pages, which is like the standard, you know what I mean? I also like how there was really like no like single, you can call Dahlia maybe the protagonist, but there was no like, I felt there was no like single protagonist. And the story was told instead like through like the multiple protagonists and the events that happened to him. You know what I mean? Because like you got Kane, he's kind of minor, but he's like one of the good guys. Zeth is obviously a big character. Dahlia is doing her thing. So you have all these different, it's not like other books where it's like, okay, Loken, or even better in Flight of Eisenstein's like Garrow. We obviously know Garrow is the main dude. There was many main people, you know what I mean? And I thought that was cool by telling the story through all these different protagonists and showing how it all culminates into one. Cons, I would say, it's like, and this is the trope they always have, is like the bad guys are so overly like villainous, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like, and I don't know how to more to make it, because they're working from what they have. They're working from models that exist, and then that's how they're made. It's like very binary. It's like the good guys look like this, and the bad guys look like this, and they're so like overly. Now the newer models I have like I said, I play the bad guys in the game, so the newer ones are still bad looking, but they're not so overly insane with dripping with skulls and chains and all. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, you know, Culber Hall, he's always like, you know, super, super bad. You have, what's the guy's name? Not Melchador, but the other guy, Regulus, you know what I mean? Like, they're always just like the hand, like, you know, like super evil, you know what I mean? But not a big deal. The large cast and then a lot of the technical jargon, and like I said, the going back and forth, like that's a personal choice. I wouldn't really knock them. You know, like if you want to go back and look at all the names, it's up to you. But yeah, 7 out of 10. So I look back on my scale, I got an 8.5 for Fulgrim, which I really liked. And 8 for book 3, which was Galaxy in Flames, which I think is really good because it has like the culmination. And then my favorite book so far has been Legion. I thought Legion was so good because it's so different. So similar to that, like it's these books that I'm really enjoying. As much as I like, you know, I like hearing and following the Space Marines around, but it's cool to get this like fresh, like, you know, like just a different look. And Legion had Space Marines, but it was like a different story altogether. It wasn't focused on these badass dudes just kicking ass. It was
John Grammaticus, bro.
Yeah, same here. It's like we're not beefed up super soldier. This was more like, you know, like a that was like a spy novel. This is more of like, like this, like, I don't know what to say, like, a grand scale military.
This felt like a military political thriller, because they are like playing these political like sparring matches. Like there's a point where you think shit's about to kick off twice. Like they are almost about to cross like the boundary line.
Oh, the bound, yeah.
And then also they show up to the gates with the Sakari, and like you're like, whoa. But then she's like, I have a counter, so I don't even need to fire a shot yet. Or like, I'm calling your bluff, so we don't actually go to war yet. So that's a very fun take on instead of like, we're going to eliminate the enemy. Like, no, it's it was very refreshing.
Yeah, it was cool. So, all right, so we'll sign off here. Thanks for tuning in. If you like what you hear, watch, drop a review or a thumbs up or whatever it is, a follow on the podcast app of your choice. We're on all those. Also, we're on YouTube. That's where this video will be up. The Heresy Hangout is everywhere. That's our name everywhere. IG, YouTube, all one word, the Heresy Hangout. Next time, we'll take a detour from the main timeline, and we're going to delve into the first anthology here, what's called Tales of Heresy. So I think it's like 4 to 5 short stories. I've read it before, so I don't want to go too much detail, but it's all in the universe, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, side shoots, things that fill gaps, maybe stuff like that, you know what I mean? So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.